Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes.
two, 1, 2.
Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Okay, good morning. If everybody would find a seat, we'll get started in just a few seconds. Good morning. We will call the July 16th, 2024 Volusia County Council meeting to order at 9:01. And as always, in just a minute, I will ask you to stand and we will start our meeting with an invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation, just so you know, is open to all faith groups in Volusia County. If you would like to participate in that, please just send an email to the letter K, Green @volusia.org, and she will explain to you all of the necessary information and get you set up to do that. This morning we have Pastor Joshua Owen with the Spruce Creek Presbyterian Church of Port Orange. So if you would stand with me for the invocation and then just remain standing for the pledge. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Josh Owen, pastor at Spruce Creek Presbyterian Church, and our church is in District 3, and I live in District 2, and I play at large. So pray for you regularly as I'm a beneficiary of your work. And Ms. Green always offers me to make any announcements, and I never have one, but we do have Vacation Bible School coming up next week. So Monday, July 22nd, we'll be starting Vacation Bible School with backdrop of the Olympics. So we'll be talking to the kids about living before God, fighting the good fight, running your race according to the rules, and finishing strong. And if you'd like to sign up for that, you can go to our website and get any of your kids registered, and we'd love to be able to minister to you in that way. Let's go to the Lord in prayer. Almighty God, our Father, we give thanks for your all-wise and benevolent government of the whole creation as we seek your favor upon our county and its government. We thank you for these county council members and staff who work hard to keep our many municipalities and businesses and citizens working with one another for each other's flourishing. May you bless them with wisdom to discern what is good and right in your sight, and the courage of faith to stand for it. May your blessing be upon their labors, their businesses, and their families as they give of themselves in service to others. We lift up our nation, Lord, as we remember the violence perpetrated against former President Trump, which claimed the life of one man and left another person in critical condition. Have mercy upon those who grieve and those who are recovering. Lead us in your everlasting way for the sake of your beloved Son, Jesus Christ, in whose matchless name I pray. Amen.
Krista, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Dempsey? Mr. Johansson? Mr. Kent?
Here.
Mr. Reinhardt?
Here.
Mr. Robbins? Mr. Santiago? Mr. Brower?
Here. We do have a full house and therefore a quorum. We will start with our meeting with public participation. Have several people who have signed up to speak. The first will be Larry Wesley. When I call your name, just come up to the front. Make sure that there's a microphone very close to your mouth so everyone can hear you. This is recorded, and you will have 3 minutes to talk about issues that concern the local government. And I believe there will be a clock, a timer on your monitor there, and on the screen above my head. And
All right.
so, Larry Wesley.
Yeah, I'm Larry Wesley. I'm from New Smyrna Beach, Florida. I've been here quite a few times, and I prepared a motivational speech for all you guys this morning to get things done for my school. But you know what? Might as well just tear it up. George gave me the good news, and my representative over here told me the good news that you already got some signs, and you're putting it up on the top priority list. So I want to thank all of you for doing that, for your participation. I want to recognize Jay Williams. Unbelievable job. He came out to the school, and he and I were having such a good time watching these people almost run into our transportation, which is individual parents bringing the kids to school. So we saw a lot of different things out there, and we were having a pretty good time, you know. A big box truck driver would get behind grandpa or grandma bringing that little child to school because the parents work, beeping their horn. Come on, get moving, make that turn. And somebody's coming this way, 60 miles an hour. Grandma did the right thing. She held her ground. You saw lots of other things. We even talked to the groundskeeper that keeps repairing the sod because people going around on the grass to avoid a rear-end collision. And he wasn't too happy about having to replace that sod every 2 weeks. And he was out there watering it, so we ran into him. So we had a good conversation with him. We also saw a sign that was hit by a driver that was twisted up like a pretzel. It was a welcome to Volusia County sign. You know? And never reported, I'm sure, just ran it over, twisted it up like a pretzel, and kept on going. So, what else did we see? We talked to the pastor of the church as well, and we did measure the skid marks from previous trucks slamming on their brakes. I mean, we had some good time, and we saw people going around on the grass. Thank God it wasn't wet where they sunk in, and our poor little groundskeeper would have had to, no, it's actually Crane Lake's groundskeeper would have had to replace the sod to make everything look nice, I am absolutely elated that you people can work together like this and communicate with each other and get something done. I was told there were signs posted at the church, but I got to admit, I did not go to church Sunday, so I didn't see the signs. I was on a mission trip. All right, well, look, thank you people for all the help, and this voice crying in the wilderness can actually get something done. Thanks.
Thank you, Larry. And just to let the rest of the speakers know, Larry just did it right. He got up here and told us what city he is from. I'm not requiring you to give your complete address just for safety reasons, but if you would let us know what city you're from, then your representative up here knows who you are. The next speaker will be Thomas Rutledge.
Chairman Brower, council, and staff, thank you for your willingness to serve our community. I am Tom Rutledge. I live on the 4100 block in Wilbur, and that's the infamous block where all the houses went down into the ocean in Wilbur by the Sea in the storms Ian and Nicole. The reason I'm here is I have some expertise in this area. I was a former mayor of Ponce Inlet, and as a Marine Corps officer, I was the storm officer at Southcom, where in case we had to move the headquarters. So I have extensive experience, having gone through a lot of hurricanes myself, and worked with the National Hurricane Center forecasters. Okay, so the background is we know the houses went in the water. We know that there was extensive issues with permitting and trying to get the seawalls rebuilt. Well, in particular, the 4100 block, there was no progress. And every house but two went into the water there, and now they've been torn down. There's no seawall. The trap bags that the county put up are actually breached. A couple of causes, maybe damaged by contractors, and also the high tides are coming into the high magnitude tides are coming into the trap bags and washed them away. So we have about 80 feet of sand between the edge of the dune and A1A, or South Atlantic Avenue. There is a threat to the road, in my opinion. This has been backed up by credentialed engineer opinion, which is part of the public record. Okay, this is not Hillbilly Tom saying it, but real engineers saying it. Okay, so the threat really is the deep erosion between two armored sections of the beach will grab that sand aggressively and make a big horseshoe moving directly toward the road. And if it gets to the roadbed, it's going to chew through it. It'll be hard to chew through it, but it will eventually chew through it. And then you're going to have a problem, and this mainly affects Ponce Inlet. It's going to affect Wilbur to some degree, but Ponce Inlet is going to lose their main egress and ingress for emergency service vehicles, construction vehicles, and extreme inconvenience. Okay, so the solution is to get the council together with the staff, and the goal would be to direct staff to evaluate, plan, and execute an emergency short-term armoring of the beach on the 4100 block of South Atlantic Avenue and Wilbur by the Sea. And all I ask is make everything part of the public record. We need to know where we stand. If the staff resists you, we need to hear who did it and why, and they need to have a counter credentialed opinion to what the opinion that we've presented to the public record. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate your time.
Robin Magliora.
Good morning. Rob Magliora, Ormond Beach, Florida. Quick brief timeline. Per the Florida Department of State's Division of Corporations Records, Belvedere Terminals was established in Delaware in the year 2012. In 2017, the company set up a website. The same year as Florida FEC Railway was sold to a Mexican company. In 2019, Florida Company branch was launched in St. Petersburg, Florida. In June of 2022, the company had a pre-application meetings with both Volusia County and the City of Ormond Beach staff members. December 4th, the company submitted a conceptual site plan to Volusia County. The idea to construct these fuel terminals has been in motion for at least 10 years. The most recent company activity that we have uncovered occurred on April 4th to April 8th of 2024. Airport obstruction evaluations were requested by the sponsor, Belvedere Terminals, and the representative Avid Group. 6 studies were requested, 4 building studies and 2 tank studies. The requests were filed with the Texas FAA Division for review. On June 6, 2024, all 6 requests were issued a determination of no hazard to air navigation by Michael Blosch, an FAA obstruction evaluation specialist. It was determined that no marking and lighting are required on any of the structures. If the county staff is not aware of these documents, they can be forwarded to the appropriate staff member. The residents of Volusia County and Ormond Beach still have valid concerns about the fuel terminal project for these reasons. Per an email response on July 8th from the Volusia County manager, we have called Belvedere and left messages with no reply. The county website has not been updated since June 25th. The conceptual site plan has not been withdrawn by the applicant, and no public statement has been made about relocation. The company's most recent interaction with a government agency was only 2.5 months ago. A question I have: has the county staff reached out to the staff at Brevard or Flagler County to confirm or deny if either county is in negotiations with the company to relocate to their county? Although this project may not be of a high concern to some, it is for the residents of Ormond Beach and Volusia. I drive 35 minutes and spend my gas and use money to spend my gas to have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Sheila Lind.
Morning, Sheila Lind, Ormond Beach, Florida. I brought a picture. I'll go ahead and talk while she pulls it up. Just look at this picture. You'd have to be a complete idiot to think that 874 Hull Road is an appropriate location for bulk fuel storage. And to the councilmen that voted against the moratorium with talk of property rights, lost tax revenue, and lawsuits, the complete idiot statement applies to you. But chin up, you are not alone. Tim Schwartz also achieved complete idiot statement when he made this public statement to Fox News. You won't see it. You won't even know it's there. Amy Mizui, founder and president of De Leon Springs Community Association, complete idiot when her public record email to Mr. Reinhardt contained this bold statement, and I quote, "A fuel farm will certainly be an improvement over the eyesore and probably environmentally contaminated parcel it is now." Randy Dye, complete idiot when he posted on his Facebook page that concerned residents of Bear Creek, Ormond Lakes, Tomoka Oaks, and Pine Run are an angry, hostile mob. Martin Costello, complete idiot when he said under oath at the S.R. Peratt hearing that he approved Belvedere's air permit from his desk, not a site visit, only using Google Maps, and the images he used were so zoomed in that none of the surrounding houses, businesses, airports, or sports complex were part of the view. But the biggest idiot of all award goes to Michael Henson for approving Belvedere's pre-app with his public record statement, quote, "They are looking to develop a rail freight terminal and a rail yard is a permitted use." As one of the angry, hostile mob members, I am here today to ask again to amend the Code of Ordinance to remove the words "any industrial use" from I-2 heavy industrial zoning and to remove all I-2 zoning from areas in Volusia County that are inappropriate for such use, such as 874 Hall Road. There was a miracle this morning. I went to the gas station to put gas in my car to drive here, and guess what? They actually had gas. They didn't need a bulk fuel storage. They didn't need a railroad. There was gas. It's 2024, guys. We don't need bulk fuel storage. Thank you and have a good day.
Connie Colby.
Good morning, Connie Colby, Ormond Beach. Most of what I wanted to say has been covered. However, I would like to say that after the governor awarded $10 million to assist in moving Belvedere facility out of Ormond Beach, I feel that Belvedere has been disingenuous in following through, because I see all of these studies from the environmental resource permits, from the DEP, to some of the information that they're inputting into these websites that we can pull up as public information. Some of it is very full of information, takes forever to read, and not sure it makes any sense anyway. There was a pre-application that they had put in at the beginning, which is seemed to have been closed anyway, but on that application, Belvedere put that there was no wetlands on that property, which is totally false. On their conceptual plans, it shows they're using 10,000 cubic feet of fill from a mitigation bank on that property, which is going to make the flooding around that area totally different. Plus, filling in all that wetland is not a good idea. One of the questions on their application, they were supposed to describe how the project will be designed to avoid adverse effects to the public health, safety, or the welfare of the property of others. Their response had nothing to do with it. It was how they were complying with St. John Water Management District and the federal department, or the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. And I would advise or hope for the fact that should they submit any of these applications to the county, that whoever reviews them follows through and checks on everything that they put on their applications, because so much of what I'm reading is not true. Thank you.
Suzanne Schreiber.
Good morning, Suzanne Schreiber, Ormond Beach. Patricia Franzem could not be here today. We are turning in 2 new letters of opposition to the proposed fuel terminal in Ormond Beach. A letter from the Ormond Beach Aviation Board and a letter from the Tomoka Oaks HOA are being turned into public record here. Separately from that, and on another note, in the FDEP public files, there's a letter sent to the Seminole Tribe of Florida requesting comments, questions, or concerns about the property located on Hall Road. There's also a response from the Seminole Tribe of Florida Historic Preservation Office back to the FDEP. The tribe requests a Phase 1 Cultural Resource Assessment Survey be conducted for subsurface resource archaeological deposits. To do this requires a 404 permit. Activities are proposed in unnamed wetlands within the subject parcel. The system will discharge to the Tomoka River, unnamed branch, and unnamed ditch. A federal court order was issued on February 15th of 2024, divesting, at least for now, FDEP of its authority to issue state 404 permits in Florida. I would assume that Mr. Irvin would know this. Therefore, the survey was not ordered through the FDEP that was requested by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Some 404 permits for the state assumed waters were transferred to the Army Corps of Engineers last week. So the question is, was the 404 permitting file turned over to the Army Corps of Engineers yet, and does the county know? Thank you.
John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. Couple of things. First two items on your consent agenda, pressure washer. The garage in Daytona Beach, in the center of our community, needs to be pressure washed. So I'm asking that now that you have those, that be your priority. And it wouldn't hurt to have this building pressure washed. It's showing its age. Secondly, Jake, Vacation Bible School wouldn't hurt you. Regarding the beach approaches, it's been a year or two with regard to the renewal, the updating of the beach approaches. We now have 4 remaining beach approaches and 1 walkover. We do have the most tourists and the highest use of any part of the beach with the fewest approaches. So I'm asking you to, 1, to see if you can get our approaches opened, and 2, that they be enhanced, because not a single one of them looks like an approach that a thriving tourist center would like to have. So I'm asking you to take a look at those carefully. And with regard to your ability to walk and chew gum at the same time, I have no problem with you guys looking at whatever you're looking at. I mean, sitting on your butt for 8 hours, listening to us talk, there are times when things distract you. There are things that you have to look up. I've heard of many, a half dozen or more. I was just on the internet looking up this, or I was checking on this. They're thinking that you're playing games or whatever, or you're doing something from home or work, when actually some of you guys are actually looking up what people are talking about. It's to their benefit that you have the accurate information. So at some point, we have to let the public know that when you get up to go to the back, it's to go to the bathroom. They have an opportunity, I do, several times, to go downstairs and use the restroom. Why do they deny it to you guys to walk to the back? So the public doesn't know what you're doing, and I know you don't have to explain yourself, but when the public keeps coming up here and condemning you for doing absolutely your job, it doesn't make sense to me. So I don't want to take up everybody's time in, I guess, justifying what you're doing, but somebody has to. Somebody has to say you have every opportunity and need to go through that door. And you're gone for what, seconds, a minute? So it's not like you're going for half an hour. Plus, there's a mic back there. You can hear everything that's going on. And oftentimes I hear you walking out the door. Yes, you're voting on something because you heard it in the back and you wanted to be on the record. So the public doesn't know that, but I think the public needs to know. Thank you.
Thank you. W. Jean Bailey.
Good morning. My name is Jean Bailey, and I'm a resident of DeLand, Florida, a resident of Volusia County. I've been here the last couple meetings requesting that you allow me to place free Narcan vending machines at a couple locations that are on county property. My son, Bradley Bailey, died on Volusia County property. And that's why I'm requesting that these free Narcan machines be put at Dolphin Park and at the bus terminal here in DeLand. Last month I was here. I brought a group of 10 people. I made up a speech. Today I didn't make up a speech. I'm just going to wing it. But those 10 people you guys seen because they were holding up the Narcan boxes as I spoke. The little girl that was sitting up front here, she's 7 years old. Her dad died of an overdose when she was about 4 months old. That little girl never got to meet her father. That little girl is growing up with a single mother. And that's why it's important that we get these Narcan machines out to the people and put in the locations where they're mostly needed. I have businesses. The community is behind me. I have so much support from business owners here in Volusia County. I can put these machines in their locations, but who's going to see them if they're on the 3rd floor of a parking garage? How is someone going to get to them? Again, I was asked by someone at the bridge to put one over at the bus depot because she was running over there 3 times a week to administer Narcan. The people know where the bridge is. It's right across the street. They have free Narcan. Why aren't the people going there and getting it? Because they don't. As some of you, there's a stigma. I'm not ashamed my son did drugs. I am hurt. I am very hurt. And I'm hurt that I can't get the help that I need from the county. I went to court 9 months begging for help for my son. I did not get that help. Now I'm here since February begging for help again to put these machines in a spot that they're needed. My girlfriend was up here last time. She broke down in tears. Her brother died 6 years ago, and it still affects her. So all I'm asking is to be able to put these machines where they're needed, and I need your permission to do that. So please, I'm asking again to give me the permission to put these machines up. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last speaker will be Lisa Burke.
Good morning, everybody. Funny that I come in after that lovely woman. I want to thank the council and especially George Rectomal and Jake and everybody who's come out to the Children's Home. We're now residing Hope, formerly the United Methodist Children's Home. Our programs serve the community. As you well know, our independent living program takes those homeless teens, brings them in, houses them, gets their education, gets them a job, and through partnerships with Senator Wright, we've got them going to the Space Center, becoming welders, making $64 an hour from a homeless teen. I've asked you for your clothing, Danny. Jake has taken the time to get us all situated with the new Votran. George has spent countless hours with us. Jeff has come out, Matt's been there. You three need to come. But Don was our attorney for many years, so he donated most of his time. But we have a program that needs to be brought out to the community. We can serve. We have vacancies. We need to get our word out. We do need our box truck. That's how we support ourselves. We have the thrift store. But we need the little things. If you could just come and donate your time, let the kids know what you did, your past. We would appreciate that. But I just want to thank you. We all have our passions and why we're here today, but you're here to help the community. So if you could just let the community know, we're here, we want to help. And we do have the foster side on the other side where we take in the youth. And we have an actual Volusia County school on campus where those kids get a Volusia County high school diploma from University High School. Our kids are allowed to participate in the Volusia County after school programs. So just because these kids were trafficked, they did not deserve the life we've got. But we give them the opportunity to become better citizens, become what we're looking for. So when you're done with your suits, you can give them to me because those kids go on job interviews and they need good clothes. We did that in Tallahassee when I was with the governor. I need your suits. I need your wife's dresses. And I need a box truck. But I want to thank you especially, and I know that Danny's going to meet me later with some clothes for me, for my kids. So thank you. I appreciate every one of you. You're not idiots. You're amazing. And David and Troy, I hope you'll come out and visit me because I don't go away very easy. I'll be on you. Right, guys?
I've been
Have
out there
a great
twice,
day.
actually.
Okay.
Thank you all. As I think everybody knows, we have a policy on the council that we don't respond to each speaker. I think that was appropriate, David. And I just wanted to say that staff follows up almost immediately with the people that speak that have an issue. So it's not that you're being ignored. And W. Gene Bailey, I would just tell you that help is on the way. You'll probably hear it on comments from the attorneys today. It's been discussed. I just wanted to give you some hope. Okay, that takes us to item 1, which is the approval of the agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda as written?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilman Robbins,
Second.
second by Vice Chair Troy Kent. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0, which brings us to the consent agenda. Does any council member have an item they would like to pull for discussion or a vote? And not seeing any, do I have a motion? I'm sorry, Councilman Robbins.
Motion to approve consent agenda. Second.
I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented by Councilman Robbins, seconded by Councilman Reinhardt. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the consent agenda is approved 7-0. Troy, did you want to say something to the county manager?
Well, we had it's funny, Chairman. We had a perfect record there for a few months, and we're starting it again because we kind of bumped off there. I think it was Councilman Robbins that pulled something, but listen, that's each prerogative. But absolutely, thank you.
Okay, this brings us to item 4, which is strategic goals to increase efficiency. It is will be presented by Ben Bartlett.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Council. Ben Bartlett, Public Works Director. Before you today is the award for your approval of a contract with PCI Municipal Services for proposed off-beach parking program. Real quick update on the timeline since we last discussed this item in front of council was early March. In 4 months, we've moved through the procurement process and through the selection and the recommendation of award by that selection committee to the agenda item here before you today. Just some quick highlights on what we're looking at with this program. It's an LPR program. We're looking at fixed LPR license plate reader cameras as well as mobile LPRs to confirm those have paid and are authorized to park in our off-beach lots. One of the very good, one of the best parts of this proposal is, we discussed it at the last meeting, was the annual pass registration specifically for residents. I believe Mr. Kent brought up the fact that, we weren't currently, when we verify residents, there's some documentation that has to be provided. Mr. Kent had asked if it could be something where somebody enters their address and their license plate number, could that provide some sort of instant verification? We weren't sure if that was possible. PCI has brought a proposal, included in their proposal, that for 90% of the folks that will be applying for these resident passes live in Volusia County, have a vehicle that's registered to their address in Volusia County. They can get to that instant verification without having to upload documents. There are some folks that we do offer the resident rate to, people who own property in Volusia County but may have an address somewhere else, as well as college students might require some additional documentation. So that was one of the big pluses in their proposal. Of course, there's other methods to pay. We can pay by app, text, NFT payments, kiosks at our larger lots. So there's multiple ways for folks who may not be adept at using some of this technology. We're trying to make sure everybody's covered and can pay. And they will be required to have folks who answer phones, as well as a brick and mortar facility so people can come in person and speak to their staff. We're going to have real-time lot capacity accessible through the Beach app. So if folks leave in their house and they want to go to a certain parking lot, they can look it up on the app, which is where most of the transactions are going to occur anyway. They can look that up and see if that lot is full, if it's nearing capacity, and hopefully adjust their plans accordingly. They will have the ability to enforce violations, and this company has experience in Florida with paid off-beach parking programs in other areas. So one thing we're going to need direction on from staff, PCI brought this up in their proposal. There's basically two options. We can start charging folks immediately for paid off-beach parking effective October 1st. It would require expedited public messaging as well as trying to get people registered, and basically from now until October 1. PCI has recommended, and staff agrees with this recommendation, to do a real extensive public messaging and registration campaign. We want to make sure the residents know that this is free for them. And based on PCI's experience in implementing paid off-beach parking programs where it hasn't existed before, they've made the case that really that extended time and that extensive community outreach is important. You don't want to surprise folks. That being said, we can go in both directions. We can implement this October 1, and we would be as aggressive as possible as far as getting folks registered, or we can do it January 1st and have a real comprehensive rollout of the program. It's really at council's discretion. So on the legal side of this, we plan on at the next meeting bringing the agreement with the sheriff's office to include enforcement, or to allow PCI to perform enforcement on the off-beach parking. And then the next item on this agenda will be the modifications to the beach code, or the modifications to the code that include the paid off-beach parking rates as discussed in the March meeting, complimentary parking for residents, and the off-beach fine structure exactly as discussed in the previous March meeting. So currently on this particular agenda item, we're requesting approval of the contract and award to PCI Services, and then also direction on whether council is good with a January 1 rollout, or would prefer the October 1 rollout. Happy to answer any questions. We've got folks from PCI here to answer any questions, should you have them as well.
Thank you, Ben. I think we do have multiple questions. We'll start with Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good job, Ben, for you and your team. I think I have two questions. And it may or may not be relative to right now, but just I want to get this off my thought process. The free parking to Volusia County resident option, we decided on a sunset on that. When would the start date? I can't recall of that, and when would the end date?
That specifically applies to the off-beach parking. I'm sorry, to the on-beach parking, which is not part of this program. This is strictly off-beach. But to answer your question, the code revision that would change the rates accordingly for on-beach parking that was discussed at the March meeting does include that sunset provision. You should be seeing that at the next meeting.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And then
be clear, there's no sunset for resident off-beach parking.
Yes, correct.
It should remain free.
Only for the beach. Yeah, if I recall, I think that was my idea, and then Troy liked it.
Correct. It was your idea, correct?
No, congratulations.
I don't want to speak for what
I got to bust Troy's chops. It's early. But I'll say this, since I mentioned your name, good job on this. I know this has been a passion of yours from the beginning, so we're here today to complete that. Second question. As when you say October 1st versus I think January 1st, 2 months versus 4 months marketing plan, can someone educate me on what's going to happen in those 2 to 4 months, and why is 4 months better than 2 months? I'm not against it. Just can someone give me some what's going to happen in that time period?
Sure. So, assuming council approves the contract today, purchasing folks would issue a notice to proceed. It would be effective a certain date, and they would start working on it. If we were to go live on October 1, Paolo will speak to this on the next agenda item, but the way the code change is written is we can start charging for parking when those lots get signed, when the signs go up that say it's paid parking. So if we put the signs up October 1, we can start charging. If we put them up January 1, we can start charging then. So there's the flexibility to allow that. The October 1 deadline, they can get the signs up and they can get mobile payments going through the app. The kiosk equipment requires some time, so there would be a lag. They're going to have that equipment here by January 1, so there would be some payment options that would not be available initially on the October 1 date. You know what I'm saying? So with the kiosk at the larger lots where you can walk up and stick your credit card in, might not be available until that equipment comes in. It requires, they can't order it until we issue them a notice to proceed on the contract. So on a January 1 rollout, all those items would be in and ready to go. And then just really, a lot of it's the extra time on the education and really getting the word out to everybody and getting people registered, getting the residents registered, because that was one of the directives from council was, we don't want this to be a secret. We want people and live in Volusia County to know that they can park for free on the off-beach parking, and that requires them to register. So that's really the two differences. And it is kind of the downtime between October 1 and December. There is some revenue loss that would occur by not charging between those dates, between October 1 and January 1. But we staff feels that would be offset by our ability to really get the word out and register folks and make sure that there's no misunderstandings. We don't want people pulling into a parking lot. Hey, they said it was free and they just didn't register. I mean, we can get, there's multiple ways we can get the word out. It just increases that time.
So, so if I understand you correctly, January 1, everything operational. October 1, parts of it will not be ready to be deployed. Is that
Correct.
fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. And then the last question, Mr. Chair, on the enforcement side, and you said there's going to be an agreement between the sheriff's office and the vendor to give them the rights to do that. Do we have an itemized breakdown on what that cost is projected to be, or they just absorbed it in the full contract?
That is the enforcement, everything is included, the equipment, the maintenance, everything is included in their annual fee that they're charging us. It's a turnkey system that they provide.
Okay. And I'll just preface this, that I asked that question for a reason, for something else I'll bring up later. So just,
okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ben, many residents of Volusia County have multiple cars. Husband has a car, wife has a car. How will that be handled? Is only one car allowed to get a parking pass?
No, multiple vehicles will be allowed to register.
Okay.
As long as they're tied to the address and the resident.
Okay. This is the biggest question I'm getting online. So thank you for handling it so well. Most people thought residents were being charged as well. Run me quickly through, and maybe they would want to, through the process of getting registered.
Well, actually, I'll turn that one over to our parking consultant here or our parking vendor with PCI. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah. Good morning. I'm Jack Skelton. I'm a principal and owner of PCI Municipal Services. The registration process for the residents will be very simple. Most of the people from our experience will utilize the website access, and they'll simply go in, enter their required information. As we spoke earlier, there will be an automatic authentication process to expedite the process. Once they set up their account, they will be able to go in and self-manage their data. So if they buy a new vehicle, or if their wife or someone comes to live with them and they qualify as a resident, they'll be able to add license plates and update the system on their own for convenience sake. The other 20% will be able to come to one of our brick and mortar. We're looking at a couple of office locations within the county. They can come in for assistance during office hours. And additionally, we'll have a 24/7 call center that will answer calls. There will be videos posted on a parking website that will walk them through every aspect of the permitting process.
Perfect. Thank you.
And it's very similar to the system you have with SunPass now. I don't know if you utilize it. I utilize it myself, but they've gone essentially to pay by plate, and you can go on and add a license plate to your account.
Right.
And it's very simple.
Sounds like it. Thank you very much. Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I had three questions, Ben, one of which Mr. Santiago asked with respect to the agreement with VCSO. This has already been talked with them, and
yes, we've been coordinating with the sheriff's office. Right now, the way the statute reads is only the sheriff has the authority to provide parking enforcement specialists.
Yep.
So these are your non-law enforcement officers who their only power is to enforce kind of parking. So that's kind of the law enforcement side. Because it's proprietary, that's an option. You know, just like our parking garage, we can operate that on a proprietary level.
same with cities.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. The lot capacity that you talked about, I like that idea, the fact that it's online. Will there be signs on site to reflect that as well?
Yeah, there will be signage at the lot itself. So if
Okay.
someone were to drive, we're going with a green light, a red light, yellow light, green light type
Kind of like
situation.
what the lots are as you're coming down the highway with respect to the
Yeah,
the
they
truck.
put exact number of
Yeah.
spaces. We're not
We're
going to
not
get to
gonna
that
do that.
level of detail, but really it's going to be a green. It's wide open. Right, I know. But it'll be both. The tolls and the parking will have a similar type.
And last question, with respect to the local residents, and I like the fact that you're given more time frame. I like that as well. But inevitably, somebody will forget. Will they be given the opportunity to correct that? In other words, if they receive a bill saying, you should have paid, I meant to register, is there a time frame, a threshold that they can have that, taken care of, so to speak?
There was a discussion at the last March meeting about offering, for lack of a better term, a mulligan to residents. who
Yes,
may have
yeah,
parked.
thank you. I wasn't going to use that, but you got
the,
it.
The council at the time decided not to.
Okay.
Which is one reason we're kind of recommending the January.
The
1
January to give them more
to
time frame.
Really, so
Okay.
we can really hit it hard on the.
Well, if that's the case,
yeah.
then definitely we're good with that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Vice Chair Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And I'll just start with Ben and team. Excellent job on this thus far. So, a couple of questions. Looking at item 3, it says estimated annual expenditure 1.5 million, and then there's 1.3 million crossed out. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Sure. The PCI is offering a discount if they were awarded both contracts. We're still moving forward the procurement process on the off-beach parking, and we anticipate bringing that to council at the next meeting. So if they were to be awarded both, that 1.5 would see a $250,000 reduction in their annual fee. The estimated at the time in March when we were kind of estimating our revenue and our costs, I believe we estimated the price annual expenditure for this program at 1.9 million. So it did come in slightly lower than what we had estimated.
Thank you. And what kind of revenue can the county, and I appreciate you putting that on the public record, which is why I wanted you to answer that. What kind of revenue are we looking at?
We're still projecting the same, revenue that we did in the March. So we're looking at roughly $8 million in gross, and then you would less out the cost of this program. So you're looking at just over $6 million in net revenue that we don't currently get.
Fantastic. And then, lastly, I'll just say I'm real cautious to use the word free because this isn't free. Our residents have already paid for this. I say our residents are able to park at these locations at no extra charge. That's just me, because I received some pushback a little bit earlier last year when we used the term free, and the residents already paid for this. This was a capital projects that have already been paid for. They paid for it with their tax dollars. So we're going to allow them to park at their parking lots that they paid for at no extra charge. Thank you.
Very good point, sir. You're correct.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, I don't know if this is for Ben or the gentleman from PCI, but a lot of these LPRs are tied in to law enforcement, obviously, for alerts such as Amber Alerts. Will this be tied in to law enforcement?
We've had those discussions with the SO in terms of our systems will be separate. In other words, the database that the SO uses is not what these folks will be using. That being said, and we haven't finalized this, whether or not, how the SO could access our system, should they be looking, Amber Alert type situation or Silver Alert, we're still working out those details. We've offered that up to them as a possibility if they were so inclined, but it would be a one-way type situation where they could just read our data. We wouldn't have no access to any.
I was going to say, because I noticed on the proposal here, it says, like most LPRs, they not only get the tag, but they can actually video the driver, the vehicle, the people within the vehicle. And being on a beach, being where abductions could quite potentially happen to children, I would like to at least have the council offer that to the sheriff and give them a direct line to this.
It has been offered at the staff level, if y'all want to express your support for that as well.
Yeah.
But basically, they have, we've offered them the ability to pull the data. You know, how quick that can occur still is yet to be worked out. But basically, if they're looking for a certain license plate, we can get them the data of the LPRs that our cameras are reading, and then they can pull the data, and it would show them where that license plate was.
How long would we preserve the video imagery as well as the LPR stuff? Until it, I'm assuming it's like most video, it just runs itself out after a while?
It's a policy decision, sir, in storage capacity. So we would have to work with the staff on what that would be.
And we would have to ensure that it met the requirements for sunshine and records keeping and all
Exactly.
that. So we would make sure that probably, I would imagine that we would, at a minimum, meet those standards.
Is that part of something we have to vote on today, or is that something
No,
we
I
can do
mean,
later on?
what we've already offered that ability for the sheriff's office to access that data. So unless you told us not to, we're going to proceed down that path.
I'm just wondering how long we'll preserve it. So if it ever becomes an issue.
I can get you that information, but at a minimum, we're going to be meeting the standards required by state statute to preserve those records. So
Any idea what that might be?
I'll let the lawyer handle that.
So this isn't law enforcement data, so we would be subject to the retention schedule from their public records. So, you know, I believe it may be a couple years of when we have to retain all the data. I'll need to check with Russ on, you know, what the is it the library from the state, the retention schedule for these. Yeah.
And that would be video data as well?
Yeah, so everything involved is a public record, which has, you know, we line it up to the retention schedule, and that's how long we have to keep it for.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councilman Santiago.
Yeah, I wasn't going to talk about the data. I obviously we have to do some more research, so I get that. And I see the value in it for public safety part, right? But I also see the cost also for retaining data for 2 years minimum, or whatever it might be, right? And I would say it probably is. We have a very, and this is my opinion, a very liberal view of public records since I've come here, and in most cases, in my opinion, it's been a good one. But at the same time, I think the interpretation may be of what value does it have still for this for utilization, whether or not it's still required to be retained.
Well, we would have to retain that data anyway for citations and things like that.
Yeah, I'm talking about all video and all that stuff.
Right. Well, especially the video, like if you get the SunPass, you know, they have the picture of your license plate, so
that's if they gave you a ticket.
That's if they
But I don't know if they keep every tag that goes through there, every video.
And we can get that clarified.
I just wanted to throw that out there.
But at a minimum, the SO would be able to pull our data and see
if
when
this tag
that
number went through.
particular tag accessed and left.
That's
one of
different.
our-
Yeah, that's low
Correct.
data stuff.
Correct.
My question was on the enforcement staff. I just want to go back there real quick. What's the staffing plan for enforcement?
So enforcement will be a combination of mobile enforcement vehicles. We'll have staff, up to 5 mobile vehicles patrolling the parking lots at any given time.
Okay.
And then we'll also have a number of the lots, any lot that's over 20 spaces, will have automated LPR capabilities. So those systems will be checking and recording data. Those citations are not issued by a system, though. It's just data that is verified twice before an actual letter is sent out in the mail to make sure they're accurate.
And the manpower that's doing that work, that's basically during beach hours?
It would be during the hours where payments are required.
And that's during beach hours, right?
Right. We currently have hours set by council when the lots are allowed to be parked in, which I believe like 11 p.m. and I don't remember when the opening. 5 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Vice Chair Troy Kent.
Chairman, if there's questions, I'll take my name off. I was going to make a motion at this time because I didn't see any other names. Is there another question?
Yep, okay. One more question from Councilman Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. As I was walking back in, apologize, Councilman Reinhardt, you had asked about if it was a resident, but I didn't catch. You had said Mulligan. How many chances do we get, or does the resident get?
0. Council directed us with 0 mulligans. So if someone, that's why, the aggressive education campaign and pushing it to January 1 to try to make everyone understand that they have to register if they're a resident to get free parking.
Council, just my immediate thought with that, for whatever it's worth. We have an extremely high elderly population. And listen, if they're going to be staffing it, in my opinion, and they're going to have people by a phone, there's going to be continual issues. I mean, my father's 83. He has a hard time turning on the same dish network every time. And it's been like that for 15 years. So I'd like to see, I don't know if council can get on board with this. We can come to some sort of middle ground. Listen, if they're a resident, let's get them. I don't want to hammer our people. If they're a resident and we're doing all this for them, let's not jam it. Let's try to get them across the line however we can. And I don't believe in a mulligan or 1, 2, 3 for our residents. Let's see if we can maybe, if they need help registering, if that's what it takes, let's do it.
They would definitely, if they need help registering, or they will have not 24-hour phone, and those phone numbers will be posted at all the lots, as well as an actual brick and mortar location where they can go in and meet folks. So to that point, that will be.
I just don't want to penalize, because things are going to happen with old
understand.
folks. I just don't want to keep penalizing them and saying, oh, okay, Mr. So-and-so, and this is your last shot, and stick them with a fine. I don't want that. I'm curious to see what other people have to say. Thanks.
Okay. Is that the last question? Jake, you have a question? Okay.
I
Councilman
just want to
Johansson.
verify. I think we talked at a prior staff meeting, but the directions on how to do this will be on one of the signs in the parking lot, right? If I walk up and I don't know what the heck I'm doing, there's going to be, if you're a resident, follow the file 3 or call this number and we'll help you through it.
Our goal is to make it as clear as possible that if you're a resident, here's how you park for free.
Got it. Is there going to be signage in the parking lots from October 1st to December 1st saying, get a head start, download this app?
Yeah, we got
start logging on now.
multiple methods of alerting people and making them aware, and signage in some of those lots will be key. Those folks that are parking there, to let them know.
As I thought. All right, thank you. Go ahead, Jessica.
Oh, sorry.
Jessica Fentress, Volusia County Coastal Director. Just as another level of customer service for our residents and our visitors, the PCI has proposed some ambassadors that are walking our lots, signing our lots in advance of fees going into effect, just so no one, here's a pamphlet on how to register. We're trying to make it as simple and easy as possible. Allowing us to go to January 1 gives us that time to do boots on the ground notification to our users.
Okay, very good. Thank you. That's the end of questions. We'll go into debate to discuss this. To begin, we have Vice Chair Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman Brower. And before I go into debate, I'll go ahead and make a motion. And my motion is to approve item number 3, an award of agreement for paid parking services off-beach parking to PCI Municipal Services, effective January 1.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to approve the agreement with the effective date of January 1st. The motion is by Troy Kent. The second is by David Santiago.
Real quick clarification. The contract would go into effect immediately,
Yes.
but we would not charge parking until January 1.
Correct.
And I'm not sure, Paolo reminded me in case there's public comment as well.
Paulo, what?
Paolo reminded me that I don't know if you have a public comment.
We do. We do. There's one member of the public that would like to speak, and council, we can have her go first, or you can, okay. Let's call Connie Colby. You will have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, Connie Colby. I didn't see any place on the paperwork that said that we would get some money out of this deal, while I was seeing that we would be spending $1 million a year plus. So that part makes me feel a little bit better. My question is, how many parking lots is this covering? And could we have maybe a map at some time as to where they are? Thank you.
Thank you. Ben Bartlett, you're going to deal with that.
Yeah, we can definitely provide a map and a list. It was definitely part of the at least the list of all the lots was part of the presentation back in March. But we have maps, and we can provide that information, and we'll have that available through the parking website as well.
It's also available online by phone, so you can see if parking lots are full or not. Thank you. Good question. All right, Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you again, Chairman. And Ms. Colby, that's exactly why I asked the question, so that you would hear and everybody could hear that this was actually going to generate revenue and not on the backs of the residents of Volusia County who've already paid for the parking lot. So with this going through, I just want to say, if it goes through, council, thank you. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to bring this up, to talk about this. In terms of timelines, I just have to tell you, and this is no offense to government, but this has moved at warp speed whenever you look at how things go through any government body. And I'm appreciative to you gentlemen. I'm appreciative to George, you and your team. And this is part one. Part two should be at our next meeting, where we will get our residents on their beach driving at no extra charge. And that is, in my opinion, the most impactful, biggest change, positive change in Volusia County on our beaches in 36 years. So this is extremely exciting to not only me, but to hundreds of thousands of our residents, and we still offer a top-notch experience not only to our residents but to our visitors alike. So I'm very, very pleased with the way this is going, and I'll be even more excited at our next meeting when we tie everything down with the on-beach parking and driving for our residents. Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with the January start date. That's why I seconded it. And what was most impactful for me to support that, because originally I wanted to go October 1st, but knowing that not all pieces would be ready for October 1st, I'd rather let's just start everything. That way people start learning everything from the beginning versus here's one piece and here's another piece and drip. So with January 1st, and I wanted to echo one of Troy's comments on this moved very fast. So thank you. It's not the norm, again, not an insult. It's a compliment, because
I believe you made that comment at the last meeting. You want us to move it faster than government speed.
Oh,
so
awesome. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, staff. So I'm happy to see that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to use your word again, mulligan. I mean, because you threw it out there. And it was interesting to hear that Mr. Robbins, I think, is on the same page as I am. That I know we talked about it, and I know we agreed to it before to push it back. And we talked about the fact that we're going to start this in January, and the aggressive campaign that'll be utilized in order to train people. And you said there'll be the tag reader when they come into the lot, so it's already recorded the fact that the individual's not registered. And yes, he can go and park his car, or she can park her car and do the registration. Then will that erase the fine, so to speak? Is there a time frame? I'm getting in the weeds a little bit, but inevitably these questions will be asked. So I mean, we do have and one more question before you answer. Excuse me. With the amount of people that are coming into Volusia County every day, we have a lot of residents that have been here forever, but I anticipate a lot more coming in. Everybody talks about that, the amount of people that are moving into the state of Florida, and inevitably somebody will not know. And I just have issue with the fact that we're going to hammer that word, or citizen, that at least give them the opportunity to fix it. I don't know. I'm curious how the rest of my colleagues feel about that. And if not, I mean, I love the idea, and I love the idea of waiting till January, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
If the policy was to allow residents who had not registered and received a violation, the policy was to allow them a certain time frame to go in and register,
yes,
which would in fact void the citation, we could enable that.
Okay.
It would simply be a policy.
It would be a policy change, and I'm a lot more comfortable with that. So.
No more questions for you, but Troy, I wanted to let you know I'm going to support this, of course, vote for it. I hope that we get a unanimous vote here. Mrs. Colby, you had a great question. That it's really expensive to maintain our beach. It's expensive to provide safety services, cleanup, keeping ramps open, grading, all of that. This helps us cover that cost with people from out of town that before had no skin in the game for maintaining for it, because the word free is really a misnomer here. That our own residents are paying for the beach already, and so this ends. This will not be a second charge to them. So I'm going to support this. I hope the entire council does. Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since Matt, went against the rules and asked a question, I'm just going to ask a hypothetical question. I got a question. What happens? What are we going to do with rental cars? Do we have a process in place there? Because we have a lot of visitors that'll come in, rent the car, and go and park, and some of them may say, "I'm not paying nothing. It's a rental car."
Yes, we're quite accustomed to dealing with rental car agencies in every city across the country, and there will be a protocol for them to administer.
Cool. And then, thank you for that. And Matt, I guess, and Danny on the what we called mulligan or not mulligan, I think your description is probably a good one. If somebody pulled in the tag reader and they weren't registered, can they cure that? Right? That's basically the question. And I'm okay with a cure, but that cure has to happen like 24 hours. None of this, because there's administrative cost to all of that. Later on, if they register the same day, I'm just throwing ideas. If they still register the same day, and they went in, I can accept that. But I think we discussed we used the term mulligans back then. I think the council said no mulligans. Just have good signage, have good marketing, and there comes to a point that people just have to be accountable. We're doing a good thing, but let's not just continue to add more and more red tape into this. This is it. It's free. Do the right thing. And I'm okay with a cure period. Like I said, same day, or 24-hour cure period. I just wanted to, I think Danny said, let's find a middle ground. I think that might be a good one. So I just thoughts, respond.
Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you, Chairman, and I'm going to apologize as Councilman Santiago did. Quick question. When someone registers their vehicle for the off-beach parking and they're a resident, and let's say that this company does get the agreement for the on-beach parking as well, will that tie over? They won't have to register their vehicle again?
Yeah, there would be a single interface where they would.
So that's done. Okay, good to know. And then, because I was the maker of the motion, Council, I wanted to just kind of look at you with a head nod or thumbs up or whatever to see how I was going to amend the motion about this mulligan issue, because we did talk about that, and my memory's right. Last time we talked about it, I was a little concerned about some of our residents needing a pass, for lack of better terms, if they messed up. But what is this 24 hours you're talking about? Explain that to me. And does that need to be amended into the motion? Or Ben, do you want to talk about 24 hours?
I think Ben has the answer.
So currently, as we're directed to proceed with this, would be if someone pulls in and hasn't registered as a resident, they would receive a citation, or if they don't pay. I think a reasonable, it sounds like this cure period would be a situation, someone pulls in, they're a resident, they realize that they're not registered, and within 24, 48 hours, they go online, or maybe they pick up the phone and they call the number, how do I register as a resident? And within that time period, they register as a resident, it would negate the issuance of a citation, basically to that effect, and it was like they were already registered.
George, Mike, would you feel more comfortable if we amended the motion to include that?
One clarification I would like to make is if someone is a resident and they pull in and pay, I don't think we want to get into a refund type situation. I just want to allow them to. Right.
Yeah, Mr. Ken, I think that's fine, or if you want to do it by separate vote.
So I'll just amend my motion to include the verbiage. You said 24 to 48 hours. Which one?
Whichever one the council, we can do. It's just a software change.
Then I'm going to say 48 hours because I think it helps even more. So I'm going to amend my motion to say that we give our Volusia County residents up to 48 hours.
Cure period.
Kill period?
Cure.
Period to make the adjustment needed so that they don't get charged.
Since I was second motion, I accept that.
Thank you.
Okay. Pardon me? Yes, I saw it up there. Okay, so we have an amended motion. Let's take a quick vote on that, on the amendment, just to keep everything legal. The amendment is just adding the 48-hour cure period. Is everyone cure is different than the kill period? It's cure period. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, the amendment passes 6-1, and we have one more comment from Jake Johansson.
Thank you, Chairman. I just need that, I wanted to speak to the original motion. So the way I see it, we're giving people a 4-month cure period, if you will. I'm going to arrive at this parking lot on or about the 15th of October. I'm going to see a bunch of what they're charging, and then there's going to be a sign or ambassador there saying, "Oh, but don't worry, Mr. Johansson, you're a resident. All you got to do is download the app." Well, can I do that now? Yeah, I'll do that now. Boy, is it hot out here. How you doing today? App downloads. All you got to do, just take a picture or whatever you got to do, put in your thing. And 45 minutes later or 25 minutes later, it's like, oh, look, it says you're a resident because it automatically communicates. So I said, so I have to pay today? Somebody or a sign says, no, it's not till January 1st. So January 1st rolls around, I park in that spot, it reads my thing, I follow the directions or go to the kiosk or don't go to the kiosk, and I'm good to go. So for the confused people, there's going to be ambassadors. And 4 months of let's not be confused. So let's say somebody shows up on February 1st, has never been to the beach before, but is a resident, and goes in there, and they're like, what the heck? I gotta pay for parking now. And they look and they look at the sign that says, if you're a resident, follow the rules. And they're like, nah, I'm just going to pay today. And they pay today, they take a picture of the rules, and they go to the beach, and they figure out how to do it while they're at the beach. And then next time, something lets them know that they park for free. Or they're like we do now. We forget our Sun Pass. And we drive through and we pay the fee. Or we drive the car without the Sun Pass, or we're driving somebody else's car. And we're like, I shouldn't have taken the rental car. And we pay the fee. I think, in general, we need to give our county citizens just a little bit more credit for being smart. We are not a stupid batch of people here. We can figure this out. And if we can't, we got tons of people. Have you ever seen it happen? We got tons of people saying, "Sir, are you confused? Can I help you?" Happens all the time. And two, I don't mind the 48-hour period, but government isn't here always to solve everybody's every problem. So that's where I stand, and that's the only reason I need. I'm going to support it as the motion stands 100% because I want to move on and do the right thing for our citizens. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, don't see any more comments, so I will call for the vote. The motion on the floor is to approve the agreement for paid parking services with a 48-hour cure period and a January 1st start date. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries 7-0, unanimous.
Paolo's up next with the chain.
Paulo, you are doing item 4, the
That's
actual
correct, Mr. Chair.
ordinance.
Paulo Soria, Senior Assistant County Attorney. This is item 4, ordinance 2024-21, off-beach parking fee. This amends 3 separate provisions upon direction of council. Is a daily fee of $20. We are charging taxes and any applicable convenience charges. $100 for an annual pass, plus taxes and credit, and $0 or no additional fee if you are a resident and a property owner and you register in the county. Upon direction of council, the penalty is $50 if paid within 14 days of postmark and $100 if paid afterwards. Hours of parking for these facilities remain 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. Unless otherwise signed. So, on a parcel by parcel basis, we can change those hours. The ordinance does have an effective date of October 1st. However, upon discussion and, what the council previously directed us, we will make the program effective January 1st because it requires the placement of signs. Other parking violations, such as, parking in a disabled area or parking in a fire lane zone, those are handled separately, and as always, $250 charge for if you, park in a handicapped accessible spot. So having that, this is our staff's recommendation is approval of the ordinance.
Are there any questions for Attorney Soria?
Yes.
You do have a question?
Yes.
Okay. Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Paolo or Ben, after a resident signs up for this, will they have to annually redo it, or will it just carry over the following year?
That would be a policy decision if it automatically renewed. Renewals are typically set up where we have to re-authenticate residency. So there is a possibility that we could have a certain segment that automatically renew. Again, it just comes down to policies.
Currently right now.
And Ben, before you get going, I'll just tell you where I am with it. I want it as seamless as possible, as easy as possible for our residents. So someone that signs up for it, if they didn't have to renew it every year, I would be a huge advocate for that.
Yeah, the one question actually I would have is whether if someone sells their vehicle, but in Florida the license plate stays with the person. So typically I don't see why that would be a problem. So from a policy standpoint, I think, does the code call for yearly renewal?
No, that would be a policy decision based upon, how we want to set this up. It
Yeah.
really sets up the requirements and the penalties for not doing. Automatic renewal is something that you can direct us to do. That's handled internally. Purposely, I didn't want to bog down the code in those kind of details.
Yeah, and council, since this is new to our county, certainly not new to others, but since our residents won't be paying twice for this, to me it's sort of a moot point that I think it just makes sense to make this as seamless and easy as possible for our residents, so that once they've signed up for it, and as even if they sell their car, because like you said, the license plate stays with the owner.
So it's really if they were to move out of the county. But the policy is, do we require them to submit something? They would still run a check on the 12th month, and if somebody did move or their registration changed, they would be dropped as a resident.
And state law, I think, is 10 days within moving anywhere, residence, wherever. You must let your driver's license reflect that.
Yeah, the one gap would be, let's say someone registered and then 2 months later moved to, another county, and then theoretically they the resident rate for the rest of that year until they polled on the 12th month. So That would be the only gap, but otherwise it wouldn't require anybody to register.
I'll hold off on the motion, Chairman, until I hear the rest of the questions. Thank you.
Yeah, and I was just going to say then, if you're the one that makes the motion, I would suggest just making that part of the motion, part of the policy, that they automatically renew it. Sounds like they have the ability to do that quite well. Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Kent, just dawned on me real quick. When we go to register our vehicles, we do it for a year or 2 years, right? How hard would it be? I don't know if staff can answer this question or if it's been done anywhere else. They can check a box when they're getting their registration. Hey, I want to pay this, if it's free, hey, and it goes into the system. Is there any communication between systems? That's something that these folks can do every year. That way it's out of their way when they pay their registration. It's attached to their tag. It's attached to their residence. It's attached to the vehicle.
We looked at that a little bit. That's not something was deemed feasible to go through. Basically requiring the registration through the vendor is the ideal way to do this. You're having the tax collector check a box, or they can get renew their driver's license in other. You don't necessarily have to renew it in Volusia County, or get your tag in Volusia County. So the database will be accessible.
I'm sorry, did you say you don't have to renew your stuff in Volusia County if you live in Volusia County? And if so, what type of sorcery are you talking about? I'm old school, I guess.
Well,
I thought you had to do it here.
You can renew your driver's license in other counties. It doesn't necessarily.
I was just talking about registrations.
Car registration?
Yeah.
At this point, no.
Okay.
To answer your question directly,
So
no. The answer is no.
Say we did check the box. All they'd have to do is send that information to their system, and boom, it'd be there and say, hey.
I mean, one thing we can look at is to get more efficient on the registration, but as of right now, I don't believe that's a capability we can do.
Okay, questions. David Santiago.
One question, Mr. Chair. Are we getting rid of the need for that ugly sticker after this?
Yes.
Questions, Jake Johansson. Okay, you're done with questions? You're going to make a motion.
Yes, sir.
Vice Chair Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman Brower. I'm going to make a motion. Before I do, I'll just say, George, this is going to be heavy on your shoulders, but, the educational piece, getting this out is hugely important, and I know that you and your team are up to the challenge.
Okay.
I will make a motion at this time to approve item 4, and I will just add that once a vehicle is registered, a resident is registered in Volusia County, that we make it as seamless as possible so that it continues on year after year.
Okay. Can we just call that auto registration?
Auto registration, absolutely.
I have a motion on the floor by Vice Chair Kent. Is there a second? Okay, David Santiago makes a second. And before we go into debate, we do have one member of the public that would like to speak to this, John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. I have several questions. I voted for consolidation of the beach years ago. There was no charge for the beach years ago. And if we had passed this years ago, we're talking about a loss of $100 million if we had done this originally. And to me, $100 million is real money. So it's about time. Secondly, we're missing out by limiting it to just the county property. All right? My uncle was in charge of Coral Gables, and he was in charge of parking. And what he did was he went to the churches and to other locations and put meters. On our beach side, we have like 5 in Daytona Beach areas that we could put public parking. For 40 years, there was a space right in front of Bel Air Plaza, 235 parking spaces that we never ever used. On Ocean Avenue, there's 2 vacant lots that we could use on the ocean. So we have these Why not reach an agreement and put public parking there? And they can monitor it. All right? I'm not really a fan of the unpaid parking for residents. I consider user fees, those of us that want it. I'm considered lazy. I'm considered cheap. My sister calls it frugal. It takes me almost 5 minutes to walk to the beach from my house. All right? But I'd rather hop in my car and drive. So for the next meeting, I would ask you to ask staff, how much are we going to lose by not charging residents? Because what happens is people like me who won't pay to be there. If it's free, I'll take it. So how many of our residents who would not have paid will go to the beach and take up those locations in which we would have charged? So that's a loss item, and I think it's something that we should consider. It may not be significant, but if it is, it should be something in your vote. What's my other thing? Oh, there used to be a motor vehicle division somewhere, because I used to have to buy my license plate every year. Then they went to little decals every year. I'm still paying for my license plate and my decal every year. Can't we do this for Volusia County? Yeah, all of us that have our tags that we buy automatically go in the system. So we don't have to do, because I'm not computer literate.
Thank
So
you.
this way, everybody gets it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 points for discussion. I think to answer part of his question on the cost, I think when we first moved this item forward, we discussed that, and I think that was a risk that we determined that we were willing to take. And then we added the sunset. If you recall, the purpose for the sunset was to see what that effect would be on funding, to see if we want to renew it for the following term. I think Ben just gave me the finger. What did you? I don't know.
The sunset's only for on-beach parking.
Thank you for clarifying.
This is
that.
off-beach.
Yes.
And,
and I think that's what he was talking about, but I'm not sure. He was talking about the beach.
Correct.
Yes.
And real quick, I think it was auto registration was mentioned in the motion. I want to confirm you mean auto renewal.
Correct. I was going to say that.
Clarification.
So that was on my list. Auto renewal, but still does the verification to make sure they're eligible.
Correct.
That's what I wanted to make sure. That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. My only comment is to a comment that Mr. John Nicholson said, and I just have to tell you, I don't see it as any loss whatsoever when you talk about not charging residents. In fact, those residents that show up, that when they hear it's free and they didn't go before, that's a win. That's a gain. We didn't lose anything. We gained our resident back, because there are many that since 1986, 1987 refused to go to the beach and participate because they didn't pay extra before and they refused to pay extra. So I just wanted you to know, I look at that differently. It is not a loss. It is a definite gain. And also bringing those people back to the beach who are going to spend money in areas on the beach side, which is a huge win. Thank you.
However, Mr. Nicholson, I will tell you, when you mentioned opening up public parking lots, I did see PCI's eyes kind of light up. And say, no, he says no. Okay, Councilman Don Dempsey.
Just the one thing I've witnessed in my life is in support of what Troy just said is in DeLand. I don't know if you remember, about 25 years ago, we used to have parking meters all through downtown DeLand, and it was called Deadland back then. And I never forget, Main Street DeLand made a push to get rid of all the parking meters. They actually auctioned or sold the parking meters for $50 a piece, and I almost bought one to put in my office so I could time my consultations, but I didn't. But anyway, the one thing I noticed is probably within 6 months to a year after those meters being removed and having free parking downtown in DeLand, it changed the whole dynamic of our economy. So there is a lot of support, in my opinion. I've seen it. So hopefully this off-beach free parking to residents will help the downtown merchants and, in that area. So maybe it will be a benefit. So that's all. Thanks.
Any other comments? If not, we have a motion on the floor to approve ordinance 2024-20 1 for off-beach parking fees with automatic renewal. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And ordinance passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Well done. Thank you, Ben. Item 5 will be continued to August 6, 2024. Item 6 is a quasi-judicial hearing, special exception for a forestry resource subdivision located at 665 Lake George Road. And Clay Irvin, you're going to present this to us. Before you do, I will just ask the council if anyone has any ex parte to declare. None. Okay, apparently there is none, so Director Irvin.
Good morning, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. In your zoning ordinance, there is a provision for a forestry resource subdivision. This is a tool we use to grant flexibility for folks within that land use and zoning category to allow for a less dense residential, but being able to continue on and use the other property for things such as forestry resources. In this particular situation, we actually have a property owner who's gone through the painstaking efforts to restore their property in accordance with best management practices and is seeking this approval so that they can carve out 10 acres out of their 30-acre tract for their homestead and sell the remaining 20 acres to the St. Johns River Water Management District for inclusion into the Lake George Forest and Wildlife Management Area. Staff reviewed it for compliance with our special exception criteria in section 72-293. It complies with that. It went forward to your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission with a recommendation of approval. It's coming to you today with a recommendation from them unanimously to approve this special exception. If there's any questions for staff, we'll be glad to answer it.
Questions? David Santiago.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And so, correct me if I'm wrong, Clay. Thanks for the presentation first. This is an example of when government can get together with a private property owner to preserve land and have land opportunity for them to either build or develop in the future. So it's can I describe it as a win-win and it doesn't cost us anything?
With no offense to Glenn Storch, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We do have one member of the public who would like to speak to this. Henry Morgenstern, are you there? You are. Thank you. He is the applicant.
Hi, good morning. Henry Morgenstern, Seville. I'm the applicant. I filled it out because I didn't know if you wanted to hear from me or anything. I did look. There are a couple things that are were in the application and in the Planning Commission hearing. I don't know if that's all automatically in the record or not.
Yes.
Okay. In your notes, I was looking through the minutes. I mean, he said it all right, and what he said is true. And I've worked a long time to get that property restored, and I'm very happy to help contribute to the surrounding water management area. The only thing that was just want to point out a couple of things that were not in your minutes, but however were at the Planning Commission in the record, and that is that I did receive an email from Cynthia Venuti, who is your Volusia County Resource Stewardship Land Manager, who is very familiar with the properties, helped me, been out there several times, who wrote me and said she was very excited and about, quote, having the property added to the Lake George Forest and Wildlife Management Area. You've done a great work out there, and now your legacy will be able to live on.
Yeah.
Unquote. So I was very happy, and I had a great relationship with her. She's done a great job out there managing the property, and I wanted her to manage it. And she also wanted me to mention that Volusia Forever is also in favor of this. And the other thing is that your notes mentioned that George Johnson stated he was in support, but neglected to mention that George Johnson was the district conservationist at the USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service, the land office, during many of the years, and he worked with me and was one of the, he's not just a citizen coming up approving it. he's the USDA guy that was monitoring and watching what I was doing, and he testified, stated to the good job I'd done and the great value it would be to the management area. This is not just another bunch of woods. This has rare and valuable ecosystems. I think it's reflected in the record somewhere of a scrubby flatwood, a tupelo swamp. It's a riverine corridor. It's got I'm giving them part of a stream that goes right to Lake George. This is a special property that I worked hard for, and I'm 73 years old, and if this is, and I'm not going to be able to keep it forever. It could be if my heirs could sell it or something like that. I wanted to make sure that it would be protected after I was gone. That's the reason I'm doing this whole thing.
Wow.
And if we can do that, then it'll be like Cindy says, protected for the future. And without it, who knows? Anyway,
Thank
if
you.
you have any questions, let me know. I just didn't know if you wanted to talk to me or not.
Thank you very much. Does there anyone have any questions for Mr. Morgenstern? No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you. Great example of a personal decision on your property rights. So I commend you for what you're doing. I move to approve the special exception.
Second the motion.
Motion to approve by Councilman Santiago. The second is by Vice Chair Troy Kent. That's all you had? Okay. I just have a quick comment to you. This is a really good deal for you, for your family. It tells your family what you expect on that property, and it's a good deal for Volusia County. So I join probably the rest of the council, but certainly Mr. Santiago, what he just said, in saying thank you. Good job, staff, for working this out. Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, Chairman. Unfortunately, that made me think of a question for possibly Clay. At this point, do you have any idea what percentage of the county is conserved? I mean, I know this didn't put us into the 50% range, but where are we? I see Dr. Barbaugh.
Off the.
Yeah, Brad's coming up. So you don't have to guess.
35%. About 35% of the county is conserved at this point in time.
Of the entire county, over a third of the county is.
Yes, sir. And the rule of thumb in the conservation practitioner world is 1 for 1. So for every acre you develop, you should conserve about 1 acre. So 50% is the goal, or more.
And the majority of that, is it safe to say, is kind of going up the middle between east
Yes,
and
sir.
west?
The Palmetto Curtain. So
Yep.
we've got about 40,000 of the Volusia Conservation Corridor, in addition to the 27,000 of Tiger Bay that run through the center of the county. So we'll never grow together like South Florida counties.
Sure. Are we? I'll meet with you afterwards. I got tons of questions. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? If there are not, we have a motion on the floor by Councilman Santiago, seconded by Troy Kent, to approve the special exception. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? And it is approved unanimously, 7-0. Thank you, sir. And that brings us to item 7, also a quasi-judicial hearing on a special exception for nonprofit organization at Camp Winona.
Again, this is also a quasi-judicial, so.
I just said that.
Okay, but
Anyone on the council have any ex parte to declare?
Thank you. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Many of y'all are familiar with Camp Winona. It's been in activity for a considerable amount of time. It occupies 60 acres. It's utilized for a variety of different organizations and operations. The unfortunate thing is it is a non-conforming use, and so this special exception is to address some concerns that were brought up when they were looking for some expansion of their facility, specifically some accessory structures and the construction of a stage to assist with their activities. Staff saw this as an opportunity to not only approve the site plan, but also give them the opportunity to go through the special exception so that this is basically a vested use out here and can continue. Staff provided this to your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission with a recommendation of approval. It's also coming to you from the PLDRC with a recommendation of approval that was unanimous amongst those members. There were members from the public who spoke in favor. If there's any questions for staff, we'll be glad to answer them.
Okay, thank you. And there was no one that had any parte to declare, but just to be really clear, I spoke with David Shaw this morning when I saw him in here, because I've worked with David for 6 years, and I associate him now with the YMCA. So when I saw him, I said, "What are you here for?" And he told me what it was. So that was my discussion with him, and he assured me, as did the director of the camp, that they were not going to ever build condominiums at Camp Winona. I have cows right next door to there, so that's important. But any other discussion? We do have one member of the public who would like to speak with this. Why don't we call her up now, Amy Munizzi.
Good morning, Amy Munizzi, speaking on behalf of the DeLeon Springs Community Association. This is sort of I think a housekeeping issue for Camp Winona and for the planning staff. Camp Winona has been serving this county for over 100 years, and when they put that camp in over 100 years ago, the land was donated to them, and there was no code, no comprehensive plan for them to conform to. So over the years, they have done a tremendous job serving this community, serving this county. When I came before the PLDRC to speak in favor of this, people on the dais started talking about their wonderful memories of things that they had done and things that they had learned when they were children at Camp Winona. What they do for the mind and the body and the soul and the spirit of the people that come there is just remarkable. And they pour every effort into doing the best they can for everybody that comes. And that's children and family and individual groups that come on a regular basis. They're good stewards of the land, always have been. They're good neighbors to those of us who live nearby. They're a great example of how you do things. They have a large piece of property in the woods. They could have easily built a stage and not ask for any permission to do that. Instead, Dave Shaw and his organization wanted to do the right thing. They came to get a permit. At that time, they realized they didn't have a site plan, and instantly they worked toward getting that site plan put in place. And this is an example of how we all ought to do it. I just can't say good enough things about Camp Winona, but of course we are in support of the special exception. I have the same problem with the word as you do. Special exception for nonprofit organization at Camp Winona. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, discussion, motions?
Motion to approve the special exception for nonprofit organization camp at 898 Camp Winona Road, DeLeon Springs.
Second, Johansson.
Motion to approve by Councilman Reinhardt, second by Councilman Johansson. I don't see any other questions, so I will call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 7-0. Good job, Mr. Shaw. Okay, that brings us to the third quasi-judicial hearing, item 8, a rezoning from the transitional agriculture A3 and the commercial marina B7 zoning classification at 1905 Hontoon Road, DeLand. Does any council member have ex parte to declare?
I do.
We'll start at the end here. Don Dempsey.
I spoke with the attorneys for the developer.
Okay.
Yes, I spoke with the attorneys for the applicant.
Okay, David?
Same with me.
I spoke to a resident as well. I can't remember her name for the life of me. I'm sorry.
And Jake?
Yes, sir. I spoke with the attorneys of the applicant and the residents and neighbors of the parcel.
Okay, and I as well spoke with the applicants, and I spoke with the attorneys, and then I spoke with the attorneys and the applicants yesterday in a rather amazing meeting. So go ahead, Clay.
Yeah, I also spoke with the neighbors as well as the applicant.
Okay.
Once again, good morning. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. As has been stated, this is a request to rezone to PUD. And the reason they're seeking the rezoning is to address an existing developed site that was identified with the original adoption of our comprehensive plan as a commercial activity amongst a rural area, specifically because of its proximity to the river and fronting on it, having an existing marina. There's records that show that this operation goes back to the 1950s. Since that time, it's gone through different types of applications, as were referenced in your staff report. There were efforts to do a similar type of rezoning, but with much more intensive use. There was also efforts prior to the economic meltdown we had in the early 2000s to try and get something going. So what you have now is a property owner coming in and requesting an effort to put in place a very specific planned unit development program. It's looking at 2 phases over the 7.78 acres, utilizing some of the existing structures for residential as well as the marina and the docks, expanding upon that in regards to the number of docks, wet slips, dry slips, as well as introducing a cabin type of hotel motel. I know that that is an issue that is concerning to many of the residents in regards to the term hotel motel. You will see in the email that the applicant provided late yesterday, as well as previous emails on Friday, they are amenable to being very specific as to what restrictions are tied to the term hotel motel in regards to who can occupy it, maximum size, etc. Staff looked at the subject property and compared it to what we've seen in other areas. I just want to kind of fast forward. We've had similar situations up and down the St. Johns River. As many of y'all are aware, throughout the 50s, 60s, and into the 70s, putting in fish camps and RV parks along the river was a common practice. And so how did we address that through our comprehensive plan? And so what you're seeing is that many of these other facilities, such as Holly Bluff Marina, Riviera Landing, these all have gone through a similar process where we've been able to work with them to help address the potential rundown of these sites. We don't want dilapidated facilities, so how can you accommodate continued renovations and improvements to keep these commercially viable, at the same time acknowledging that there has to be a balance with the residential areas that have occurred around some of these areas. So the applicant sought to rezone to PUD to be able to put in place their development program with specific limitations on the numbers, heights, etc. As I said, we do have standards identified in the development agreement that start on page 8-23 of your agenda report. The emails that were sent previously by Mr. Watts and Ms. Hosseini over Friday and yesterday put additional restraints. If the council seeks to incorporate those, that would need to be added to the motion. If you are seeking to approve the PUD and you feel that those need to be incorporated, that has to be a part of your motion. As I said, it's a 2-phase project. We're going to be looking at a total of 17 wet slips, 4 motorized dry storage, 4 non-motorized slips. We're looking at the number of cabins, and that will be as referenced in the email we received yesterday, reduced from 17 units down to 12. So the applicant has reduced the overall intensity of the project as of yesterday. They are also talking about adding an additional building setback from Pontoon Island Road. As part of the analysis that staff has to look at, we look generally at the comprehensive plan and at the zoning regulations, and we have to ensure that there's consistency with those criteria. I know one of the #1 concerns identified by many of the residents who are concerned about this project going forward has been the impact on the roadway. Pontoon Island is a local plan within your approved comprehensive plan. We have identified a minimum level of service C for that roadway so that way we can assure that the residents have a free flow of traffic and can address some of the concerns they have with traffic conditions. The applicant provided us an analysis, and it's been determined that the redevelopment of this site will not lower that level of service on that roadway. Also, this is an environmentally sensitive area. It's important that we have centralized sanitary sewer. The city of DeLand provides that service over to Quail Hollow, which is a nearby project. There is a 6-inch force main. The applicant has agreed to connect to that force main, so therefore their sanitary sewer will be utilized from the city of DeLand. Water is also a critical point. This is within the service area of the Lake Beresford Water Authority. They have indicated that they have capabilities of providing potable water to the site. Given all the information that's contained in your comprehensive plan and your zoning and land development regulations, as well as those issues as they pertain to infrastructure, staff made a recommendation of approval to your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. At the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, the public did speak and have voiced concerns in regards to the provision of utilities and the overall impact on the area. Additionally, you have received a considerable amount of emails and petition and a variety of other information where nearby residents are concerned about the transient nature of the hotel use, the impacts on the character of the area. Staff is aware of all that, but it is coming forward to you with a recommendation of approval from both your staff and the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. The applicant is here and they will elaborate upon the changes they've proposed to the development agreement. I'll be glad to answer any questions. We also have our planning staff available for the real detailed information.
Trish and everybody else on your planning staff did a great job working with us to get to where we are now. You've got a lot of material in your staff report that supports the staff's recommendation of approval. This is before you this morning with a unanimous recommendation of approval from the planning board as well. I did want to address, over the past week or so, we became aware of some additional concerns that were being raised from some of the residents in the area. Now, some of those, including the ones that are in the Quail Hollow HOA petition and letter that you received, really deal with some of the concurrency issues that appropriately come, as we go into site plan. So what we're here today is talking about what's the zoning for the property moving forward. As staff detailed, and Clay went into detail with regard to the history, I'll just give you my perspective as a lifelong resident of DeLand. This is one of those places you always knew about. It used to have a restaurant, the Sunrise Fish Camp. Used to be able to go out there and get breakfast. A lot of people would go out there and launch and spend their day on the river and on the lake fishing. And like a lot of those types of facilities, it's gone through a cycle. There was a fire, the restaurant burned down a number of years ago, and it's really been kind of on the edge of redevelopment for some time. I'm aware of a couple of those plans. I can say this is probably the least intense that I've seen with regard to the proposed redevelopment of the site and kind of that incremental redevelopment of the site. But we heard a couple of concerns, and so I wanted to address those. The first one, as we were working with staff with regard to defining the uses that would be put on the property, looking at the cottages, that's a common use with a lot of kind of fish camp, campground type facilities around the county. We initially defined that as a rental cottage, or cottages available for rent as the use, and we defined that in the development agreement. Your zoning code identifies that type of a transient occupancy as a hotel motel use. So that's why the term in the development agreement is hotel motel. Interestingly, the A7 or the B7 zoning classification that already is on the existing property closer to the river, hotel motel is a permitted use under that classification, as is now, as long as it relates to the waterfront nature of the property. So in order to kind of assuage some of those concerns and provide additional clarification, we sent you the email on Friday just saying, look, we can address some of these concerns. But I think people had a perception that Hampton Inn was coming in or something was coming in, on the property at some point in the future. The hotel motel use is limited to the cottages that are being proposed. So we've just said that in a parenthetical: hotel motels, cottage rentals only. So we can add that if you choose to incorporate our proposed revisions in the development agreement. those would provide that clarifying that clarification. In addition, talking with staff, kind of specifying that occupancy would be limited to single family type occupancy. In other words, you can't come in and try and cram 30 people into a cottage. It's got to be of that scale. I think it's six people, not 6 people under your definition of single family would be the maximum occupancy there. We added I proposed to add a limit on the height, so it's clear that it's 1 story, 25 feet, and then I'm going to give you a map. I don't know if the overhead is turned on, if I can put something up there. We met yesterday with Mary Lowry and Susan Kaplan, who are 2 of the owners that are adjacent to the site to the south and to the west. And it occurred to us a couple things. We could make some pretty simple tweaks to try and address some of their concerns. So, while the overhead is warming up here, I've got this mental image, Don, of you with a parking meter for your clients to feed in your office. But in any event, Miss Lowry, in particular, the property owner to the south, her family's owned that property since the 1940s, 1950s, somewhere in that range. Her house is there. We had a 15-foot landscape buffer adjacent to her property, and then the row of cottages. And so we felt like we could really make some changes to assuage her concerns. So what this represents is the suggested revisions that we're putting in before you in the email. The green represents those increasing all the landscape buffers to 25 feet so that there's kind of a little bit of extra space. We'd already talked about including a fence along Miss Lowry's area where the cottages are, so we can provide that screen and that security as well. And then increasing the building setback as well, so that you don't have that initial row of cottages that you see on that southern end basically would be eliminated. You'd have the cottages only in the areas that you see as kind of that blue on this plan. So that yellow area would be additional building setback to push those away from the surrounding properties. Ms. Kaplan, who was over to the west, really was concerned about the proximity to Hontoon. So we really had the space, so we've added in or suggest adding in a 150-foot building setback from Hontoon to kind of guarantee a minimum separation for where the cottages would begin. So essentially, the way that the development agreement currently reads, or the one that was originally in your packet, it was 12 cottages, plus as the existing mobile homes that are on the site age out, as they need to be removed because of deterioration, things of that nature, they would only be replaced with additional cottages. There's 5 existing mobile homes. There would be the ability to add 5 additional cottages. So our suggested revision would be 7 cottages from the beginning, and then the additional 5 as those mobile homes are removed. I think otherwise, the darker blue area represents the area where there's currently 3 RV pads. We've got the ability to expand up to 9 in that area. The important thing is what the development agreement does and what this proposed rezoning does is it adds standards for how things develop moving forward. And it requires us to go through, and our client to go through that site plan process so that we are guaranteeing our buffers are being installed. There is already sanitary sewer that comes into the site. I did verify, the question came up that the existing mobile homes that are there are connected into that sanitary sewer system. So they are already going to the City of DeLand's system. But moving forward, we'll have to coordinate, all of those activities through your staff through the site plan process. So as it relates to the letter that you received from, the HOA for Quail Hollow and some of the other residents in the area, concerns regarding roads, concerns regarding sewer capacity, water, environmental protection, those are all things that we have to look at in detail as we go through the site plan process moving forward from here. With regard to traffic in particular, as Clay mentioned, you do have an elevated level of service that's really aimed at protecting the Hontoon Peninsula from overdevelopment. You have a level of service C that applies to most of the key roads out in that area. Here, as your staff report indicates, a level of service C represents a capacity of about 5,200 trips a day on that roadway, on Hontoon Road. It's at about 1,200 with the addition of the 144 trips that this would add to the road. So you've got about 4,000 trips of available capacity before you get to that limit that's in the comp plan. So with that, I'll pause and see if there's any questions. I know there may be some folks that have some thoughts to share as well from the public, so be happy to come back up and respond to those comments and answer any of the questions. But we appreciate your time, appreciate all the effort your staff's gone to working with us on this, and happy to answer any questions.
We have a member of the public from the Quail Hollow HOA who would like to speak. But Jake, do you have a question right now for for Attorney Watts?
I do, sir. Mr. Watts, real quick, you mentioned the current mobile homes that are there, and they'll eventually be replaced by cottages. Is there a specific timeline for that?
There's not at this point in time. It would be as they reach that age of functional obsolescence.
Got it. And those, as we spoke earlier, those mobile homes are currently not on sewer. They are on septic.
They are connected to sewer. I verified with our client. They are connected to sewer now.
Phenomenal.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. No other questions for Mr. Watts at this time? You may get more later, but
I appreciate it.
Judy Graham, if you would care to speak.
Good morning. My name is Judy Graham. I reside at 2756 Blue Heron Village. I'm the vice president of the Quail Hollow Homeowners Association. I'm speaking on their behalf. I understand that you've received our letter of concern and petitions that we submitted, and just really wanted to summarize, the concerns that we have with this proposed rezoning. Obviously, traffic. We're on a dead-end roadway. It's our only evacuation route. We're concerned with the increase in traffic, and especially with large RV vehicles. The entrance to this development is on a 90-degree curve, so we're also concerned about the safety concerns of that movement. Sewer system. I know that we're connected to the city of DeLand, but with me today is my neighbor who just had to replace his master bedroom and bathroom flooring, drywall, because of sewer backups. It's not the only one that we've had in our neighborhood. So we're obviously concerned with additional sewer being added to that system with already having limited capacity. The area is in the floodplain, a significant portion of it. We're in a flood-prone area, in this area. We're concerned with the addition of fill in the floodplain and how that will impact our properties as well as the rest of Pontoon Island. We're also concerned with water quality. As your former stormwater manager, I was very pleased to see you increase the stormwater fee, even though I'm a resident paying it, because I know how much that's needed. But we're also very concerned with the quality of Lake Beresford and the St. Johns River. I really appreciate the applicant reducing the density. That was certainly one of our concerns, was the number of additional transients that will be in our single-family residential neighborhood. With that, we are respectfully requesting you to deny this rezoning.
With regard to how this site moves forward under your process, with regard to the things like traffic safety, road improvements that would be needed, for example, to turn in and out of here with a larger vehicle, whether that means driveway improvements with increased radius, things of that nature. That's part of what you have to do through your site plan process. By approving the PUD, you're really approving the mechanism for those next steps to occur. Because the PUD doesn't ask for an exemption from any of the standards that we otherwise are required, whether that be stormwater, sewer and water capacity, traffic concurrency, traffic safety, and road improvements. All of those things are required by your land development regulations as we move forward from here. So in effect, we're setting the stage to answer all of those questions as your code requires us to. I do want to, with regard to the comments about density and things of that nature, one of the things that was really, I think, instructive for me as I was looking through this and as we worked on it, we were asking for a certain number of uses. I went through actually the existing 2 zoning classifications, and if you see in here, the things in green are the ones that we're asking to keep. The things in orange are the existing permitted uses that we're giving up as part of the request to rezone the property. Among those, bars, boat and marine engine sales, boat fuel sales, communication towers not exceeding 70 feet, convenience stores with fuel dispensaries, cultural arts centers, essential utilities, fire stations, fish camps, fish docks, government civic centers, houses of worship. There's a long list. I could kind of go through this, but what we really tried to do was drill down and really focus on what our client is looking to do moving forward. That's the boat docks and moorings, boat storage, commercial fishing, pleasure or excursion boat dockage, hotels, motels, as we've described with the limitation in marinas, and then single-family housing for the existing ones that are there on site until they age out. On the A3 side, there's a long list of things that could be there, either as permitted uses or special exception uses that are similar. Bed and breakfasts are permitted as a special exception currently under the A3 property that covers the majority of the property, as are dairies, daycare centers, dog and cat boarding facilities.
Most interesting yesterday in our meeting, because those were a lot of the things that the residents were worried about. What could happen and what were your future plans?
Right.
Is that going to be part of the prescriptive language of what is allowed there?
So the way that the language in the development agreement reads, there's 5 or 6 specific uses that I mentioned, the ones that are in green here on my list. And then the specific language in the development agreement is any other use is prohibited.
Right. I wanted that to be really clear. Traffic, how many RV pads will there be?
9.
9 max forever.
9 maximum. Unless, there's always the right for an applicant to come back and go through this process and amend a PUD. But what's being requested this morning would be a maximum of 9.
Okay, you've already dealt with traffic.
Mm-hmm.
The amount of traffic we're not close to exceeding it.
Correct.
Yet. Although there's always neighbors that will say, you're not here all the time. It's,
sure.
Traffic seems to always be an issue, but sewer service, this is DeLand, correct? DeLand, so you can't really speak to that. What?
We have, as part of the process, reached out to DeLand to verify whether they have available capacity. They do have available capacity. They're also in the process of expanding. They're doing an $80 million expansion to their current plant as well. So they have sufficient capacity. There still could be upgrades required for connecting to their system, lift stations, things of that nature. That would be on the applicant to cover the cost of that and design it moving forward in the site plan process.
So DeLand says they have adequate capacity right now?
Correct.
I think we just heard from the HOA that they would disagree with that. But
I don't know about the operations of their specific lift station. That'll be something that we'll have to look at. If this feeds in and ties into the lift station there at Quail Hollow right at the bend, we may have to look at working with them to do some upgrades. That's a city lift station. We would have to work with the city to make sure that when we're adding the flows to the system, if there's an upgrade necessary, we'd be responsible for it.
Is there any fill being brought in?
I anticipate that there will be. I don't know what volumes or anything of that nature, what location. We kind of shifted what the plans were looking like a little bit with our discussions yesterday. If there is fill, and to the extent there is fill brought in, if any of it's placed in the floodplain, then obviously we have to provide compensating storage. That's what your regulations and your comp plan require.
Okay. Okay, that's the end of my questions. I might have something else to say, but I'll hold that till.
Well, and I will note just on the stormwater and compensating storage and stormwater. Right now, the site has historically been developed without a stormwater management system. So the requirement redevelopment moving forward will bring to bear all current regulations for St. John's and the county regulations. So.
Okay, Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, are we done with public comments part of this?
I just got 2 more. Would you like to hear them before you ask more questions?
Yes, sir. I'd like to pause for them.
Okay. Andy Kelly.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm a resident who lives past this proposal. This is also a site that I recommended to the county to buy when they were buying all the beachside properties. The deal was buy one in the east, buy one in the west. This would have been a very, very nice piece of property for the public to have access to the river, to the Lake Beersford, the marina that's there. I also applied for 58 boat slips and was approved because that was what was there prior to that. After the county didn't move in on it, my wife and I did. Then the restaurant burned. We wanted to keep it as it was, a small fish camp with a restaurant. The only concern I have, 6-inch water main, that's the size. That's why Quail Hollow has issues, and depending on the power of the pump behind it and the backflow preventers around Quail Hollow, it could be a problem. I'm sure the engineers will take care of that, but they're probably maybe, I only have one request. On your page 822, permitted uses, and I understand that Mr. Watts has sent an email out saying that the cottages that he's proposed is all that's going to be asked for, but it says hotel motel. I believe in say what you mean and mean what you say. Please strike any potential hotel motel there. Thank you.
Thank you. Suzanne? There you are, yes.
Hi. I wanted to thank everyone I met with and everyone that responded to all the emails and everything that I sent out, and especially Mr. Johansson for coming out and looking at the site. And I actually also want to thank Mr. Watts and Nikita for meeting with us yesterday and making concessions. However, and there's always a but and however, and Mr. Gentile over here, he's a very intelligent man, and he's very smart. His family is very smart. And I don't want this to be heard as an attack or anything. I really don't. But my issue is that he's been operating shielded under a trust in an LLC in a PRO IRA. So I did a little homework on this after our meeting yesterday. And so what he's been doing is he's been operating businesses on his property and generating income that is tax-free going into his real estate development IRA. And that's all legal. The part of operating businesses and generating income, that's all legal. But, he hasn't been operating following the trust regulation, following the regulations in the zoning. And that's clearly stated in the PUD, right? He was zoned for 1 residential property. He's been operating 5. He's been generating income from that and other businesses that I'm not aware of, and putting it into his IRA, which is tax-free, and that's all legal. I'm not, what I'm objecting to is this issue that he hasn't been following the zoning regulations and the permitting regulations, number 1. Number 2, he actually put a note in my mailbox, which means he put his hands in my mailbox, right? And we know you're not supposed to do that. So he's demonstrated a trend to me of not following the zoning regulations and the laws. And so my issue is, they're going to be building a landscape buffer zone in front of the property where he's building his 12 cottages, but they're going to follow the regulations, which means that you're still going to be able to see all the cottages and all the 9 RV pads from the street. And they freed up property next to, when they only built the cottages, they have them right along the main road now, and they have this empty lot over on the south side, right, of the undeveloped property. And they haven't specified what they're going to do with that. So Mr. Watts did tell me that they weren't, not me, he told the meeting, it wasn't me personally he told, but that they were not going to leave very much empty space there. And then one of the other lawyers there stated for the buffer zone, they were going to follow the regulations.
Ma'am, did you hear the bell go off and the chairman? Thank you.
I didn't hear him say
I'm sorry, maybe now you did.
Okay, so I'm done. Thank you.
Attorney Soria, this is new evidence that we just heard, what didn't come up in the PLDRC. Can you instruct the...
The issue is whether or not the evidence proposed was relevant. There's also, you are not restricted from hearing new evidence at the county council hearing. This is not an appeal. When you have an appeal before you, you are restricted to the evidence at the lower board. Here, the PLDRC was just a recommendation. Any person can introduce new evidence, and as the applicants did, propose new, provisions that mitigates for anything that was brought up during the, after the PLDRC. So, you know, the only thing I would say is that everything you do must be based on substantial evidence, which is something that a reasonable mind would, view as tending towards the conclusion of approval or denial.
Thank you. All right, Director Irvin.
The application for a rezoning, specifically for PUD, does not get into how or what the organization that's making the application makes their money. It's plain and simple is, are you the property owner? And do you have unified control over the property? We verify that before we process an application. Any other information in regards to the internal operation of that organization or that person does not have anything to do with whether or not we accept and process this. So if Ms. Kaplan has found information about his operation internal, that is for other agencies to deal with. We're looking at, are they the property owner? Do they have unified control? And once it meets those requirements, we can proceed. So that's why this is in front of you.
Okay, Clay, before you go, can you, I think Mr. Kelly wasn't here when we dealt with the hotel motel designation. Can you just speak to that quickly?
Yes, sir. We have very specific definitions within our zoning category. And the reason why staff is asking for the term hotel motel is it provides continuity with the zoning ordinance and the PUD. Mr. Watts has put additional criteria saying that it cannot be a multi-story and that it has to be restricted to 25 feet, has to be a cabin, and can only be restricted to a single family, which as defined by our code. Our code says no more than 6 people not related by blood, marriage, or adoption. So what you see is that they have used our term for the use and put additional constraints to ensure that it's a cabin with a family. No more than 1 story.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Watts.
Address one thing Ms. Kaplan raised. A few minutes ago, you had Camp Winona standing here in front of you, so, kind of rectifying a situation. I mean, Camp Winona's been there for 60 years, and, they were non-conforming. The reason we started this process is Mr. Gentile went in to permit some of the upgrades to the marina. Likewise, it was determined, when those applications came through that he needed to go through and rezone the property in order to legitimize the things that he was planning to do with the property. So that's what's led us to this process. So we're looking forward to being able to work through your code and your process to move forward with the redevelopment.
Thank you. Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, for me, this is a property that's already developed. The property owner is looking to enhance it. I think the property owner and their representatives have gone extremely out of their way to work with staff and some of the interested property owners' neighbors. I'm satisfied with what we have, and Mr. Chair, I make a motion to approve the rezoning.
Second, Kent.
There is a motion to approve.
Well, do you mean to incorporate the conditions identified by the applicant?
The prescriptive language.
Yes, and that's agreed by staff, right? I'll amend my motion, Mr. Chair, to include the additional language as described by Clay.
All 8 items, correct?
Yes.
Yes, and I'll second that.
Okay. Motion to approve with the additional language included to protect the area. Second by Vice Chair Kent. And Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, I guess Clay or Paulo, I don't know who needs to answer this, but could Mr. Kelly's concerns be addressed in what we're voting on to make sure it reflects that in the PUD?
It's in the...
Sir, the language has been proposed by the applicant on Friday, and as of late yesterday, has the restriction that the hotel motel use can only be in a singular cabin, of which there be a maximum of 12, and they can only be occupied by a single family and cannot exceed a 25-foot height. So all of that will be incorporated into the PUD agreement so that way they cannot come in with a multi-story, multi-unit hotel.
Okay, so in Exhibit 1, the development agreement that you're talking about, we don't need to add that language, or are we going to add language?
It will be modified to incorporate those restrictions into it.
Okay. Does that satisfy you, Mr. Kelly?
Well,
I'm sorry.
wait.
Wait,
yeah.
Can I ask? I was going to ask him a question.
You're going to ask Mr. Kelly a question?
Yeah.
I can kind of read minds. He's talking about the 25 feet. That's a typical restriction that we have in all of our single-family zoning regulations. Actually, we go upwards of 35 feet in some of our single families. So restricting it to 25 feet is consistent with what we do for a single story. If you would like to say 25 feet or single story, that would be fine. Yeah, or it does. I'm sorry. It already has that.
Okay.
Good.
All right. That's all.
I know you met with some of the neighbors. I appreciate you doing your due diligence and trying to protect them. When I met with them, that was a concern as well. It's an existing business. It's there. But you still have to be concerned about the surrounding neighborhoods and how do we protect that neighborhood. And yesterday, as we sat and discussed it with two of the neighbors, especially the woman that lives right next door, who was very concerned with having cottages that could look into her home. They just moved the cottages. I mean, completely moved them from her area, reduced the number, added actually more trees than she wanted. She was concerned about the amount of trees because there's got to be a buffer to protect the neighborhood. I don't think anybody will see this when it's done, with the amount of trees, shrubs, plants along the property lines that the county already requires. That's part of our landscape standard, and it's not cheap, but it's especially here as why it's necessary. So. I appreciate the movement that you made yesterday to protect your neighbor and to be a good neighbor. You've already improved the property. I think this is going to be another great improvement on it, and it's much better than a convenience store that could have been there. So, Jake Johansson,
Yes, sir,
everybody's
before-
still up. You might be done, but.
No, sir.
Okay.
Real quick, before we vote, I would like to, I always talk about people getting together to solve the problems before it comes to council. And Mark, thanks for meeting after our conversation and the applicant. Susan and Mary, thank you for your time and inviting me into Mary's house to discuss these issues. I know the applicant didn't get quite as much as he wants, and I know that the neighbors didn't get quite as much as they want. But I believe in the end that there's a happy medium here that everybody can learn to adjust to. So I appreciate everybody working together, and this is the greatest part for me about governing is when people can get together and kind of come to a mutual conclusion, maybe not a solution. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of really brief comments. First of all, Judy, I haven't seen you in about 17 years from our days stomping around in Ormond, but when you walked in the chambers, I recognized you immediately. You haven't changed a bit. Great to see you. To the applicant, I've never met you before. I don't know you, but I commend you for making changes to be a better neighbor. And I think that, and not that you need to hear this, but I think the lawyers and the law firm you hired did a great job also trying comfort. I have to tell you, I love that this was already on sewer, that it's on sewer. And then also, I think the 9 spots for RVs for a guy who, for about 12 years, camped with his young family, and we traveled this country with our travel trailer. I'm the guy that named my camper Memory Maker. I had it written on it, and I love that. And I love that you're going to provide a location for people to make memories right here in Volusia County with their families. And then there's those that they don't want to be in a camper. They want to be in one of your cottages. And I love that as well. So thanks for being a good neighbor.
Thank you. Just my last concern question. I want to because I don't know if you know the answer to this. The thing that still hangs out there is inadequate sewer, which is already being experienced at Quail Hollow. Well, this process has kind of revealed that. Could it prevent this from going forward if the city of DeLand is not able to provide adequate service to this property?
Sure. At some point, hopefully, we're going to turn this over to the engineers, and they ultimately have to design something that works. And the city has to approve it to connect into their system. So if there's upgrades necessary, they could prove too costly. They could prove technically unfeasible. We'll have to solve that puzzle, but this sets the stage.
All right. Thank you. Councilman Johansson.
Yeah, one final comment regarding that. I'm not familiar with Quail Hollow. I'll be asking a few questions in the next staff meeting, and they might have to go to DeLand. But how many homes are in Quail Hollow? More than 50?
Oh, yeah.
So if one home has had a sewer backup, I don't want to jump to the conclusion that it's obvious that there's a sewer problem. It's something worth looking at, but it is not, oh my God, we have a sewer problem. Maybe the home has a sewer problem. Maybe it's out to the road, that part of it. But let's not jump to the conclusion that there's a sewer problem out there, and start thinking that way. One home does not make a sewer problem. Many homes might have a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. No other questions? No other comments? We have a motion on the table to approve the changing of the zoning with prescriptive language included, as we've discussed. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it's approved 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that brings us to item 9, which is not a quasi-judicial hearing.
Move to approve.
A resolution awarding non-exclusive commercial solid waste collection and disposal for GFL Environmental. And before I hear your motion, please tell us about it.
It is a non-exclusive commercial solid waste collection franchise awarded to GFL. Anticipated revenue of $120,000.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Councilman Santiago, seconded by Matt Reinhardt. Questions? Concerns? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 10, modification of contract with T&K Construction LLC for the Tomoka Farms Road landfill, southeast expansion stormwater management system.
Chairman,
Ben
this is-
Bartlett. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. You guys know I wear hearing aids. I can't hear when there's stuff in the background.
Okay. Why don't we just
can wait
pause for a
second.
minute and let
Thank you very much.
Let them clear the room. Gives Ben time to figure out what he's going to say.
Ben Bartlett, Public Works Director. Before you today is awarding of a second phase, or actually it's a contract amendment for the design build project for our stormwater system for the new landfill cell out at the Tomoka Farms landfill. It's approximately 271 acres. This stormwater system will serve the entirety of that 270 acres that will be used to provide 100 years of landfill disposal capacity. We've obtained the required state permits. It is funded through ARPA funds, direct ARPA funds, as well as the solid waste fund. We will most likely, you will see an agenda item here in the next few meetings where we will be obtaining a debt service for the remaining portion of this. Council did approve the design phase of this project back in March. They have been working through it. And finalizing the plans. Good news on this, we were able to value engineer out about $3.4 million of cost. It will enhance our landfill operations and minimize the amount of infrastructure we have to maintain. And like I said earlier, we'll return with a debt issuance request from the council. So we recommend approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Councilman Santiago?
Move to approve.
Second, Kent.
We have a motion to approve as written by David Santiago. The second was by Troy Kent. I see Ryan just, can you just briefly describe what the debt, how's it written here? The debt proceeds will be structured. He can.
I'll let our CFO handle that question.
Good morning, Council. Ryan Ostowski, Chief Financial Officer. The proposed debt would be a capital improvement note, which would be proposed to be a covenant to budget and appropriate available non-ad valorem revenues, which would specifically be the revenues of the solid waste system. It is anticipated that there would be a $10 million debt issuance to make up the piece that's not being funded by ARPA. And given the long life of this system, we're proposing it at a 20-year repayment schedule to repay the debt.
Thank you very much. I just think that's important. This is a lot of money, but it's absolutely necessary unless we want to put garbage on a ship and send it out to the ocean. You can call it a reef, but so this we really don't have a choice. It's a good plan. Any other questions for Ben Bartlett? We have a motion to approve by David Santiago, second by Troy Kent. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 11, approval of contract with Stearns, Conrad, and Schmidt Consulting Engineers for professional engineering services for the Tomoka Farms Road landfill.
All right, so once, Ben Bartlett, Public Works Director again, once we complete the stormwater system for the 270 acres, we will need to actually go in and construct the actual disposal cell. The 270 acres will be comprised of multiple disposal cells. The first of which will be this 20 acres. This is a contract to award the design and permitting for that. So the liner that goes in, the leachate system, the gas system, all that stuff that has to occur. This is the design of that. As we're constructing the stormwater system, they'll be designing this, and then we will be back probably in about 18 months when the stormwater system is complete and we're ready to go to construction on this cell. And once this cell is constructed, we will be putting garbage in there, and we recommend approval of this contract to this consultant, SCS.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ben Bartlett? Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Motion to approve by David Santiago with a second by Councilman Reinhardt.
I want to see if we got to do some naming rights. I got some suggestions.
For the landfill?
As long as you don't call it a dump. Anything, it's a landfill.
Yeah. Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the contract is approved 7-0. Which brings us to item 12, another contract with Wharton Smith for professional construction management and general contracting services for the Southwest Regional Water Reclamation Facility expansion. Ben Bartlett.
Ben Bartlett again, Public Works Director. So this is phase 1 of the construction for our expansion of the Southwest wastewater facility down in DeBerry. Just a quick explanation of how we got here. We've selected the CMG back in February. We approved Part A of their pre-construction services. Now we're ready to move forward with construction, which is the Part B. This is phase 1 of the Part B. We expect to come back with phase 2 in a couple months, and final completion will be a couple years from now. This is a major expansion of this facility. We anticipate increasing flows through not just development in DeBerry, but as part of their plan to septic to sewer conversions as part of the BMAP process for Gemini and Blue Springs. This is kind of a rundown of what we're looking at as part of this phase 1. Guarantee price is just under $21 million. And then moving forward, this is the funding. We've got Mike Ulrich and his team have done a fantastic job of obtaining grants to offset the cost associated with this from the DEP and the Water Management District, as well as direct funding from our ARPA funds. And then moving forward, we can expect the second GMP to come in, and the total project construction cost will be just over $75 million. We recommend approval of this Part B Phase 1, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Questions for Ben? Jake Johansson.
Thank you, sir. Hey, Ben, you said this is part of the septic to sewer program. How serious are we going to be once we get this in on getting people off of septic and on the sewer? Are we going to be laissez-faire about it, or are we going to try to find ways with DEP and St. John's to get the right people to buy in and get hooked up right away?
So on the west side of the county, there's 3 outstanding Florida Springs: Gemini, De Leon, and Blue.
Right.
We've talked about De Leon. It's mostly rural. There's not central sewer out there. We did do the project up there. But down in DeBerry, we've worked with the city as their utility provider. They are required by the BMAP to have a process by which they're going to reduce the nutrient loading into the springs, because the Gemini Springs area is primarily loaded by septic systems, nutrients from there. So we've already worked out a feasibility study and a plan that involves converting multiple properties near Gemini Springs to a centralized sewer system. That the city of DeBerry has, working with them, and that's the direction that they want to go. And as a utility provider, we're going with them on that. So to answer your question, the BMAP is kind of pushing the city of DeBerry into this sewer conversion away from septic, and we will be partnering with them to aggressively pursue any and all grants available to get those folks converted over.
Yeah, my main concern is that the city's on board, the county's on board. We spend these hundreds of millions of dollars to get something done, and the end users, like, I just bought my septic tank. I'm good for another 20 years, and depending on the city, we do or don't charge them an availability fee. So there's no reason to really go to sewer, which is why we're doing this in the first place.
Correct. It is part of the reason. I mean, we need to upgrade the capacity of this plant.
Yeah.
Just because of the development that's planned for City of DeBerry and things like that, and the additional flows that are coming. We're increasing the amount of reclaimed water storage out there. During dry times, there's an availability issue with reclaim, so that'll enhance that. So it's not all for septic to sewer. It's a component of the reasoning for this process.
Got it. Just put Sherry and Mr. Rosamond on call that I'm going to be leaning on them heavy to get those people on septic.
Yes, sir.
Or on sewer, pardon me.
Councilman Santiago.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve by David Santiago. Second by Vice Chair Kent. Any further discussion? I see Jake's name up. Okay. No other discussion, no questions. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
This
Motion
could be a
carries
legacy project for you.
7-0.
It's Mike's legacy.
Mike's legacy
Mike's
project?
man on this
All
one.
right.
Good job, Mike. Item 13, contract with Hedrick Brothers Construction Company, Inc. for the construction and management general contracting for the Marine Science Center Education Building additions.
Yes,
Tad.
sir. Good morning. Tad Casebere, County Engineer. This is an approval of Part B of the CMGC contract with Hedrick Brothers for the work on the Marine Science Education Building additions and alterations. It's $4.2 million. A portion of that is eco funds. The other portion is county funds. Any questions?
Oh, Matt's first.
Questions, Matt Reinhardt.
Motion to approve. Second.
Okay. Motion to approve by Councilman Reinhardt, second by Councilman Santiago. Are there any questions? There are not. Discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the contract with Hedrick Brothers Construction is approved. Thank you. Item 14, resolution authorizing dissolution of the Library Advisory Board.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of council. Russ Brown, Deputy County Attorney. As directed at council back in March, council identified some advisory boards to consider whether you'd like to keep them or change them, phase them out. This was one of those boards before you, so to bring back. So attached is a resolution that if council decides today to sunset the Library Advisory Board, the resolution would dissolve the board. I have with me staff here today in the back, Mr. Burbaugh and Ms. Colley, if you have any substantive questions about the library. Otherwise, the resolution is before you if you decide to dissolve the board.
Okay. Questions? Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Chair. If somebody could answer, if in the event we pass this, would there still be a advisory type? What do they call? I think it's called Friends of the Library organization. And can you describe what role they could potentially play?
Yes, sir. So there still will be a feedback mechanism from the public. It will not be in the sunshine because we treat our Friends of the Library groups as separate entities from the county. 11 of our 14 branches have Friends groups, so they're active. The Council of Presidents of those groups can meet sometimes. They engage our Library Services Director regularly and provide that grassroots feedback that we're looking for.
So there'll still be, I know I'm kind of repeating, but there'll still be an avenue for active participation from members of the public that are interested in library services.
Yes,
to
sir.
participate, if in the event we pass this still.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. 3 names up. Are they all for questions?
Yeah,
Matt Reinhardt?
Just a quick question.
Councilman Reinhardt.
I've received several emails with respect to the library, and of course all of them are concerned with the fact that we're taking away the public involvement, but you brought up a very good point, that the current library board has to fall under sunshine.
Yes, sir.
Where the Friends of the Library does not.
That is correct.
Could somebody reach out to one individual and make sure she's part of Friends of the Library? And you know who I'm referring to.
Most of our members of the advisory boards are members of the Friends of the Library groups as well at their respective branches.
So I think it benefits the fact that they still have that involvement, but then they don't have to follow. And I think that was a concern of Mr. Johansson's before, is that they can get more accomplished by being able to discuss things. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. And if I may provide some context, I think as Suzanne mentioned during the briefings, that the Library Advisory Board was created when we consolidated to a countywide system. But really, the libraries of the 21st century are community-engaged libraries. They're looking at the local needs of the community that they're embedded in. So having a board locally is much more, I think, advantageous coming from a grassroots education organization and UF. Than a larger system-wide kind of advisory board. But that's my opinion. Advisory board members will probably run me out of town for sure.
Councilman Dempsey.
Please stay.
I was just curious, how much does it cost the county to have this board? Exactly.
Staff time.
Lawyer time.
Our director, our director runs the program. We have a staff assistant who does minutes. So 4 times a year we meet. So.
Right, and these members are all appointed by
Yes,
the
sir.
council, and so they can change on a yearly basis.
I think it's a 2-year term.
2-year base. Yeah,
Yes, sir.
per term. Okay, and is being part of the sunshine disclosure really a bad thing? Is there like some big negative to that that's really hindering the county's ability to function, or is it just?
I think it was a comment by one of your colleagues.
Okay.
We didn't,
And this is composed of, some of the members on there are librarians, retired librarians?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what mechanisms do we have in place now to what I'm kind of seeing is the modernization of libraries and reading, everything seems to be digitized. I kind of see somewhere in the future that maybe we won't even have as necessarily books as we will digital media in the libraries. Is there any way that we're keeping up with the modern trends in libraries?
Absolutely. I would say that we have one of the best library systems in the state, and Lucinda we would love to have you actually come out to some of our libraries. They're community gathering points. So we maybe go online, but there's something about a hard back, having something in front of you as well. For example, we had 600 visits per day at the DeLand Library this summer. So that tells you how busy our libraries are and how many people use it as a community gathering space with their kids.
Yeah, my family uses it as well, but,
Good.
okay, all right, thanks.
Councilman Johansson.
I'm holding for comment, sir.
Councilman Santiago. Before, go ahead and make the motion.
I move to approve the resolution authorizing the dissolution of the Library Advisory Board.
Second, Johansson.
Okay, motion to dissolve the board by David Santiago, second by Jake Johansson. We have a member of the public who would like to speak. Let's hear from her before we go further. Deborah Dubois. Love it.
I'm obviously shorter than I am. I'm Deborah Dubois. I live in DeLand. Don Dempsey appointed me to the library board. I am a retired librarian, and I have 40 years of experience in public libraries, and I am a member of the advisory board, obviously. I moved to Volusia County 2 years ago and applied to the library advisory board because I want to get involved and be of service to my new community. The current library advisory board has representatives from 5 county districts and 1 at-large representative that provide advice and information to the library from the county citizens' point of view. Our members are from all areas of the county and different walks of life, so we can represent a wide range of viewpoints on behalf of your constituents. We are an active board that meets regularly, helping the library at no cost to the county. Board members are volunteers who are interested in helping the library improve services and programs. None of the members are paid for their time. The Library Advisory Board saves you time by making recommendations related to the library that you and your staff don't need to research. We can also bring ideas for programs and services to better meet the informational needs of the whole community. Citizen involvement in government is a major tenet of democracy, and the public library is an important component of a strong democracy, providing for the needs of an informed electorate. Giving citizens a role in advising the library makes that democracy stronger. There is no benefit to the county in dissolving the Library Advisory Board. I respectfully ask you to retain the Library Advisory Board. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, sir. A few comments. 2 questions. Lucinda, these are for you or Dr. Burbaugh, but how often do you have informal conversations with Deb or other members of the advisory board?
Well, a couple of them I do quite frequently. Some of
Quite
the board members,
frequently?
yeah, they'll call me.
Oh, okay, one-on-one though.
Yeah, and then if they want something.
And then you meet quarterly.
And we meet quarterly.
But some of them talk to you often.
Well, they give me a call.
But they can't, 2 of them get together and talk to you because they're outside the sunshine.
Correct.
All right, that's the only question I have. Thanks. So my intent, and this goes out to the library advisory board, the library itself and staff. My intent in bringing this up is not to make citizen involvement go away. My intent is to give you the flexibility to meet with Lucinda or the Friends of the Library with specific librarians in groups of 2 or 3 without breaking the sunshine. The reason I brought it up is because I saw the sunshine being broken. You can't look at the list of people on the board and then see 2 of them talking to a librarian in a library and go, wait a minute, I can't do that. Nobody else can do it. So this is a move to give them the freedom to come up in groups of 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, or with the Friends of the Library and give them input. Our library staff, which I frequent often, the Port Orange one, I'm sure they call every time I leave to tell you what I mentioned, but they are so welcoming to comments, not because of who I am. I see other people mention it too. So I'm giving them a little more flexibility. I'm giving them a little more opportunity to operate, I fear, the way they currently are, which is occasionally skirting the sunshine law. Nothing else will change. If our current library advisory board gets together and they meet with Lucinda, and Lucinda says, well, you're not part of the library advisory board, so I'm not doing that anymore, you can come right up here and let us know. I'm sure Dr. Burbaugh will hit us up first and say, hey, let's solve this. Because I'll tell you what, staff doesn't want anything to get up to county council that they can fix by themselves. So it's not my intent to get rid of you because I don't like what you're doing. My intent is to provide you a easier way to communicate more often as a group with your libraries and your staff to get things done. That's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to echo parts of Jake's comments. And, this doesn't end the citizen involvement. There's already a mechanism in place, and I think it might encourage others to step up and participate more and grow folks that are involved in or advising, giving opinion on the library. So it's just it's the pain points that some of us might be suffering is that it goes back to what nothing lasts longer than a government program, right? And the question is, do we need it in this same capacity as it sits today? Nothing I've seen in the information that's been given to me says that we have to keep it in its current capacity. The next steps still allow for a lot of citizen engagement. So I think it's the right move. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Dempsey.
I guess maybe I'm not aware. Has there been an issue with sunshine law violations with the library board?
No, sir, no more.
And how long has that been in existence, the library board? Do we know?
I believe since the 80s, according to Brad.
80s?
Colin.
Okay.
Within it.
All
72.
right. I think that's all I have.
Thank you. And, any other comments? We have a motion. Okay. Nope. All right, let's open it up for comments and debate. Councilman Don Dempsey.
I mean, basically what Jake is saying could be true of any of these committees or boards. So I hate to see us lose a group of, we vet these people and then we get them together to evaluate the current library system and make recommendations and all that. So I don't think, and it doesn't really cost us anything. So I don't see why, and there hasn't been any problems in 40 years approximately. So I don't know what the problem with having it is. I think it's a valuable asset. We've got a retired librarian who's, volunteering her time at the meetings as well as here today. I think it's commendable that she has a place to meet with others. And obviously it's a more, I don't know, it's probably a better platform to speak from when you're speaking as the library board as opposed to just an individual citizen or different citizens. I mean, and we don't know this private organization, the Friends of the Library. I mean, who runs the show there? Who is calling the shots? I mean, what's going on internally there? Do they have a secret agenda that we don't know about? Maybe they're for or against certain, I don't know. But at least here, these members of the library board are appointed by the elected officials. So, and there's a lot more transparency. And, being that libraries sometimes are hot topics, I think it would be nice to keep it in place and, and just be subject to scrutiny more so than, than just by eliminating it. So, thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Santiago.
Don, I appreciate your arguments, but I'm comfortable with the decision because I don't think we're losing anything. We still have that citizen engagement, and they're purely advisory. They can still speak to the director of the library. She speaks to Brad, who Brad speaks to George, who speaks to us. Right? So there's still a mechanism. The hot topics, and you're right, sometimes become hot topics. I'd rather this board deal with hot topics because sometimes hot topics can get legs on its own. And I'm not saying anything specific to this board, but outside of our control, sometimes hot topics can get out of control. And we're the ones elected and accountable to deal with hot topics. So I don't think the sky is going to fall. I think I'm going to bet that she's going to stay Friends of the Library and give us all of her knowledge. Well, then that's sad. Then and that questions, in my opinion, your commitment to the library. But I think people will still be engaged and others will. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilman Dempsey.
Ms., is it Dubois? I'm sorry.
Dubois.
Dubois. Could I ask her to come up and tell us why she would not like to remain on, or not like to join the Friends of the Library, and said what she said to Mr. Santiago?
I didn't say I wouldn't want to join the Friends of the Library. I did actually look into joining the Friends when I first came here, and I found out that there are 11 different Friends groups. I use more than one library. I use the library at Deltona. I use the library in DeLand. I use the library in Lake Helen. They all have different Friends groups. So the reason I have not joined the Friends is because it's not one group. So which one would I join? That's part of the reason why I have not joined the Friends. I will still be involved in the library. I will still make suggestions whether you keep the library board or not. But I do think, as Mr. Dempsey said, that having a vetted group of volunteers, which the Friends of the Library are not necessarily, and having people who respond to you other than just the staff, it gives the citizens another way to have a say.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilman Johansson.
Yes, sir. Quick comment. There are a lot of things that our county does, and we don't have advisory boards for all of them. I know enough about my local library and my few conversations with our director here that although I've never called her on the phone, she's always been accessible. And even before I was a council member, the library was always accessible. So I don't think we are going to lose any situational awareness about what's going on in our library by getting rid of the board. Does it hurt to keep it? Maybe not, but every advisory board, anything, in my opinion, everything that's inside of the sunshine is a level or a layer of government. I don't like government. I wish we weren't here. Government is just delay. And if I can get rid of and make a bunch of very important people more nimble and flexible by being able to meet with the people they need to meet, then I think that's the direction I want to go. And I will be the first to say that the second that the librarian or Dr. Burbaugh says, too bad, so sad, you're not a committee anymore, is the second I'll put it back on the agenda to get them back to make sure that we're back on track. But I don't think that's going to happen.
Thank you. I think we're wrapping this up. I'm just going to say, Don, thank you for asking those questions. Thank you for participating. It was a little unusual, but it was important. There actually is a cost to this board, just in staff time and lawyer time. But so the question becomes, is it worth it? The libraries are really important. I was really leaning towards eliminating this because of the Friends of the Library board, but what you just stated with 11 different groups, that's pretty complicated. So I would like to see you see the Friends get together and maybe make one, because Don there does raise a question: do they have a secret agenda? If there's 11 different groups, what are the motives of each group? Maybe it's just geography. I don't know. So that's concerning. But I was going to say that I don't see any other questions or debate. There is one more, Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. I just think it's an extremely appropriate time to just publicly say my thoughts on our public library system in Volusia County, which I think is an incredible program. A lot of people have no idea what our library systems offer. And then there are many people that do understand what we offer. It is mind-boggling. It is incredible. It is free for our residents. And I don't know you, but you're doing a wonderful job of making sure our library system is top notch. I would be remiss if I didn't talk about Ormond Beach's library system. I believe is the most highly utilized library system in all of Volusia County, and the place is just jammed up all the time. So with that, Chairman, it's interesting because I, like you, was leaning towards an agreement to dismiss this board, but Don Dempsey again is pulling on me over here with his comments that are just loaded in common sense, and I appreciate that. I'm still truly am not sure where I'm going to go on this until the vote comes, so maybe we need to do a voice vote on this one. But thanks for making me think a little more about it, Don.
Yeah, we will do. I think a voice vote is appropriate, but there's a little surprise here. I learned that the corrections has a library, and we haven't heard anything from corrections. Yeah. So
I wonder if there's anybody that could talk to us about
is that actually part of the library system? Okay, it's not. Okay. Okay. We've heard good debate on both sides. The library is really important, and we absolutely need citizen input. So let's just call for the vote. Carissa, would you call the roll?
Mr. Dempsey. Mr. Johansson.
Yes.
Mr. Kent.
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins.
Yes.
Mr. Santiago.
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
No, but the board is dissolved with a vote of 5-2. Let's do one more before we take a break.
Sir, if
Mr.
I
Chairman,
may,
I
the
don't think
next
we
one in
can.
line, 15 and 16 are time certain for 1:30 because they're also advisory board issues, but they have to be changed by ordinance, so we had to advertise them. And based on length, we moved it to 1:30, so they can't be heard before then. So
Okay.
recommendation, maybe you can skip if you want to, or to another item, number 17, I think would be the
Yeah,
next one.
17 and the remainder of the agenda you could take up at
Okay.
any time.
Are we also ready in the back? Yes. Okay. Who said that? Are you hungry? Okay, item. Yeah, I'm just reading it real quick. You think that's going to be fast? Item 17. Budget resolution updating Echo Direct County Expenditure Plan. And we do have one member of the public that would like to speak to that. We'll hear about Echo first from Dr. Brad Burbaugh.
Yes, sir. So there's a PowerPoint explaining the plan. It's a strategic investment plan that covers 5 years in the agenda item, as well as a description of each of the projects that are being proposed and how they align with the ballot language. So happy to answer any questions council has.
Councilman Robbins.
Motion to accept.
Second.
Motion to accept by Councilman Robbins, second by Councilman Santiago. And I will just add that, or just say that there's a list of projects here, but they're not written in stone. This council can update it, change it if we see the need. So, but this is really smart, I think. It gives us direction. We're heading in one direction. We know what we're doing. It's efficient. So, I'm in favor of this as well. Councilman Robbins? Nope. Okay. Then all in favor of, pardon me?
Oh, yeah, there's one.
There is.
member.
I'm sorry. Thank you. John, that was not on purpose. John Nicholson.
Not that I would ever believe that. No. John Nicholson, Beachside. I don't know what the projects are, but I do know that the city of Daytona Beach is having meetings. They have 600 acres. Not only are they looking at that 600 acres, they're also looking at revamping their entire leisure services. All right? We had had a project, I think it's Orange City, with some baseball fields and some whatnot. So have we, and I don't know whether we did or not, we may have we looked at all of our cities and the county, what they knew, what they have, what they need? Do you understand? Are we coordinating, basically, is what I'm asking? Because we don't want to pile up all of, like Don Dempsey says, everything goes to the east side, and there's nothing on the west side. Well, I know we're balancing that, but we could do the same thing with facilities. We could have all of the baseball fields. Ormond has some fantastic fields. Do we have enough spread out? Are they in the appropriate locations? That's basically what I'm asking. Did we do our due diligence? Did we, because we've always had too much money in the Echo. We need to spend it. This is a great way of doing it to the benefit of everybody. But I'm asking, did we do our due diligence? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Budget resolution updated Echo direct county expenditure. We have a motion to approve by Councilman Robbins, a second by Councilman Santiago. Don Dempsey.
Right.
The baseball fields and soccer fields down there on I think it's Harley Strickland, or down there in Veterans Memorial Parkway, Orange City. Yeah.
Yeah, Bennett.
Is that on here, or is that?
No, it is not.
Okay. Are we going to be able to?
So the council has directed staff and to meet with our partners, our municipal partners, because we want them to have some skin in the game. So we're meeting with those individuals, and we're going to bring back a kind of phased approach and recommendation. At that time, you could make a decision to add it to this list.
And there'll still be funds available to support it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, question from David Santiago.
Brad, but that facility is also part of the study that's happening also, right?
Yes, sir. They came and gave the results of the study.
Correct.
For the next phase after that, this council directed Tim and I to meet with our municipal partners, see if one of them perhaps wanted to operate it or contribute to funding it, and we're doing those meetings now.
Awesome.
We'll come back.
Okay, perfect. Yeah.
Yes.
So good. I'm glad you brought it up, Don.
Okay. So it can be added, and there's no other. Don, are you good?
Yep.
Okay. All in favor of the expanded plan, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that carries 7-0. Maybe we can do one more.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to go to lunch. There's a second.
Okay. We have a motion to go to lunch.
Second.
And a second. Okay.
Hanson.
We will
Comment,
break.
Chairman?
Yes.
The only problem with that is we can't come back on a couple of items till 1:30. And I would just say I would recommend if someone needs a snack or something, go grab it now. I would recommend we knock out 19 and 20.
That's where I was going.
And if we still have a little bit of time, possibly even 18. I think for a streamlined approach, I think we'd be okay if we knocked at least those two out.
We had a motion and a second to adjourn for lunch. So let's take a vote. All in favor. Chris, call the roll, please.
Mr. Dempsey? No.
No. I'm sorry.
Mr. Johansson?
Yes.
Mr. Kent?
No.
Mr. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Robbins? Yes. Mr. Santiago?
No.
Mr. Brower?
No.
Knock out 1918, 1920 quick.
So the motion is not passed. We will. Jake, are you prepared to make an appointment to the West Volusia Tourism Advertising Authority?
I believe I can be in a second.
You want to do 20 first?
Yeah, let's do 20 first,
Okay.
please.
Item 20 is appointment to
Mr.
the-
Chair, just for the record, you skipped 18. We're going to come back to it after the recess.
Yes.
Moving to 19 and 20. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Johansson, as far as the appointment to the West Volusia Tourism Advertising Authority, there is only one applicant. Their name is Ian Carey, and they live in District 3.
Correct. Thank you.
So you can continue to search if you care to for an appointment.
Let's go to 20, please.
Item 20 is the appointment to the Daytona Beach Racing and Recreational Facilities, and I believe we have one applicant for that as well.
Correct. You do have one applicant, and this, their name is Michael Munier.
Chairman, I'd like to nominate Michael Munier to the Racing and Recreational Facilities Authority.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have the nomination of Michael by Councilman Johansson, a second by Vice Chair Kent. Any questions or discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And he is appointed unanimously 7-0. Are you ready for 19?
Yes, sir. I'd like to nominate Ian Carey to the West Volusia Tourism Advertising Authority.
I'll second that, Chairman.
It's Ian
Carey.
Nomination is made by Jake Johansson, seconded by Vice Chair Kent. Questions, comments? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? And that nomination is passed 7-0. So we will break for lunch then and come back for discussion on trim rates and let's see, we've got the Historic Preservation Board.
Chairman, you don't think we'll get through that in 45 minutes? Number 18, just because we can't.
Good.
I mean, we're otherwise, we're looking at not coming back until 1:30, and we've whittled our lunch down to 30 minutes now, I think, unless my memory's wrong.
Yeah, most of the times we do 30 minutes. I'm fine with that. And I was trying to give some deference to people whose stomachs are growling, but I don't think it would take that long.
Can we deal with 18 before 1:30?
Trim rates?
Trim rates?
I'd rather not. Yeah.
That's-
Oh, you did?
I was
I thought you
suggesting
were talking about the.
I was suggesting we tackle number 18. I
Yes.
think we can get it done within
Well-
45 minutes, unless the council thinks differently. I think we can. I mean,
Can you do it? 4 hours are plenty. Okay, let's pick up. We could probably finish everything, but well, we still got to come back at 1:30.
yes. Thank you, Chairman.
Item 18, fiscal year 2024-25 trim rates and budget overview.
All right, good morning, council. Good afternoon, council. Aaron Van Cleek, Deputy Finance Director. So you guys have had this in your agenda packet. I'm not going to go through every slide as normal. I'm just going to hit on a couple key notes. This is for the submission of the 24-25 recommended budget. It will be placed in your drop boxes at the end of business today, and it will also be placed in multiple places on our website by the close of business today. This is based on the July 1st values from the property appraiser's office. This gives you a look at our operating budget, which totals $1.3 billion, and our non-operating budget of $257 million. Important to note on here is the non-operating budget is funded almost exclusively from transfers from the operating budget. So to add those two numbers together would be an overstatement. This gives you your countywide operating revenues. I won't go through the revenues or the expenditures unless you guys have questions that you would like to go through. This gives you the county's taxable value percentage by property class, and this is based strictly on information from the property appraiser's website. This gives you your ad valorem tax revenue by fund. The only important thing I'll point out on here is the CRA pass-through that's at the top of the screen. It is the actual CRA payment is $12.1 million. We use sales tax to offset the law enforcement portion of the CRA, so that whatever's levied in the law enforcement fund is strictly for law enforcement. So that's just a little difference there. This gives you the history of the county millage rates for the last 10 years and where we're at recommending for this year. And this gives you the tentative millage rates that will be printed on the trim notices. The trim notices will go out in August from the property appraiser to all residents. The rates cannot be raised after being set, but they can be lowered. And so this gives you a look at where we're recommending the rates and how they compare to last year. And then we need you to set the first and second public budget hearings today as well. We are recommending the September 3rd and September 17th dates. You guys already have council meetings on that day. Of course, the budget hearings we would schedule for 6 o'clock, and they just can't conflict with the school board's hearing, which is on September 10th. And then the remaining steps in the process, on August 20th, we'll have the ad authorities in for their budget presentations, and then if you guys do accept those dates, we will have the public hearings on those as well. So we'll take any questions you have.
Vice Chair Troy Kant.
Thank you, Chairman. No questions, just a quick comment to our finance team. You gentlemen are a well-oiled machine, and you do a fantastic job on getting us the numbers, and they're accurate. And I just publicly wanted to thank you both, Ryan and Aaron, for the professionalism and also your ability to get back to, I would say all of us, but I can just speak for myself, in a rather expeditious manner anytime I call or reach out. Publicly, I just wanted to say thank you.
I'll just add,
Go ahead, please.
concur with that this is probably the cleanest budget season we've had so far. So you guys are really getting better at it. I thought you would appreciate that.
Cost us both our hairs.
But I will say that part of the reason for that, part of what happened is that not just the budget staff, but the entire county staff has listened to the board, and they knew where we were going, and then they knew the direction, and you have adequately responded. So this is, it could still change, but right now this is good news for taxpayers. So, and it wasn't easy to do. It's never easy to cut spending when everything around you is going up. So, well done. Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Alex?
Donnie?
Hey, I talked to you guys briefly about our roads, TAD, and how we're going to fund some of them and really start knocking some off the list here. Do we have any projections? Were you guys able to put anything together in terms of if there's any what millage, if we didn't go to a full rollback, what would be looking at and how much and what projects we can potentially, I know that there's some roads that need to be addressed.
While Aaron's pulling up the spreadsheet, I do want to clarify one thing. We are at a partial rollback, which is equivalent to the full rollback plus Sunrail. We're to go above a full rollback. So the rate that's proposed in the general fund is what rollback would be with an addition of Sunrail. Aaron pulling up a spreadsheet to talk about what different millages would result in.
So for every $1 million you want to add to the road program, it would be 0.0171 mils added to the rate that we've recommended. So you could
repeat that number?
0.0171, and that's for every $1 million that you would like to add.
So I think we did some math that said that it would be 0.0855 would get you 5 million, which the significance of that is it's about a mile of road expansion. So you could add that and still be a small rate reduction. So,
Council, what I'm pretty much looking at is I know in my district I have several roads that aren't critical but well on their way that need some attention. I know LPGA out of my district has been an issue for years, or I shouldn't say an issue, a topic of discussion, and there's also many others. Would it behoove us to get a plan in place today in terms of what we're looking at if we're talking about nickels and cents of setting aside some additional monies to actually start knocking out some of these road projects? I'm curious to see what folks are thinking. We keep kicking the can down the road, but meanwhile these problems still exist. So curious to see what folks have to say if they'd be open to talking about that.
Thank you. Councilman Johansson.
I'll wait for comments. If somebody else has a question, I have much to say about that comment.
Okay, we have a question from Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you could leave me up there for comments afterwards, after my colleagues go. But just to address Danny's questioning, I know he didn't go into specific roads, but if is there a number out there that can tell us how many road projects that we still have? I know we've seen the list and how much.
We're a little bit ahead of the cart ahead of the horse a little here. So, but because they're going to bring the road program to you here in August, right?
Yeah,
So-
well, actually, we've met individually with each of them.
Oh, okay.
And then we're
So,
going to go do
good.
the public zone meetings, and then we'll come back based on that.
That's the typical process. So, but essentially, one thing about this money is it would be, if it comes in this direction, like penny gas, like the regular gas tax, you got certain gas taxes with certain restrictions. It could be used countywide to supplement projects that are being paid for, say, with impact fees and prop share type monies. A lot of our problems get into, as you saw, each zone has different funding. So, and then you're trying to add different funding sources together to put together a project. This would be another tool you would have to do that. There's also safety projects that don't have much funding. If you wanted to set it to sort of something directly, dirt road reduction is another one. At one time was funded a lot more robustly from the new nickel. And the downturn occurred and money went in other directions. But you get into things. I know there's certain subdivisions and stuff out there that are in bad shape and could use maybe extra funding in those areas to look at also the drainage that's associated. Because one thing, roads and drainage are married together, and there's something else to think about. It's another tool to when we look at upgrading the road, to upgrade the drainage in that particular area.
And council, only reason I say that, thanks County Manager, we raised impact fees quite a bit. Sales tax obviously off the table, don't want to go there. Gas tax only goes too far, or only goes so far. We raised stormwater fees. I know I brought it up about 6 months ago to start a finding funds from the general fund because we're actually one of the counties, few counties that doesn't just going over my notes here, that doesn't have road funds money coming out of the property, from the property tax that goes towards the road program. So where it can be used anywhere and not, as George was saying, limited to a specific zone. So that's what I'm looking to talk about with you guys.
Councilman Johansson.
Is everybody done with their questions?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Vice Chair Kent.
Mr. Rectenwald, do we have a dedicated millage amount for roads in the county of Volusia?
Not at this time, no. We are one of the few counties that doesn't put any kind of general fund tax money. Now, I will say it would not be accurate to say no property tax, because in your MSD there is money that goes to safety and local roads that are out in the MSD. I think our budget this year is proposed for $5 million, but
a mile.
Right, exactly. It would cover a mile of that kind of expansion. That money tends to go more towards safety and maintenance in your rural roads.
Sure. Thank you. That's the only question I had. If you leave my name up, because I have comments as well. Thanks.
Okay. Is there any other questions? Okay. Jake Johansson.
Sir, do we want to get a motion before we start our comments, or do you want to comment before the motion?
I think we're.
All right.
You want to make a
Comments?
motion, you can. I think we're.
I'll stick with comments. So I like this idea. I think it's important that we pay for our infrastructure by whatever means possible. If we can't get it from gas tax, and we can't get it from grants, and we can't get it from FDOT jobs on state roads, then we got to take care of it. What I'm concerned about is, if I recall, we have to have our tentative millage rate set by the end of July. Yeah, so the idea is great. The timing, not so smart. This has been a problem for the past 9 months, and here we are 2 weeks before we're due to send in our tentative trim rate, and we want to adjust it. And we're talking about adjusting it just a tad. In order to solve our problem, we need a lot of money. And then we need a staff that can execute those funds within a year. I'm not opposed to raising the rate a little bit to get $1 million or $2 or $5. But I don't think that's what this council wants. I don't think we want to, here's a dime, go get a candy bar, which you can't get a candy bar for a dime. So why don't we, instead of waiting until the 10th hour and 11th hour and try to adjust it to make us all feel good, why don't we put our nose to the grindstone, have a workshop shortly after the budget, and work on next year, come up with a plan. If we need to bond roads for, I hope not, but come up with a plan to pay for some robust road improvements and take care of it instead of nickel and diming it a little bit here and a little bit there to make us feel good. That's my only thought. Here we are 2 weeks prior, and now we're jiggering around with this thing that they've been talking about for 4 months now. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilman Johansson, I would just say at the final comments, I hope that you bring that up again and ask for a vote on it for that workshop. I think that would be very, very appropriate. For me, right now, I'm hoping to hear a motion to approve this. I want to get this locked in right now today, because then we know that the millage rate can't go up. We could reduce it some. But I'm certainly not opposed to taking better care of roads, and that's all dependent on money. So I would be very much for the workshop, even the discussion about raising the millage rate, but only if there's an offsetting reduction on spending somewhere else, because roads are a core responsibility of government, but our Volusia County residents really need tax relief. They're hoping for tax relief. They're also hoping for insurance rates reductions too, but I don't think we can solve that here. So unless there's an offsetting reduction in spending somewhere else, I will prefer to stick with the millage rate and budget as proposed. So. Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to first compliment staff, because I like the way you phrased it. What you're proposing here in front of us is the rollback plus Sunrail. I think it's important to highlight, because Sunrail, I don't think anybody here voted on Sunrail. However, it's an obligation that the county has that was voted on, 8-10 years ago, and we unfortunately have to fulfill that commitment, which we signed on the dotted line. So I think it shows also that our staff has looked for areas to trim, right? And as I look at this chart here, for those in the public that are engaged in this, you could see the general fund is down 5.7, right? Library fund down 7.6, and then you got a few others down on the bottom there. And then, we do have one increase of 10%. But not county operations. But to go to Danny's point and Jake's point, I think the roads is an important thing, and I don't know how we solve it. So I'm interested to hear more, because the cost of roads isn't going to get any cheaper. We got a mile for $5 million. And I know I met with staff, Ben and them. They gave me a great presentation on what the plan is, and I think we all seen that. But I agree that we have to get more serious about our road infrastructure. That is a very, very valid point that we're going to have to make some tough decisions on. So interested to see ideas, but more so to compliment the staff on the work that they did here, and a most efficient presentation compared to last year. Thank you.
Vice Chair Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, just briefly, to Councilmember Johansson's comments, I can subscribe to basically everything you said. I'm with you on those comments today, 100%. And then in the same breath saying, after we set this trim notice, we know we can't increase it, we can only decrease it. And part of that public hearing is listening to our residents. So there could be a possibility to decrease it right up until the 12th hour. That being said, I won't be making any motions at this time to bring this idea up after I ask that question of the county manager. But Mr. Johansson, I will use my time over the next year to meet with Ryan and Aaron to talk about, and with George to talk about, and I think the way we help solve this, Councilman Santiago, is we as an elected body dedicate a certain millage amount, a percentage for roads, so that there's no guessing anymore. We know this percentage is going to go to roads every single year, because this is one of our basic responsibilities that many of us have talked about. We must provide infrastructure for our residents. It's a necessity, and we must have a plan in place. And part of that plan is how we're going to fund this, because falling behind year after year is a wildly inappropriate plan. So I also, whenever I meet with you gentlemen, I want to talk about a renewal and replacement millage, because we need to have money set aside so that there's no guessing whenever we need a new roof on any of our hundreds of facilities, or air condition, HVAC, or whatever. I helped lead the charge with that in Ormond Beach, and it's something that I talked about with my constituents about bringing to the county. So that discussion I look forward to over the next 9 months, Councilman Johansson. And I hope that collectively together we can put our heads together and come up with a real plan that helps to set a plan in motion to help solve this problem. It won't be done in a year or 5 years, but if we have a plan set in motion, we will see those positive results as the years go by. Thank you.
Councilman Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. And guys, one of the reason, or the main reason, the goal for this is we have to start somewhere. Sometimes the first step is the hardest step, and we procrastinate. I've seen it since 2020. I've seen it since before then. But the roads keep falling behind, okay? This has never been done, but it has to be done. Here we are, we're about to set millage. What better chance, and this is not, we're not talking about a huge thing, than starting just with a little seed money to get the ball rolling and make a commitment and not do the political shuffle every time there's an election. Okay? So, and on top of that, we've addressed a lot of things on this council with stormwater and housing. We had a chance, I know Don and I voted for, we're trying to get an extra $50 million to go towards roads and infrastructure. Couldn't do it that way. But now's our chance, I think, to get some seed money going. I'd be willing to make that motion if we had a couple George, is there County Manager, is there a time limit on when we have to spend this money? Does it have to be spent in a year if we set a millage aside?
No, that's just like your general fund It's
Okay.
part of your general fund, and
right.
if you were to get it, of course, we would account for it and pull it out separately if that was the desire. We could show it, and when, you know, like our, you know, when we do the road program, there's always a kind of complicated spreadsheet that'll show the various funding sources, because most roads end up with multiple funding sources, and that would be another one.
And guys, by any means, don't get the idea that I'm trying to say that this is a silver bullet or fix all, because it's not. We all know it isn't. But you know, we hear this coined phrase of, you know, growth not paying for itself. I don't believe that's not the case, because we've made other things a greater priority than roads. But roads are a high priority. We're funding our first responders at record levels to this county, and probably one of the best in the state of Florida that has ever been seen. Public safety is number one, but we can't neglect everything else. We have to find other ways. I want to stick our toe in the pool here. Yeah, it's 11th hour, but you know what? We've been talking about this for years and years and years, and I think it's time to get off the pot, even if it's just a little bit. Thank you.
Vice Chair Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Just very briefly, Council. You've heard me say before that these are rented seats. We don't own these seats. We're here for a very short amount of time, that our constituents put us in these positions to make decisions for them and on their behalf. And with what my family had going on, I'm extremely grateful, you know, with what we had personally going on recently in our family, that I don't have an election right now anymore. And it's an honor, and I'm extremely appreciative to the District 4 constituents for allowing me to serve them for an additional 4 years. That being said, it would be a time where I could play with political theater and this and that. Go look at my record. I don't play games. This isn't about playing games. This isn't about, you know, political curry or anything like that. We've all talked about it, but if we can save our constituents money, then we've all said that we want to do that. I am all for, in the future, having a healthy conversation with each of you gentlemen about dedicating a certain millage amount that will put real dollars in an account to tackle this problem. But I am more than okay with what staff has presented. We are doing the same or even more with less. So at this point, I'll make a motion to approve item number 18, the tentative millage rate for trim notices.
And the September 3rd.
Yes, the 2 dates. I think September 3rd and September 17th. Is that my memory? Is that right? September 3rd, September 17th, and both had to be 6 p.m. Is that correct? Okay.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion to approve the trim rates budget overview by Vice Chair Kent, seconded by Jake Johansson, and the next two budget meetings will be September 3rd and September 17th at 6 p.m. If this passes, were you done, Mr. Kent?
Yes.
Okay. Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To our staff team, on the general fund, the 3.3958, which is the current millage, correct? Proposed is 3.2007. If we stood with the 3.3958, how much revenue would that bring in? I stumped you. Oh, okay, I don't need the exact number. Give me a good estimate. Yeah, ballpark. I don't need the exact number. 10 to 12 million? 10 to 12 million, okay. I'll just leave with this, Mr. Chair, and then we'll see where the vote goes. But yeah, I think Danny's point is a very, very valid one, and I wish we had talked about it earlier and we can get more of our colleagues on board to to have more discussion about it. And I agree, we ought to maybe seriously take and have a dedicated amount every year, just to that infrastructure. 'Cause that's the other thing that we hear often from our constituency, right? Is roads and the infrastructure needs. So that's all I got, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, Chairman. I was going to say that Brad's mentioned to us before that the 2 mills for Echo gets them between 10 and 12.5 a year, this is about 2 mil difference. I was going to mention that, but I'm not saying that 10 million won't get you far, but we need to have a serious discussion about 100 million. We need a big discussion, and so I know this is a good idea. Again, I just think I don't like making a decision like this without doing a little more research. I'm looking at George going, is that a mile? Is that 2 miles? How much is it? A little late in the game for that. Now, if this doesn't get voted up and it gets voted down and we want to have a special meeting later in the month and nug this out right away, I can do that too. We do meet one more time in July, but I don't know about the legal ramifications of that. But I'm just not for it right now. Thank you.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, I'm just kind of following up on what Danny was saying. I know, Ben, we talked about this in our briefing the other day, but I guess this is more directed to George, because I know Ben kind of gave me an answer, but you've been in Road and Bridge long before your days as the chair or the manager. But has there been a feasibility study done about the prospect of having in-house road construction as opposed to bidding it out all the time? And is that something that we should maybe look into?
Well, let me just say, I was here when the effort was made to take away most of our ability to do that. We fought off, to a certain extent. You had, certain elements of the road building community that didn't like the government being in that business. So, in fact, there is a limitation to what we're allowed to do today. Public Works construction in-house is limited to a certain size project. Is it 500,000 or 300,000? It's somewhere in that neighborhood. But basically, the legislature limited our ability to do that. So that being said, we do in-house, we do get creative. We have in-house crews that have the ability to, especially like in dirt road reduction, we can prepare the road. We could do those projects because they tend to be smaller, but we also could do larger ones where we prepare the roads and then just the paving companies come in and do the pavement. So we are always looking at ways that we can save money, but as far as going all the way, we'd be capped at a certain amount, and that amount it's in the neighborhood of $300,000 to $500,000, which, if you can imagine, that doesn't buy a lot when we're talking $5 million a mile. So I could do 1/10 of a mile.
So, yeah, and that's kind of what we talked about, Ben. So I guess my question to you then, is there anything we could do as a council to try and either lobby to modify that or to expand our ability to do bigger in-house projects than just $500,000 projects?
Certainly that's something we'll put on the list to bring up for our legislative agenda.
You think it would be economically feasible or not?
In certain cases, I think where we're at is and where we've looked at it, and I think it does make economic sense. Again, it's on smaller portions or on particular projects. You're not going to be able to compete with larger, full-scale road expansions because they have all the equipment. It's asphalt intensive, and we're not going to be making our asphalt. They're making it. So at the end of the day, they make it and they lay it. It's one of the few things out there where you manufacture something and you install it. So that's a very efficient form of delivery. So again, what I'd like to do maybe is we can talk about some of these things at a further workshop that we have coming up on the road program. And again, it is tight right now. I mean, your chances, your options today would be to, put that extra 0.0855 onto it, which would give you like a 3.2862 in the trim notice, and then you could cut it out later if you decided to. But again, with that kind of, I agree. I don't like it being hurried, but there's a lot we can talk about going forward. Also, in addition, and it's kind of I'd rather talk more about it in the workshop setting, but we have debt that's coming off. We did, councils back in the right around the early 2000s did put up a $65 million bond program, and we leveraged that money and turned it into about $130 million in road projects. So, and that's where maybe also with a dedicated mill, you could take and bond it and leverage it and turn it into more money, because it doesn't seem like much, but it could be for a debt payment per se. There's rules about that and how we would do that and covenant your budget and stuff. So there's some limitations, but again, we could come up with a little bit better financing plan if we get the chance to talk about it, I think, in workshop, and then what would be the council's desire and ways to fund it that you guys control.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. Council, this is my last plea. I only say that because things are going to come up, just like the courthouse. What was that, 30 million? We're going to come up with? How are we going to pay for that? We got other things that are falling by the wayside.
It's like 300 million.
300 million.
Yeah.
Sorry. I wish it was 30 million. It's Murphy's Law. And like I said, we all know, in my statement earlier, was not directed at anyone particular. I just been around politics long enough to know now that during political election season, things get goofy as it gets. So, listen, I want to, if not now, when, I'd like to start chipping away at this. If we can maybe add that .0, is it, County Manager, 0855? Is that what you?
Yeah, 0.0855. That would give you 5 million. That's the significance of that number. So then if you were to add it on what we have here, 3.2007, that would be 3.2862. And that would give you the extra $5 million.
I think, Council, in my personal opinion, that would be a good start, and get the ball rolling and let that marinate a little bit. And guys, it can still come off, but I think it's a step in the right direction, and will commit us to actually locking something down. I have high hopes. We have a lot of needs here. I don't know what exactly we need. Is that 100 million, 150 million to address our roads, 200 million, probably more. We got to start somewhere. That's my plea. If I don't vote for this millage rate today, it's because I think that we can add this in, and it would be the prudent time to do so. Thank you, guys.
George, you were done?
Yeah, I
okay.
Covered it. Thanks.
Okay. We have one member of the public that wants to speak. I'm just going to ask that we have a motion on the table to approve the trim rate and the budget as given. Motion was by Vice Chair Kent, second by Jake Johansson. I want us to make that vote and approve this budget. I think this is a really important conversation, but this is not the time to do it at the 11th hour. It's not, it does feel like political theater. This is really important. It's too important to try and cram in at the last minute. I personally am not going to vote for to increase taxes on people's property. As important as roads are, I like Jake's idea of having a workshop, and let's systematically look at this, plan it out, think about it, and see what we need to do. But I'm hoping that we will vote for the proposal as it's been made. With that said, David Santiago, and then I will call John Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When is our last date for making any changes on this?
We have to submit it to DOR, so the property appraiser has it by August 4th per the trim calendar.
That's
so this
the
would
final
be
D-Day, basically.
Yeah, and there is technically, you can raise the rate after you set it, but there's a whole process you have to go through where you have to mail all new trim notices to every resident. And
no, I mean lowering it.
Lowering it,
yeah.
you will have September 3rd and September 17th, the two public budget hearings. You can lower it after it's been set today.
September 17th, we could lower it, right?
The final one, yes.
Yeah, so that'll give us 2 months, right? There's a part of me that agrees with almost everybody here, but I like Danny's proposal because we know that the cost is not going to go away, right? And if we have an opportunity to set aside, I know it's a small amount, $5 million is what it was, at that point 8. Yeah, I don't know that answer. But I don't, and I also, and you can ask that question, I guess. I also don't really see it as an 11th hour thing. I think I see that as part of our decision making. That's what we're all up here for, is to discuss these tough things. So I don't have a problem with having that discussion and saying, hey, we probably know we need $100 million. I'm going to guess, right? Maybe more. But if we could start setting aside some money now, and we have 2 more months to have some dialogue with the county manager or our team and say, can we spend this $5 million? Should we set aside the $5 million for road infrastructure projects? And then we have seed money to start and come up with the plan for the remaining, I'll say $95 million, even though I know that's not a hard number to the $100 million, but I don't think it has a significant impact on our residents, knowing that infrastructure is usually the top topic that they discuss. So, guys, I could live with that, especially for 2 months. If in 2 months we think there's no value in setting aside that $5 million, then we remove it in September, and we can go down. So I don't think there's any harm in putting that number in now. Let's give us some 2 months to just think about it, see if there's any options. But because if we don't do it today, then we're done. We can't do it in 2 months. So I just see it as us making the tough decisions on tough times, and that's what we're here for. I don't see it as 11th hour. I see it as a good dialogue and addressing needs. So I'll do this. Mr. Chair, if I may, I move to amend the motion to change the proposed millage by adding the point, what was it, George?
0.0855.
0.0855, specifically dedicating that option to potentially be dedicated to road infrastructure project.
To the general fund.
To the general fund, yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion on the table to amend the motion that's on the floor. Is there a second for that amendment?
Second.
Okay, the amendment was made by David Santiago, and the second was made by Matt Reinhardt to amend the millage rate by adding .0855 dedicated to the general fund for road and infrastructure.
Mr. Chairman, if I may add one thing, if I could.
add
Not to
something
the
else to
motion.
your amendment?
No, if we have any debate on it, Mr. Chair, if we could get maybe somebody from staff to tell us what the inflation is currently in infrastructure type projects, so that we at least have that to help us make our decision whether we should start setting aside money now, if that's okay.
Is anybody able to do that on the fly?
Yes, sir. Since June of last year, you're always a month behind. The inflationary rate on transportation services is 9.4 since last year. So it's an increase of 9.4%.
Steep.
Mhm.
Okay. There's 3 names on the board. Is this discussion on the amendment?
Yes.
Don Dempsey, Jake Johansson. Don? Okay. Jake?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not opposed to raising a trim rate that we can lower. What I am opposed to, again, is the fact that we're governing in the 11th hour. We have to get ahead of the way we're thinking. You can't wake up on game day and say, hey, we ought to try to run a play that we haven't run before. This is something we should have thought about long ago. I'll put the additional 0.085, whatever, back in and see if we can come up with a plan. Can Ben Bartlett go home and toil and try to find $5 million worth of unfunded road projects? He can probably do that right now. So the fact that that money could be spent, you're damn right. He's got a whole list of unfunded requirements back from the half-cent sales tax list. And I'm sure it's grown. So, but what I don't want to do is I don't want to throw money at a problem just to feel good. So, and that's all this is. This is throwing a penny or throwing a dime at a $10,000 problem and saying, oh, we did something to get it started. We didn't do squat. So, but go ahead. I'll vote for anything that we can lower later.
Okay. Don, you want?
Yeah, I'm a hard no on raising the trim rate anymore. Just like Danny mentioned, when Transform 3.2 or whatever it was, 386 came in, there was all Danny and I were the only ones that voted against, or that voted against. We wanted the extra $50 million for infrastructure. And then we were told, and there's another pile of $48 million sitting in some other pot. So collectively, we have about $98 million that we could be using for infrastructure, for roads, which was my key point. And I got voted down. Danny and I got voted down. And so we just poo-pooed $50 million a few months ago, and now we're talking about raising trim to do another $5 million? Yeah, I mean, come on. We should have done it. We should have got it while the getting was good, and we should have got it back then, but we didn't. So I'm against this. You talk about making the hard vote. It's hard to vote for a tax increase. No, what's really hard is cuts. Instead of raising taxes even more, let's cut unnecessary programs. Let's cut government waste. If we're going to do something tough, let's start talking about cutting waste and not talking about raising taxes, even whatever this minuscule amount is. So I'm a no. Thanks, guys.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate your comments, Don. A couple things I want to point out. I've been in this process long enough that, when I hear a colleague say, I'm going to cut wasteful spending and cut this, 99.9% of the time, you know what I don't hear? Is details. Tell me what. Because those are great sound bites. And I know I'm not trying to play anything political. I'm just saying the tough part is saying, what are you going to cut? So, for example, and I love you, I want to tell you that first. But today we had the the library board, right? Even though it's still a small amount of expense, you voted not to cut it, right? It was a small amount, but it's going to take tough decisions like that may not be popular among certain segments to make those tough decisions. So I see differently. I see staff did come in here and cut just a minus 5.7. Staff did cut. So we're establishing that as a fundamental. There's cuts. I don't think any of my colleagues, including me, suggested cutting any projects this year or any other items. I may have missed something. Now, the $5 million, I think what Danny was able to convince me towards is it's a start. I don't want to build a half a mile or a mile of road. I don't want to tell Ben, saying, here's another $5 million, make a half a mile of road or whatever, a mile of road. I think we have to start setting aside money for the nest egg, for the big decisions, and how do we leverage that $5 million? We're in a unique opportunity right now to just raise, not even a raise. First, let me just say that. It will still be below what the normal number would be. So it's still a reduction in taxes by adding that 0.08, whatever the numbers, I can't even remember, right? It's still a reduction. But at the same time, we're telling our constituency, it came up today, but I think it doesn't matter to me when something tough comes before us or a problem comes before us. We're here to make decisions. So it's not a half a mile for me. I want to make that sure, or a mile. It's beginning to set aside money to address the larger problem. And if we have an opportunity to do that and still cut the taxes, which is what it'll be, why not start? We have to start somewhere. And if somebody wants a cut, I'm going to use your line, Danny. Sling that pistol. Tell us where to cut, right? And let's have that good dialogue. So anyway, that's where I'm at, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. If what was proposed by this amendment was going to make a big difference, heck, even a medium-sized difference, I'll even say a small difference, I could go along with it. But this is such a minuscule difference. I'm with Don Dempsey. I'm not just a no. I'm a hard no on this. You all know where I am politically, and anytime I can save our constituents, our residents of Volusia County, $1, I'm going to save them that dollar. The real work on this is the healthy discussion we need to have over a workshop and other public hearings where we can talk to our residents and we can talk to each other at a public meeting where we can talk about, as Mr. Johansson said, $100 million. I'm going to even say ante it up to maybe $200 million. I mean, those are things where we can make real significant impact. But a mile, how many miles do we have, Ben, of Volusia County roads? Do you know off the top of your head? 1,000 miles. There you go. Okay. So we're right around 1,000 miles, and we're looking at changing this trim notice, possibly changing it for a mile. I'm a hard no on this today.
Mr. Chairman, I wanted to make a funny and say, how do you eat an elephant?
I wouldn't want to. I agree with you, Troy. I'm a hard no on this. There is a larger problem, and the larger problem is that it's every year we struggle to reduce taxes, and it's almost impossible. We're almost there this year, and I'm not going to risk losing it. I think it's that important. What I am for is the workshop that Jake has suggested, where we can look at this in a systematic way and come up with a plan. Look at all of our priorities. What are the core responsibilities of government? Where should we be spending money, and what should we be cutting out? That's what we need to do in a workshop, not at this meeting today. This is, for me, this is not taking one bite out of an elephant. But staff, I don't know if I don't see Brad here. I know Donna's not here. We did pass Transform 386, and I believe there was $90 million in there for infrastructure.
50. Right. That's
Okay.
infrastructure and mitigation. That's stuff that has to do with flooding. Now, there was some discussion of possibly raising a road, but there was and we may look at that on, one of the ARPA projects we couldn't get done in a timely manner. We may see if we can use the 386 money or the monies that are in the hazard mitigations. But like I say, that all has to do with, in those cases, flooding or flood mitigation. So we are, by the way, I just throw in the mix to bridges. We talk about roads, bridges, and we just recently, are looking at what some of this flood does to our bridges, because there's scour and other things like that. So maybe we can tie something in there, but the vast majority of it has to go there. And remember, a lot of it's also for city projects. They're a big part of that.
The 386 wasn't going to build brand new roads, but it was certainly going to take a 90 million chunk out of problems that we're having right now with flooding,
right,
and
drainage problems.
I didn't want to let that go by. All right, Councilman Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair, and I agree with just about everything that everybody has said, and I brought this up for a point, but I'm going to let you know real quick, and then I'm done, of how impactful this can be. Daytona Park Estates and South A1A and Ponce Inlet. Thank you.
Okay, John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. Couple of things. One, Ormond for years has built in millage for their roads. Never complained. I have never heard anybody complain that they're paying it. They don't want it lowered. They need it. They pay it. All right? We go through this with Echo, Blues Forever. We have it. Nobody complains about it. Daytona Beach, built in, water and sewer. It goes up on a regular basis. We know we need it. We don't complain. So, to me, it would be a great idea to put it in. I know it's only $5 million or $10 million, depending on what you do, but that's real money. Things get done that you wouldn't normally have done. So it's a way of raising funds. I think you should do it. Secondly, we had a fight years ago about maintenance. Our buildings weren't being maintained. We were coming across these large bills because we hadn't maintained a building. All right? Do we have a system in the county that every department has a replacement? They put aside funding to paint, to fix, to repair. If the air conditioner goes out, there's money for it. All right? Do you have that system? If you don't, I think you should instigate it. Third, I was kind of shocked. $12 million in the CRA, $9 million, there's $3 million for police, okay, the sheriff's office. Well, in my area, we have the Ocean Center, we have a lagoon, we have a parking garage, and no police. When they first built the garage, you had the sheriff there. Then all of a sudden he vanished, and we have all kinds of problems. So what you're asking us is that our CRA has to come up with money to pay for a sheriff that we will never see. So could somebody explain to us why that $3 million is going to a sheriff that we never saw before when we didn't pay him, and now we're going to pay him and not see him? Lastly, and I know you don't want to hear this, we had a half-penny sales tax come up several years ago. The people didn't vote against the half-penny sales tax. They voted against the county for not raising the impact fee for 17 years and then putting the half-penny sales tax up. They were angry at something other than the half-penny sales tax. They all knew we needed infrastructure. Daytona Beach specifically needed LPGA. And I fought that for years, and my city wouldn't do anything. Not until I came to Heather, who brought it before you all, did it get solved. And now it's like 20 years early. We had planned on doing it until 2040, but it's in the process. There are things that happen through here that need to be done.
Thank you.
Think again about the half-penny sales tax.
Thank you. George Rechtenwald.
Yeah, just to address the first statement there, we have exactly that kind of building maintenance system set up. All of the areas contribute, and that is part of what, when you talk about interfund transfers and the operating versus the non-operating budget, a lot of that's what we're talking about when you're moving money within the organization, so for set aside. So that part is taken care of. And in fact, we just pressure washed the garage, and there was an earlier discussion at the Ocean Center, and it will be painted in October. We're out right now for bid on that. I'd have to have them address the sheriff, part of the CRA, what that's talking about.
All right, so that was probably my fault, and I can explain it a little better. So on this pie chart, we're telling you where the ad valorem tax revenue is by fund. And the CRAs act as a pass-through. Every taxing district that operates within a CRA has to pay into that CRA per agreement, except for the 4 newest CRAs that are only paid by the county's general fund. So every other CRA that exists, every taxing district in that CRA has to pay into it. Instead of having the law enforcement funds millage pay into the CRA, we're transferring sales tax money of $3 million to pay that CRA. And that way, everything that's levied in the law enforcement fund is for countywide law enforcement services, so that we can say that the tax rate for that fund is for the sheriff only, and he's not paying into the CRA or using sales tax. So it's not to pay for services of the sheriff's office. It is just to pay the CRA that taxing district operates in.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's deal with the amendment, which is to add .0855 to the millage rate, and then we'll deal with the main motion. Krista, would you call the roll for the vote on the amendment only, the adding of .0855?
Mr. Dempsey.
No.
Mr. Johansson.
Yes.
Mr. Kent.
No.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins.
Yes.
Mr. Santiago.
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
No, but the millage rate is increased by a vote of 4-3. And so now we will deal with the main motion, which is a millage rate of...
Yeah, restate it.
The general fund millage rate will now be 3.2862.
3.2862. Okay. Jake Johansson.
Hoping somebody's going to amend the motion. It's
already amended.
Amended with that. Then a motion approve the 32862 rate and September 3rd and 17th hearing dates.
You were a second on the main motion. Troy Kent was the. There's already been a motion, and now it's been amended. So
then I have no comments. I'm ready.
We don't have another motion. We can just go right to the vote.
And this vote, Chairman, just for clarification, is now the numbers have been adjusted because of that last vote. Is that correct?
Yes. Now the millage rate is 3.2862.
Gotcha.
Instead of 3.2007.
Call my name so I can say hard no.
I already did. You said a hard no once, but this is for the main motion. Carissa, would you? Let me ask you a question. If this gets voted down, how does that affect you?
If the motion gets voted down for the rates as presented, then you guys got to tell us what rates you want us to set.
Yeah. Then we start. Yes,
September
please.
17th, we have a county council meeting in the evening, or is that going to be
That's during the county council meeting.
during the meeting? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, just checking. All right, thank you.
Mr. Dempsey.
No.
Mr. Johansson.
Yes.
Mr. Kent.
Hard no.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins,
Hard yes.
Mr. Santiago,
A harder yes.
Mr. Brower.
No, but the millage rate is increased and set at 3.2862 by a vote of 4-3.
Lunch.
That only gives us, what, one item left?
Yeah, we can just sit for 10
Oh, man.
minutes and wait it out.
Okay, it's 1:19. Let's break until, how long do you need? 2 o'clock? Not that long? Okay.
Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Okay, 5-minute call, 5-second call to start. Right, it is 2 o'clock. We will resume the July 16th Volusia County Council meeting, and we have 2 more items. Item 15 is ordinance 2024-18, seeking council direction concerning the elimination of the Animal Control Board. And Russ Brown, you're going to take us into that?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of council. Russ Brown, Deputy County Attorney. As previously directed in the March County Council meeting, this is also another one of the advisory boards. Council directed staff to bring back for consideration as to whether to keep it around or dissolve it. Specifically with this one, it was options. About 8 years ago or so, a previous council removed the ability for the Animal Control Board to do dangerous dog determinations. So that's now under a special magistrate, handles all those determinations. So your Animal Control Advisory Board does policy advice to the council if there's any changes to the animal control regulations. So the options before council is either to keep it in its current form or to dissolve it. It was made by ordinance, so the ordinance has been advertised. If council elects to dissolve the board today, with me is staff that can answer any of your substantive questions about the Animal Control Board. Previously, really the cost or the time for the Animal Control Board, I think there's about 3 members of staff that have staff time. The board meets quarterly, I believe, 4 times a year. And so with that, I'll answer any questions or turn it over to staff.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Russ Brown or staff? David Santiago?
Question first, Mr. Chair, and then the motion we're going to. So the elimination of the board will not affect anyone's from the public due process for dangerous dogs and things like that. That still remains.
Correct, yes, sir. That's a special magistrate process.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure. Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the dissolving of the Animal Control Board.
Second, Johansson.
Okay, Councilman Santiago moves to dissolve the Animal Control Board, seconded by Jake Johansson. And are there other questions, Matt Reinhardt?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair. Specifically, what are their duties now, again, on the Animal Control Board?
Good afternoon, Council. Morgan Swank, Assistant County Attorney. Currently, right now, their functions pursuant to the code, they recommend to the County Council rules and regulations pertaining to any of the following: operation of the county animal control facilities, standards and procedures for the control, collection, care, and custody of animals not under restraint, and standards for maintenance of regulated facilities.
And they fall under the same guidelines as far as sunshine? They do as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll wait to hear. Thank you.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, I was just curious when they changed it from a board decision to a magistrate decision on declaring a dog dangerous.
I want to say that was approximately 2008.
Do you know what the reasoning was for the change?
Yeah, I served that board at the time. And if I recall correctly, we had some quorum issues to conduct dangerous dog hearings. And so the decision was made that to go to a magistrate or hearing officer for that function, and the board then retained making recommendations on changes to the animal ordinance.
Okay. How many were on the board back then?
It was the same size. I believe it's a 5-member board now. Yeah, 5-member board.
Okay, and so right now, we just have one person determining whether a dog's deemed dangerous or not and needs to be put down?
Yeah, and then the statute provides an appeal process, and it goes straight to county court.
Okay. What would be is there any detriment to bringing that back and giving more people the power to decide the fate of a family pet? I mean, if we brought back the board and had 3 members determine the fate of a dog, of a family pet who's...
Yeah, I mean, it's really a policy decision on council. The decision on whether a dog is deemed dangerous or not is set by state law and criteria that have to be met. It's not a discretionary decision. And again, if memory serves me correctly, it was done back then because we were having some hearings scheduled and we did not have quorum, which caused some issues. But that's all I can recall. But it's a policy decision on whether you want to restore that.
Okay. That's all.
How many board members? 5?
5, sir.
Do you have quorum issues?
Do you have quorum issues?
You always get a quorum?
Looking at staff, and they're saying they haven't had any recently.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, we'll open it for discussion. There is a motion on the table to eliminate the Animal Control Board. Any discussion on the item? Don Dempsey.
I just, over the years, I've been doing this 34 practicing law, and I've come across numerous of these dangerous dog issues, and nobody likes a dangerous dog. I get it, but unfortunately, there's a lot of dogs, I think, that maybe aren't deserving of being put down, family pets that get caught in the net, either by being provoked by a neighborhood or get loose because of somebody else's negligence. And I've always been, and I always will be, a proponent of multiple triers of fact and multiple, what we did on other boards. I mean, we have 7 people here deciding the fate and the budget of the county government. We have a jury system of 6 to 12 people on a lot of issues. I've said it before, you steal a candy bar and you're entitled to a jury of 6 people. I would always feel better having more people deciding the fate of a family pet, and if it's possible to resurrect the Animal Control Board to determine the fate of a dog, I'd always be in favor of that. If anything, today I'd like to look into the direction of bringing back the Animal Control Board and giving it the power of determining the fate of deemed dangerous dogs, and having again, like I've always said, there's safety in the multitude of counsel, and I always fear a rogue hearing officer. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the current one, but I've witnessed bad judges and bad hearing officers over the years, and that scares me. So at the very least, I'd like to bring that back. I don't want to see this board go away, because hopefully there's some oversight and maybe we can get input as to the current system that we have to see if maybe there's a problem with dogs who are undeserving of this being put down, but, I'm a dog guy. I know you're a dog guy, Troy. I mean, it's just, I'd like to make sure that there's enough due process in place to keep these families getting due process. So I'd like to bring it back like it was back in '08 or whenever Mike said it was done away with. Thank you.
Councilman Johansson.
For staff, when's the last time, this is Animal Control Board, it's not Dog Control Board, but I understand dogs are the one that usually pay the price here. When's the last time we had the magistrate have a hearing on a dog that got put down?
We have 2 dangerous dog hearings a year on average.
2. How many dogs you get put down?
So we currently have under 20 dangerous dogs deemed in unincorporated county of Volusia that we have deemed. Of those, none of the dangerous dogs that we have deemed to be dangerous are put down in that sense that we've allowed them to exist. They're currently available on our website to know exactly where their locations are. So as far as special magistrate goes and what they've decided since I began, which is about 10 months ago, there's 1 dog.
Yeah.
So there is a process of investigation by the officer. You have to bring that investigation to the special magistrate for that understanding. And there is special statute requirement for us to even bring it there that the animal had to exhibit such severe to be deemed dangerous. So it had to cause injury to an individual. Or killed multiple other animals.
I'll ask the director to correct me, or Sabrina, but my understanding of the process is dangerous dog determination basically puts some containment measures in place for the animal unless they kill somebody that are not destroyed. But if there's future violations, it can lead to destruction.
Yes, if they've been deemed dangerous and then they perform another violation causing another severe injury to a member of our community, then they would be obviously gotten rid of at that time. But there are requirements. They can be deemed dangerous and still exist. That does not mean the outcome would be euthanasia at that point. They would be having requirements for muzzle, and they'd be having requirements for being on leash or some sort of confinement in their home, especially just because we want to prevent any of those circumstances from happening to another individual at that point.
And it's a statutory process. It's not something that was originated here. It applies statewide.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there's enough due process for individuals that are pet owners to go through the process and appeal. So I have no concerns with our current process on the dangerous pet or dog or animal side. As it goes back to what we're voting on here today on this ordinance is whether or not it's relevant to continue to have the Animal Control Board. I made the motion to eliminate it. Smaller government, less expenses. We don't need it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, I mean, just to follow up on that, yeah, I am familiar with how this process works, and you're right, it takes 2 events, but I mean, innocent people, to get back at what Mike said, I mean, every crime is a state statute, and there's a process in place by statute. So, I mean, to say that there's a certain set of procedures you have to go through to deem a dog dangerous, well, if I accuse David of stealing my phone, he's got a process to go through too, but I'm sure he would still feel better having a jury trial than a potential trial by a rogue judge. And again, the reason you may not have as much going on right now is we might have a good judge, But what happens when the day comes when we get a bad judge?
We fire him.
Who starts put him, well, you can't fire him, Jake. I mean, you can't. Well, can I fire certain judges? Because I'll go around with a...
Whoa.
Well, not judges, but the hearing officers.
It's the hearing officer.
The reality of it is we'll never get the time of day. It's better to have the safety of multitudes at every single case. To sit here and say that we're going to micromanage the hearing officer, that takes up even more time. I mean, why don't we just have Jeff here running the county then? Why are us other 6 guys here? I mean, he's the chair. Let him run it. Why are we even here? If they don't like Jeff, fire him. or why do we have jury systems in general? That costs the taxpayers a lot of money to have a jury system, so why have jurors? We got to bring them in every morning. You got to swear them in. You got to do the voir dire, all this stuff, because it's protective of people's fundamental rights. I love my dogs, okay? I've seen issues of dogs getting out or somebody walking down the road and provoking a dog. I've got German Shepherds, so I've got to be real careful. But, I mean, it happens. I've seen it happen. And, David, to say, I don't know how many you've done in your career, but I've seen a lot of them. And I've seen a lot of innocent people get caught in the net. And I don't see why we just want to be so flippant about protecting people's due process rights. And what's the harm in having 3 people make the decision of whether this dog either dies or has to be confined in a manner that's basically just sets you up for failure? I mean, these constraints that they're talking about are extremely onerous. And, I like seeing people get their fair day in court. I know it's just a dog, but to a lot of us, a dog is family. And, our forefathers talked about our protection. Thomas Jefferson said it's better to let an innocent person, 99 guilty people go free than protect an innocent person. John Adams said we have to spend more time protecting innocence than prosecuting guilt. I don't see the harm in just leaving it with 3 people and let these people make the decision. Because to just sit here and say, oh, they're going to get a fair trial. Yeah, we could fire them. Yeah, right. In reality, it'll never happen. And there's a lot of people losing family pets that I don't see why we can't just let it go back to the board. I mean, it was there for a reason. I mean, it didn't exist at one time for no reason. I mean, it was there. I just think it doesn't hurt to take it back to the way it used to be. All right, thanks.
Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. A question for staff. Once a dog is deemed dangerous in the county of Volusia, do we require the homeowner to carry a separate insurance policy? And if so, what is the amount of that policy that we require once that dog is deemed dangerous? And I say dog, but it could be any animal, I guess, that we deem dangerous. It could be. I've seen some mean cats. I really have. I'm telling you right now. I'd rather spend time with a dog.
There is an insurance requirement in the ordinance. I don't have the ordinance right here in front of me, but Morgan's looking it up for me. There is a homeowner's insurance requirement. Since we put that in place, I think we've had at least 3 or 4 that were deemed dangerous, and they were able to get that insurance through the internet, and it actually wasn't that expensive for the homeowner. So we have had people able to comply with that rider.
When you find out the amount that we require, would you come back and let us know?
30 seconds.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. And if it's not $1 million, we need to change it. I'm serious.
Councilman Johansson.
So, a couple of things. Number one, there was a comment made earlier that we can't just fire the judge, but the special magistrate, right, we appoint and can unappoint and reappoint someone else if they're going off the rails. Is that correct? Yes, I'm getting.
That's
so
correct.
we can fire them. And number two, there's been instances in my travels on animal control boards where citizens either know the dog, know the family, know the person, and try to make a decision, sometimes contrary to state statute, that either saves that dog or votes to put down that dog, not based on facts, but based on personality. So the rogue magistrate is just as dangerous or just as viable as 3 or 5 member board. So I understand they're appointed by us, and we can appoint them too. But I don't think really that it's almost an apples and apples comparison, other than it's 3 or 5 people instead of 1 special magistrate. So I don't see much difference there. There can be a rogue group or a rogue person on either side of that argument. Thank you.
Vice Chair Troy Kent.
I don't have anything else. Sorry, my name should have.
A quick question. Does anybody from the Animal Control Board ever contact you all directly with issues with animals? And is that permissible?
Just to clarify, do you mean just concerns, general concerns?
Yes.
Yes. So
Very
members of our board are able to contact me at any time. Each of them have my number, my email. I'm always happy to set up a meeting with them. In fact, I'd rather them bring those to me directly right away when they have those concerns, rather than wait.
Okay, good. This is not a gotcha question because I don't know the answer to it, but I'm wondering if a member contacted you about, because if they didn't, I'll get with you afterwards or get with Mark, about several starving horses on East Avenue in DeLand?
Unfortunately, Animal Services does not actually have horses fall under us. It's actually the sheriff's office. They have a range unit. So horses and livestock actually fall under the range unit, not Volusia County Animal Services. We only serve domestic animals. So we would refer them to them.
You would refer them
Yes.
to it? Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I needed to know. Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to kind of respond. I guess, Don, still love you. And we're on opposite sides here today quite a couple times. But, you know, if you figured me out, I rarely share personal stories here or anything personal. I'm kind of a private person. I like to have fun. But I'll share this. I mean, I know you referenced the dog, right? These pets, right, of these loved ones. But I'll share a personal story. So about 6 months ago, my daughter got new neighbors. And the first introduction from those new neighbors were 2 German Shepherd, professionally trained. He described them as killer attack dogs that will shred you to pieces. That was the description that was given to my daughter and her husband with 2 little kids. That was the description. We're like, wow, this is the introduction. He put a cage. So one day, with no fence, he let them out of the cage, and my daughter, my family's little dachshund, was running around. That dachshund is now buried in my daughter's backyard because of those dogs. Or one of those dogs, I should say. So it's a stupid owner, is what it is. Those dogs, in my opinion, should have been deemed dangerous, but it is what it is. But I'd rather have someone who applies a professional standard as a magistrate, whose job is to take out emotion and look at the law or the ordinances that we have in place and apply them professionally. So that's why, you know, and if they're not doing their job, then we remove them. So I know it's got nothing to do with this, and I don't like to do that. But and hopefully it's the last time I ever share a personal story because I'm more of a private person. But let's let the professionals do that. And I know you're in the legal world, so I understand your angle and you've seen a lot. I respect that. And I always hope that people are professionals that are in their roles, but I realize that sometimes there are people that are not and have to be removed. So I think I'll repeat, this is a board that we don't need. We talk about limited government, smaller government, less costs. It's working fine without it. Well, they're not doing much, I should say. Let's just move forward. So, thank you.
Councilman Dempsey.
Thank you. So,
Sure.
Thank you, David, because you just made my point. Okay? You have a real-world experience. You obviously have, whether you want to admit it or not, you have a bias against German Shepherds or maybe neighbors who are irresponsible owners, but you have a bias, or you wouldn't even mention that today because it's something that's in your mind. Troy may not have that same experience. Jeff may not have that same experience. But what if your next career move sends you to be the new special magistrate for these animal issues? Boy, wouldn't it be kind of scary knowing that you're going to decide the fate of my dog? Maybe my dog was provoked by the neighbor's dog, or maybe the kids came over and were poking it with it. I don't know. That's why there's safety in the multitudes, because even though you may have this horrific life experience, or your family member does, the other 2 board members may not, or 4. That's why we have multiple of people. different perspectives. And, I mean, just to ask Sabrina, if we're talking about the appeal system and stuff, how many, I know you do appellate work, how many appeals do they actually give opinions on when you go, like, let's say, to the 5th DCA?
As few as they possibly can, would
Right.
be my opinion.
They do what's called PCA, pure curiam affirmed, right? That's when, because everybody thinks in this system, oh, if they do me wrong, I'll just appeal it, and I'll have my day in court. Correct me if I'm wrong, Sabrina. So you go to appeal to the 5th DCA. And do you know how many of those rulings that the appellate court actually says, we disagree with the judge, or we agree, and we're going to tell you why? How many do they actually give you an opinion as to why they agree or disagree with the lower court?
I really don't know. Mr.
Well, come on.
Sanchez.
I mean, you could give me an educated guess, or Rusty, when we put you in the hot seat.
Yeah,
Would I be out of line in saying?
I'll say half. Half.
Or
Because
less than half.
I can tell you in a lot of my opinions, they do come back with written opinions. I've had
Right.
several that are PCA, depends on what you're talking about, but roughly there's some version of, I would say, maybe half or less.
Give a
My
reason
experience.
why they agree with the lower
In my
court.
experience.
Right.
Or just giving a written opinion in general. I'm not saying agree or disagree. I'm just talking about giving a written opinion in general.
Right. Telling you why they're agreeing or disagreeing with the lower court.
Yes, sir.
So when people sit here and think, and I would say, just as having done criminal for over 30 years, that it's even less than that in the criminal form. They do what's called PCA. We agree with the lower court, but we're not going to tell you why, because they deal with such a volume. So to sit here and think, oh, I'll just appeal it and I'm going to get some sort of justice from the appellate court and they're going to explain why, it doesn't work that way in real life. That's why I'm such a proponent of having multitude of people at the lower court, because a lot of times the lower court's decision does not get reviewed to your satisfaction and does not get evaluated. That's why I like a lot of people being the trier of fact, not just one person. That's why I really would like to see this go back, because, again, we're not talking about the library or anything. We're talking about family pets and who are being accused of something that they may or may not justifiably deserve. And I don't see the harm in having more people making that decision as to what that family has to go through in dealing with their dog. So I'm going to stick to where I am. Thanks.
Thanks. So I want to make sure I understand your argument, which is really good, and you got me. But it's almost like a separate issue than what we're dealing with here, which is just getting rid of the board. So are you arguing to keep the board so that we can bring this part back to? Okay. I want everybody to understand that. How would that process work?
Well, let me correct something, sir. So I told you before there were five. It was a 5-person board. It is a 9-person board. There's 4 vacancies. So if I was mistaken in that, I just want to make the record reflect that correction. As far as if you're saying add the dangerous dog determination back to the
We would have
animal
to
control,
deal with this
you
and then
would-
do it later.
Yes, sir. And you would have to direct staff to amend the ordinance, and we'd come back.
That's what you would like to do? Okay. Right. If it survives, yeah. Okay. I just wanted you to have the opportunity to clarify that. Sabrina, did you need to say something?
It's the insurance. The ordinance actually only requires proof of liability insurance for the premises where the dangerous dog shall be securely enclosed. That includes coverage for dog bites or attacks.
That's why many go ahead and say, yeah, we've got insurance and we're good to go.
We require them to provide the certificate of insurance as part of when they register their dangerous dog. They are required to provide us with a certificate of insurance.
But it doesn't have an amount, does it?
No, it does not.
No, it won't.
So it doesn't have an amount. If my memory is right, in the city of Ormond Beach, because we did this, we did a dangerous dog ordinance in Ormond Beach many years ago. And, you know, if you wanted to keep a dog that was dangerous because it attacked somebody or it killed another family type pet, then you could keep your dog, but you were gonna carry $1 million on that dog. And that's something that I think this council should talk about at some point. I think it's a healthy conversation, and thank you for getting back with me with that answer.
And you can
just like what you were mentioning, Mr. Santiago. I mean, Don brings up a valid point. You know, the dachshund could have, but he's it's not scratching me where I itch, pun intended, because I have 2 dachshunds. Okay, so my heart immediately goes out when I hear about that dog being killed by a dog next door who and I was immediately turned off against that homeowner when you mentioned this is how they introduced themselves. It was their first interaction was, by the way, this is who, you know, you're going to meet next door. And I'm sorry that happened, but you know, I wish that in the area that once a dog is deemed dangerous like that, the person, if they want to continue to keep that dog, you're going to make sure that they are insured, so that it's bad enough that it's a dog, but what if it's your grandchild? Okay, I mean, I'm not trying to put that out there in the universe, but I mean, even just being mauled, you know, even being mauled. I mean, that's a life-changing event that physically they're going to have damage, but mentally, I mean, it's a horrific thing.
Okay, Michael Dyer, your name had been up. Did you say what you needed to say? Or?
No, I think separately, if Mr. Kent wants to bring that up, he can give us direction and report back to you with an agenda item to change that. The state law allows you to enact additional restrictions on owners of registered dangerous dogs if you wish to specify an insurance requirement or other requirement.
Thank you. Councilman Johansson.
Yes, sir. One of the reasons that I wanted this added originally for discussion is based on the minutes, and as mentioned before, there's 5 people in a 9-person board, right? So why haven't the other 4 positions been filled? Probably because we can't find anybody interested.
Yeah, I would say it's very difficult to get applicants across all boards. But being on the Animal Control Advisory Board, you do have specific qualifications that may be filled. I believe it's not must, but that may be filled. And so that makes it a little bit harder as well.
Do you know when the last meeting was, Carissa?
I do not.
The last minutes were in May of 23. So I get that are posted anyhow. So I guess my thing is that not much has been done, and I'm if we're not doing much and we're talking about homeless living in the forest, and we're talking to Adam Leith about stuff last posted, they're not really doing much, or at least we're not posting much, so it must not be so important. So why are we wasting everybody's time?
If I may, I'm sorry.
Please.
The last meeting was in May of 2024. They just haven't uploaded the minutes, and the next meeting is tomorrow.
Got it. And we have a quorum.
I don't know yet.
Oh.
It'll be tomorrow.
All right. That's all I have. Thanks.
Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Russ, did you just say that? I thought I'd heard you say 9 members, but there are 5 vacancies. I could have
4
sworn.
vacancies.
4
There's
vacancies.
5 members that are.
And there's never been a quorum issue.
Have you had quorum issues? Not that I'm aware of, sir.
So those 5 are diligent, and
That's a great question, but yes, sir, that's what I'm told.
okay. But there's always that chance. One's out, no quorum. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Yeah, I'll just add, Mr. Chair, no one has made the case as to why we still need this board, other than Don saying he wants to expand its duties, but which I disagree with him. But there's no case to why keep it. So no evidence or comments have been entered into that. And with that, Mr. Chair, I call the question.
Okay, Carissa, would you call the roll on the ordinance is to, the question is to disband the Animal Control Board?
I think the motion would be to approve and adopt Ordinance 2024-18, which would in fact dissolve the Animal Control Advisory Board. And that motion was made by Mr. Santiago and seconded by Mr. Johansson. And with that, Mr. Dempsey.
No.
Mr. Johansson.
Yes.
Mr. Kent.
No.
Mr. Reinhardt.
No.
Mr. Robbins.
No.
Mr. Santiago.
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
No. So the board remains, and you'll have a crack at your thing later.
2 to 4?
Pardon me?
2 to 4, was it?
Yeah.
It was, yes,
No, 2 to 5.
2 to 5.
2 to
There's
5.
still 7 of us.
Yep.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll let you call the next one. I forgot.
Russ Brown, you are you here to discuss the reducing the Historic Preservation Board membership and quorum requirements from 9 to some other number?
Yes, sir.
Like
I am.
5.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Russ Brown, Deputy County Attorney, members of council. So as directed by council back in your June meeting, we have, I'm told by staff, had some quorum issues. So the recommendation of staff is your current size is 9 members of the Historic Board would be to reduce that to 5, which would also, the ordinance amend your quorum from 5 to 3 if you reduce the members. When we initially brought this forward, thought we had 5 members of the current board. We have actually 6, I'm told. So if the council wanted to, instead of making this effective immediately, you could, on the floor in your motion, amend it to make it effective April 1st of 2025, so that that's when the current appointments that you have, their 2 or 3 years expire.
Wow.
And that's all I have. And I have Mr. Irvin is here and Mr. Ryan on our staff to answer any substantive questions you may have.
Okay, Councilman Reinhardt.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to modify the board from 9 to 5, but effective on April 1st, was it?
Yes, sir. The motion would just be to approve the ordinance as written.
Approve the ordinance as written.
That it would
but
only be effective April 1st.
April 1st, yes.
Of
What he said.
2025.
Second, Johansson.
Okay.
The
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to reduce it from 9 to 5, effective April 1st, 2025. Any questions for staff? Any comments?
Mr. Chair, my understanding of the will of the council was have this take effect April 1st.
Yes.
So I think we should revise the ordinance to reflect the April 1st effective date. Because once we file it, it takes effect within 10 days.
Right.
So
Well, that was
your motion was to have it effective April 1, was where you were headed initially.
Yeah.
April
right?
1st, 2025.
Right.
So, is there an issue?
No, what's attached to the agenda says effective immediately.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir. So that's why I was asking. I apologize if I wasn't clear. That's why I was asking. We would have, your amendment, I think was what Mr.
Absolutely.
Reinhardt said, to make it
You
effective.
can change on the floor, it's no problem.
Can we,
Jake Johansson.
can we just keep it 6 and let it go by attrition, but adopt it now? And just say that
If you adopt it now, sir, you're going down to 5 unless you amend it to be 6, but then you're, normally, it's odd numbers, so we don't have the voting and the quorum issues necessary, or the voting, really.
yeah, I see what you mean. All right.
So my suggestion would be just section 5 of the ordinance where it says effective date. We have the ordinance take effect April 1st,
Yes,
25.
Yes.
that was your motion.
Yes, sure was.
I apologize if I confused.
And Jake Johansson, you made the second. You're good with that? Okay. I don't see any other points of discussion. All in favor of the ordinance to reduce from 9 to 5 members, taking effect April 1st, 2025, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
1 opposed. So the motion carries 6 to 1.
Taking my toys.
That was a
Mr.
hard
Santiago
no.
was the one that was opposed.
David
correct?
Santiago, yes.
I believe 9 is better than 5.
Okay. It brings us to a final public comment period. We have 2 people that would like to speak. The first one up is John Nicholson of Daytona Beach, Florida.
Don't say.
Pardon me?
I'll hold off. I'll talk to you next month.
No way.
Did y'all hear that?
Is EMS around? What's going on?
Okay, thank you. Then Amy Munizzi, it's all on you.
Good afternoon again. Under the public participation, I'm going to put my glasses back on, information here, it says speakers shall identify themselves by name, state their address, and if the speaker is representing a group or organization, the group or organization should also be identified. I'm very careful on a regular basis and for the last 13 years to come forward before the council, and if I'm speaking for myself, I say Amy Munizzi, not representing any group. But if I'm representing the DeLeon Springs Community Association, I say that, as I did this morning. On my way here this morning, and thanks to the tech department, we get to hear y'all on YouTube. Many times we listen to you. And I was listening to public participation, and I was referred to, along with several other people that I know, don't know, respect, don't agree with, do agree with, as an idiot. And what they had done is they had taken an email that I sent on my personal email address to County Councilman Reinhardt. I'm assuming they got that information through a public records request, but I don't know. They took an email that I sent as a personal individual on my personal email address stating my opinion about something not relating to DeLeon Springs. They truncated it, cut out a lot of it, and use that on social media to slander me. This morning they called me an idiot based on that information. And then they tried to say that I said that as president of DeLeon Springs Community Association. I did not. Mr. Reinhardt can attest to the fact that that was sent by me, signed by me on my personal email address. And so I think it's important that I have an opportunity to come up here and make that clear. I take my role with the DeLeon Springs Community Association very seriously. We do great things in that community, and all of it comes out of our pockets. It cost us a lot of money and a lot of time to do good things in that community. But that does not preclude me as a human being, a citizen of this county, and a citizen of the United States of America to give my opinion, and it may or may not agree with everyone I know. And I have a right to do that to one of my county council representatives. And I understand it was probably a public record search. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was just a stolen email. But I have a right to do that, and I'm very careful not to confuse my roles as just a human being citizen versus representing my community association. I wanted to make that clear before you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Looking to see if we had any more, but I guess that's not what it is. So that brings us to closing comments of the county manager.
Oh, yes, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to provide a brief update on the Belvedere situation. I have had the chance to meet with a few of you on this. We've been asked, have we been in contact? I think someone had mentioned it this morning. We have reached out to Belvedere, or I have, on a couple of occasions. I've yet to receive a call back. That being said, a few other things have occurred since the last time we gave an update. It was mentioned again, I think this morning, Belvedere, around the time that they sent in their conceptual plan to us, which I think was around in February. Around that time, they also sent plans into the FDEP. We've taken some of this time when it's been quiet. We've looked at things like that, and we've discovered what they turned into the DEP was different from what they turned into us. So we have actually asked for clarification with the FDEP, pointed that out, and also sent the 27 pages that we sent back to Belvedere as for initial request for additional information. We sent that package also to FDEP, so they had the same group of questions and concerns that we had that we sent. So I want to make sure we understood that that was updated, and since then we have heard nothing from that time. Also, there was mention of an FAA report today. Yeah, very routine that when people are going to build something near an airport, they check with FAA. That is again, that's more of a math checking exercise. They check to see the height that's allowed around that airport, and that's what information we got was that the tanks that they were proposing would be allowed and would not be of sufficient height that would even require the lights. I think that was said today. But again, that's not something to appeal or anything. That's something that's a math problem that was given to FAA. But again, we continue to monitor that. That would also be something that the Ormond Beach Municipal Airport would also be monitoring. If they've heard anything, but as of yesterday, no one has heard anything from a neighboring county about them looking in Flagler or Brevard. That's it. That's my report.
You didn't care to say anything about your legal department? Are you going to let Mike do that?
Well, I think Mike will speak to the legal.
Okay. Michael Dyer.
Sure. Briefly, since our last meeting, I understand one of the attorneys in our office, Laura Coleman, who's been with us about 5 years, has accepted a new position at Daytona State College as one of their attorneys. Really sorry to see her go. Wish her well. Sounds like an exciting position. She certainly will be missed, and I wish her the best. Paulo Soria, since our last meeting, received the annual ethics award from the Florida Association of County Attorneys. I've asked him to prominently display the award in his office, but I appreciate all Paulo has done. I congratulate him on the award. And lastly, there was some discussion earlier during first public input about Narcan and vending machines. So it's a new, I would say a newer opportunity to have vending machines that have Narcan or to make them available to the public or your employees. There is a state law that has been enacted that offers some immunity to specified individuals, such as your first responders, doctors, nurses, and the like. General county employees so far are not covered under that statute, although that could be something that we talk about when you are forming your legislative platform if you want to ask for. I'm sure other counties and cities would benefit from that if you did that. You do have some opioid money that is coming available to you and the larger part to your regional partners, so Volusia cities, and you have an opioid advisory board. And so there is a funding opportunity. If my suggestion would be, if you were interested in having those types of vending machines, Narcan machines, on your public property, on a county property, that you do have a funding source through the opioid funding that could be a possibility. And there's some other local governments are looking at it in that regard as well. And there would be vendors potentially out there as well that would be responsible for not having, for having current products, not expired, instructions, and those types of things. That might be something you would consider. Could you put them on county property now and have it donated to you? Sure. I mean, I think our recommendation would be that if that is something you want to do, let your staff explore. I know Brad has had conversations to encourage the individual that spoke earlier today to come to your opioid advisory board. But if having on county property is important, I would just ask that my suggestion would be you have your staff review that and come back to you on what available options might look like.
And keep in mind, it is available on county property now, because
That's true.
we have, like at this building here, we're surrounded. We have our EMS people on one side of the building, and we have our fire department on the other side, and they all carry now Narcan. So to his point about administering it, if something were to happen here, I would be calling one of our EMTs, fire EMT or EMS EMT, to administer it. So on top of that, I believe the sheriff's department, very likely on the 4th floor, has it as well. So I just don't want you to think that there's a lot of facilities that already have it, but they have it in the hands of those people that he mentioned that have immunity.
And that is it for my report. Thank you.
Chairman, may I ask him a question?
Yes. Michael, you entertaining questions?
No.
Sorry. I'm done then. Now, real quick, if you are going to bring back information, council, I'd also like to see on a map just the demographics of where the ODs are happening. That way we can be as target specific as we can with our funds and resources. That's something that we can.
Sure,
really
and
put
I think
together.
we have not received any direction to come back
Okay.
with the information. If you would like to direct us, we'd be happy to do that.
Yeah, I could put that in a motion to bring back additional information on where and if these products would be most usable or most needed. But also, too, I'd like for us to also reach out to the municipalities and get them on board and partners and see how we can be very target specific with this.
Okay, so that was in the form of a motion by Danny Robbins, second by Matt Reinhardt, to bring back at the, do you want to set a date, next meeting, future meeting? On locations for Narcan, and then asking the cities to participate as well?
We're going to definitely need our help because this, I mean, we're only on incorporated Volusia. That the cities take up most of probably, I'm assuming, I don't want to get hung in the street. I can only assume that the cities would also benefit from this.
And most of your cities are represented on your opioid advisory committee currently. So you have a body now to discuss it, and they make recommendations that ultimately make their way to you as to funding. And I understand that. I think you might have had some of this discussion.
Yeah, I would suggest we don't bring it back until after there's a report issued by that committee, which I think may be coming in August.
Okay, this August, next month.
Yep.
Okay, well,
Well, there'll be
he didn't
grant
put a time limit
recommendation,
on it, so.
but they can also discuss, as far as locations as well, which would be
Councilman
part of
Robbins
what they
didn't put a
fund.
time limit on it, so just bring it back when it's appropriate. If that's the council's vote, all in favor of sending that to the staff to bring back more information, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Okay, well, since he's asking you questions, Mike, then I can scratch this off of my my final comments. And I don't know if it's for you or for George. It's probably a legal question, and it goes back to Belvedere. That the $10 million, there's really not a time limit on that, is there? But I think you had said it would be unusual to go longer than a year. You didn't say that?
I don't recall that,
Okay.
but there was no deadline
Okay.
in the appropriation. So there hasn't, I'm not aware of any instructions that have come from the Florida Department of Commerce
Okay.
on those funds either.
Is there any, now there's talk about 20 million, is there any trigger mechanism that moves it from 10 to 20?
The legislature appropriated 10. I haven't heard of 20.
Okay. You haven't either?
Oh, no, nothing like 20.
Okay.
I think there's been discussion, would 10 million cover their costs to move somewhere else? But as far as there being any money associated, it was clearly just 10 million.
The legislature did not approve it. Good. That's it's good to know because it's out there and being discussed that there's actually 20 million available. Okay. Then we'll move to council members, and I'm sorry, Don, but you're first.
I just have 1 point and 38 subparts, that's all. Yeah, I was going to bring up the Narcan thing as well. I think it's a good idea. I'm glad that we're directing staff to get us more information on it. I've seen a lot of good people fall to these drugs, and it would be nice to make it readily available for the community. The other thing is, since we kind of woke a sleeping giant today, I'd also like to have staff look into bringing back, or at least exploring the option of bringing back the Animal Control Board the way it was back in 2004 or whatever date it was rescinded. It seems like the trend of this council to wind back the clock and bring back the good old days. We're talking about bringing back driving on the beach. We're talking about repealing a lot of permitting and regulations from government and getting things back to the way they were. As long as we're in that mindset, I would like to direct staff to at least get us more information on what would be involved in getting it back to the way the Animal Control Board used to be run, and then maybe set it on an agenda item after we get all that information. But I would like to see it go back to a board decision as opposed to an individual decision. So, for dangerous dogs.
For dangerous dogs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that a motion?
Yeah, I move.
And I'll second that motion.
Okay.
I'll add, I got comments.
Don makes a motion, and the second was by Troy Kent, and the first comment is by Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not opposed to that, but I'd also like historical knowledge as to why it went away. Right? So, and the data around that.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on that before I call for the vote on bringing back information on restoring the dangerous dog board as a part of the Animal Control Board? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Sounds like it passes 7-0. So, anything else? No subparts. Okay. Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir. First off, I went to my first Career Source Consortium meeting July 1st. Interesting, quick meeting. There was a elected representative from Flagler, myself for Volusia County, and one for Brevard. The Brevard council member or commissioner is the chairman. I'm the vice chairman. The Flagler Commissioner O'Brien will be departing in November or December, so he chose not to participate in the leadership at this time, but he does have an alternate that will step up and take his place. We did a lot to move forward Career Source to make sure the new Career Source, Volusia, Flagler, Brevard County, doesn't drop sync on any services. And the board of 13, 12, 25, 28, I think, has been installed, and they will meet to keep the operation going. Something I'm not involved with, but I'm aware of, is the existing Career Source as we knew it for Volusia County that David used to be on the board of back in the day. Is in a wind-up committee, and Ryan Osowski is the main staff representative helping through that wind-up committee. That might take anywhere from 6 to 18 months to resolve all the audits, get the money squared away, and then close up the virtual administrative doors for good. We still have all our Career Source buildings and people in place by and large. I think the The only person we lost in the shuffle right now is our old executive director, which was part of the plan, and we'll see how the rest goes with attrition as we move on. Second, we talked earlier about road improvements. So in an effort to chug more stuff onto a workshop, and I think I mentioned earlier that I think it's important that we have more than one workshop a year. I'd like to propose or make a motion to schedule a road improvement workshop to come up with or reinstitute the big long list of what we have to do and how much it will cost in today's dollars, and then we can also discuss maybe a way ahead to start funding that.
I'll second
somehow.
that. Second.
Okay, let's deal with that real quick.
Sure.
Jake, you've made a motion.
That's correct.
To bring up a workshop to really do a cost needs analysis of road concerns. Is that
Roads
clear
and
enough?
bridges, I'll add bridges.
Yeah, I just would like to, like I said, we're in the process right now of what we do, the road show, where we go out to the 4 impact fee zones and meet with the cities and also the public in those areas to get feedback on the road program. So if we could schedule that after we're
makes
completed
sense.
with that, and that's what's
Concur.
going on now.
Okay, that makes sense. I hear Councilman Santiago, who made the second, say that makes sense. So any other questions from council? All in favor of scheduling that workshop after the public comment period, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Jake.
And so, lastly, a question for you, Chairman. I'm hoping that I don't want to steal your thunder, but are we going to talk about the South Atlantic issue that the gentleman spoke of earlier? Are you going to bring that up in your comments?
I will, but if
Perfect.
you wanted to bring something up. go
No,
ahead.
no.
Okay.
If we're going to, I want to talk about it. It sounds like an issue. I just don't want to steal your thunder and bring it up yet. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you, Chairman Brower. Council, I'm going to start off with an apology, and that is that you all were given a list of our assignments here by our Madam Clerk this afternoon. And the apology is the Volusia Flagler Early Learning Coalition is really, on paper, looks like a great fit for me to serve as on that committee on behalf of this board. And I'm happy to do it. My first priority is professionally is to this council to make every meeting that I can. Fortunately or unfortunately, my daytime job pays the bills in my household, so I have to let you all know. I was under the impression that the Volusia Flagler Early Learning Coalition, there would be morning and afternoon meetings, and I would miss the morning ones, would be there for the afternoon ones, but it seems like they're all mid-morning meetings, like none of them are afternoon. So once I declined like 5 in a row, the question was, well, do you have somebody else that can attend? So I just want you all to know I'm going to have to come off of the Volusia Flagler Early Learning Coalition because their meetings conflict with my daytime job. And I won't miss these meetings, but I will miss those. So I just wanted to put that out there so you all were aware. Is Ben Bartlett in the room? There he is. It was the Public Works Ben Bartlett show this morning. I mean, you really, on a serious note, you had a lot on this agenda, and you handled it masterfully. You did a great job, and I just wanted to say thank you.
It's his birthday, too.
For that.
I think today.
It actually really was his birthday over the weekend. So
Did we miss the real one? We've talked about so many of them that. A happy birthday, Ben. Let me be the first on the dais to say happy birthday to you.
Life is so unfair.
I will make a motion that in the next 3 months, staff bring back to us some options on insurance requirements for dangerous dogs in the unincorporated parts of the county of Volusia. I think that it is something prudent that we need to discuss to find out that there's no dollar amount associated with it. I think that we owe it to our residents to make sure that if a dog is deemed dangerous, for someone to keep it, we need to make sure there is an insurance rider on that homeowner with that dog. And thank you. The amount we can talk about whenever it comes back to us, but thank you for seconding that.
Hold on one second. Would that have been covered with what you were going to bring back with the dangerous dog? No?
No, sir. There wasn't
Okay.
part of the motion.
All right. Then we have a motion on the floor that insurance requirements be brought back. I think they could be brought back at the same time now that you have direction to bring back the process required to bring that board back.
And that's fine. Bring them back at the same time.
Yeah, I think we can find out what some other jurisdictions have for comparison.
Okay.
It would be an ordinance change if we did it.
Right, because we didn't give you a time limit on it anyway. So
and I gave you 3 months, so I'm not going to give you a time limit either. I'll say you can bring them back together. That's fine, and talk to Ormond because I know they have a dollar amount tied with theirs.
Let's take a vote on since you made a motion and it was seconded. All in favor of bringing back the insurance question for the dangerous dogs, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Just two more. Council and chairman, we are better. These meetings are more streamlined. We had one meeting this month, and we're looking at 6 hours. We had a 45-minute lunch. We're looking at a 6-hour day, and we went through a lot of items today. Chairman and council, great job. George, great job. You're getting it. And I don't mean that like you weren't before, but you're getting it as far as lining things up in a streamlined fashion so that this council can get the work of this county done. Great job. My last comment is that all of us are humans and we don't always do things that make others look good and or make us proud to be associated with each other. True story. The opposite, in my opinion, happened this morning when I had multiple people send me the news journal with our at-large member, Jake Johansson, on the cover. And I know he's chuckling, but I don't care. Jake, you made me proud to sit up here with you. And I'm proud to say it publicly. I had one guy in Ormond Beach send me that clip, and he had 2 words in it. Who knew? And I thought I knew, but he didn't, which tells me there were many others that had no idea. And I just want to say thank you for not only having a super cool job back when, but for the responsibility that you had, Councilman Johansson, and to say that I served with you, I'm proud. And I think you made all of us look good. You made your county look good. And I give the News Journal credit, if she's still here or listening online, because they chose the right person to talk to. And I publicly just wanted to say thank you.
It's his birthday, too. Yeah, I think so.
So thanks for being that guy, and it speaks volumes about not only your work ethic but your ethics, and proud of you.
Turn on. No? Okay. He chooses not to. Is that it?
Yeah, thank you. Have a nice afternoon.
Deputy County Manager Suzanne Conchin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kent, and members of the board, the Staff is able to serve on the board of the Early Learning Coalition of Flagler and Volusia County. I think we've done that in the past.
I'll make that motion.
We could bring back at your next meeting a suggestion of a staff person who could serve in that capacity.
Thank you, thank you,
I was
thank
going to
you.
give it to Matt because he doesn't have any of those boards.
Behind boards. Stop.
That's what happens when you retire.
I tell you what.
All right. Thank you, Suzanne. That's good news for everybody, I think. Okay, Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I'm so glad you didn't say, well, I thought it would be a good idea for Matt to make it 10. First off, thank you again also on the Narcan issue. Jeannie has been contacting me a lot with respect to that. And it does hit home. April 29th, I lost my brother to an overdose. So the Narcan is an important issue. So I wasn't there. It was up in Virginia. But thank you for bringing that stuff back. And Paulo, is he still here? Paulo, happy birthday tomorrow. I gotcha. So, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman. About a week and a half ago, I saw some road crews working out in the community throughout my district and others. I shot out a picture, put our information down. I'll tell you what, if I didn't receive 100 emails within a day thanking people or thanking our crews and Ben's guys, county staff, everybody. And I just want to say something. You know, we get these inquiries in. It's very rare that I don't get, or I shouldn't say me, because I actually, I know I don't have to follow up. And that's a beautiful feeling and I know that because I don't get complaints saying people, hey, I didn't get an answer back. Long story short, these guys, and from what I'm experiencing the last 3-4 years, within a few hours, not only do they get, or the resident gets a phone call back, an email back, but I noticed here lately they're getting actual service to their issue, not within 12 hours, not within 10 hours, not within 8 hours. There was a lot that were been within 4 hours. So you and your guys are on top of it. Coastal on top of it. Ms. Kuntz on top of it. You know, often we hear a lot of negative, but you guys do a fine job, and we're really proud of it. So thank you for that. We also put out, and it's something too I'd like to make a push for, maybe quarterly or throughout the year. There were some quick links I think y'all put up in terms of how to report, you know, a service call. Like if your ditch needs cleaned out, or a tree needs trimmed, or if there's some sort of issue that involves a county asset or right of way, where you don't have to send an email in and go direct to the source and kind of cut out the middlemen. Whichever way folks want to do it, we're happy to do it, or I'm happy to do it. And also too, there's a program I'd like to make a push as well. Our dirt road system, there was a map which showed what county roads or what roads in our community that we're responsible for. And it's something, it was interactive, something where the person, as long as we can get that information maybe out there, I think it would help a lot, maybe take some issues or take some time off going through us. But good stuff with that. Proud of you. Great job as always. Is Brad here? There you are. Brad, if you don't mind, just bend your ear for just a minute. Getting a lot of complaints here recently, I say within the last couple weeks and couple months, and it's something I've noticed. FWC has it on their website, and if you're going down, Krista, I sent you an email with an FWC link. There's a picture of that Kogan grass. Can you scroll? Okay, stop right there. Are you able to blow that picture up? So this grass, guys, and you'll probably see it more often now, but it's spreading quite a bit. And I think it's within like 43 counties in the state of Florida. But I've been noticing it more, and I've been getting more and more calls on it. Like, how the heck do we get rid of this? It's in our hay fields. It's on, our property. Nothing I'm doing is killing it. This grass comes from China. This Chinese grass here. It's very invasive. It's terrible. You can go on FWC and read about it. But what I want Brad to do is there's a USDA grant that's available in other partnerships that can help out our ag community. Brad, are you able to hit on that and we'll go from there?
Yes, sir. So Danny had asked, based on the infestation that we're seeing around the county, are there any programs that can help private landowners? So I'm very happy to report that the USDA grant that this council supported as part of our Volusia Forever program, the Regional Conservation Partnership Program, we have set aside $1 million to help private landowners cost share some best management practices, including invasive weed control. So when we bring that money down from the federal government, probably in the spring, there will be a program available for our private landowners. On the public side, we're doing things, in terms of our land management program and Parks and Rec to control this invasive. But really the problem is this spreads by rhizome, which is kind of a horizontal root system, and you may spray it and it will die back, but it still has carbohydrate reserves in that root system, so it will pop right back up. You've got to spray it multiple times, and that's why it's become very difficult. And when you mow it and you have it on your mower and you move to somewhere else, it spreads really rapidly. So we're doing our part both publicly, and we have a program coming online soon for private landowners.
That's awesome. And if we could, I'd like to be able, can we make up one of those flyers with on how to maybe reach out and contact and have our private farmers, our folks that hay, because it's going crazy off LPG. I talked to a couple people out there that hay and cultivate and whatnot, but also throughout my district. And then anything that we can do or put out informational wise on how to prevent the spread, both internally within our county organization, with how we do business, but also privately, because a lot of the people that'll hay will hit multiple, multiple areas. So whatever we can do to get that out there, but this stuff is bad news. It's absolutely taken over. So other than that, good job, Brad. Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Do we know if the oranges of that grass is from the Wuhan lab? There's a Chinese grass.
China grass.
China grass. All right, just making sure. Other bad things have come from there. Two things. Jake, thanks for bringing up the workshop on the roads, because we got to get on that so that we get on it early for the other things. And I just wanted to ask we adopted the millage rate today that was changed. If staff can get to us some ideas also on that $5 million that is now tentatively still in there, methods or things or ways we can leverage those $5 million and how we can make best use of it. Do we bank it? They just give us some ideas so that when we come time.
My intent would be to have that discussion in one of the next two meetings.
The name of this rate, but I have used a product that is really effective on Kogan. I'm going to email you the name. I think it's Weed Slayer, but I use several of them that are non-toxic. This one happens to contain acetic acid, like 16%, so it'll burn your skin. Eugenia oil, which is just clove oil, and then a surfactant that kind of slowly takes it into the plant, because Brad is right, it's rhizomes, and if you just kill the tops, the rhizomes just push it right back up. But my experience has been you still have to spray it 3 times. The good part about it is that it, especially in a hayfield or anything that animals are grazing, it's completely non-toxic, and it's actually beneficial for the soil. Don't ask me how, but you'll see an increase in earthworms when you use it. There's 2 of them. This one that is actually better. It's the other one just has the Eugenia oil. This also has acetic acid, which gives it that burn down. And I don't know if I'll send it to you too, Ben. I don't know if it's something you would want to experiment with if you're struggling with it, but it's a huge problem, and there's not much that will deal with it. This is kind of Troy, you made me think about this. Everybody's always taking bets what time will be done. I think on the way down, I heard from some staff 9 p.m. So here we are. But one of the people that have let me know that going into this meeting was Al Everson. And he's not here. And I'm just wondering if anybody's heard from Al, if he's okay. I'm wondering if he thinks it was a nighttime meeting because it would have been our second meeting of the month. I hope that's the case.
He did think it was a night meeting.
Did he?
Yes, he did. I know because I thought it was a night meeting when I spoke with him last night.
Well, boy, is he going to be surprised when he gets here and see how efficient we were.
Russ has agreed to stay.
Okay.
Agreed.
And greed, Al.
In order to save money, we disbanded.
We
the county
voted to
council. There you go.
disband. Okay. So Al is okay. Now for the 2 points that I really wanted to make. One is this was really a horrific week nationally. We had a former president that was almost assassinated. And I think part of the reason, and this goes back to what Amy brought up here, I think it's directly related to the level of political discourse and things that are said in campaigns to one another, to usually not to somebody's face, often on social media where you say things you would never say face to face. I hope that, I think that underscored the need to lower the temperature on political rhetoric. I think that while that woman was speaking this morning and used the word idiots completely, I understand her feelings, and I will defend her First Amendment right to say that. It defends speech that we don't want to hear, not so she has every right to do that. But I could hear the gentle groans around me every time that it was mentioned. I hope that we will get to that point where that rhetoric is toned down and we can come together as not just a country but as a county and cities and have debates without making it so personal. And so I just wanted to get that out of the way. Lastly, Jake, you brought up, you wondered if I was going to talk about 4100 South Atlantic. I was asked to put that on the agenda by several members. I didn't put it on the agenda today because I wanted to give council opportunity to hear more about it and hear the outcome of a Thursday meeting where I am on the agenda of the Ponce Inlet City Commission. And Michael, I wanted to ask you before I continue about this. I think it would be really important for Matt to be able to go and any other council member who wanted to hear what they said. But how is that permissible with sunshine laws? Because it will come back to this council at some point.
Yeah, my recommendation would be one of you, if you're having a situation where you want to have multiple members go to a meeting, we would have to notice it. Realistically, my advice would be notice as a meeting of ours or propose a joint meeting.
Chairman, may I? And Mr. Dyer, I know that you're being conservative. I appreciate it, but I just have to ask: how is that a sunshine law violation? With more than, I think all of us could be present if we wanted to be, and there's no violation unless Jeff Brower says something and then David Santiago replies to it in the public, and it's something we're going to vote on.
Or if we talk about it after the meeting.
I just don't see. I think that it's extremely conservative, and I'm appreciative of that. But I almost feel like it hamstrings the elected officials. Like, why can't Matt Reinhardt be there? It's his district, and as long as he doesn't say anything, as long as he sits there with his mouth shut, I want someone to explain to me how that is a sunshine violation.
Oh, I can elaborate further if you'd like. My understanding, if you want to go to the meeting, not say a word, not exchange comments with Jeff, you're fine.
And not discuss it
Our
afterwards.
advice has been to try to put you in a situation where you're not in that situation, where you can engage. The Attorney General has recommended that we notice, because it'd be a council meeting if that happened, 72 hours notice. Okay? So if you want to go and not say anything, it's fine. That was not
Okay.
my understanding of the question that was presented.
Then, if the meeting is Thursday at 2 p.m., if one of them wanted to go, could they just email you and notice you that they would like to go, and then we could put the notice in the...
We don't need a notice.
No, our practice has been, and we do not have to do it, when we find out that more than one of you are going to an event, we will notice it.
Out of abundance of
Protect
caution.
you. If you're saying you're going and you don't have any exchange with Jeff, it limits you. But if you're willing to do that, that's fine. My advice was to allow you to be able to speak. So that's up to you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I pressed the button for that topic. I don't know
Okay.
if you want to.
No, go, if it's
Jake is first. Joe, Jake is first. I yield to you. You were in the front page. I'm in page 52.
Mr. Chairman, I just have I understand what just went down, but I do have a procedure question. So the meeting is noticed, and I'm just curious. The meeting itself, the Ponce Inlet Council meeting, is noticed. So because we're not listed on there,
Right.
is why.
It's noticed as
Gotcha.
a meeting of the town council.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But after we notice it, if we meet the 72 hours,
Right.
the public's invited to that meeting. The public will be there. We may vote on it in the future, but if you all notice it within the due time, and it is a public meeting, and more than one of us are there, I'm not going to do it. But can we then speak?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. All right.
Yeah, and we have to take minutes. Probably in a case like that, we just work with the town and
Sure.
use their minutes.
All right. That was curiosity. I'm not going to do anything. Thanks.
Okay, David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm confused as to what are we doing here anyway? What?
I didn't finish that part.
Oh, okay. Then I'll pause until I find out what the county business is.
Okay. Well, the beach is in Volusia County. Residents of Wilbur by the Sea are really concerned about it. I went and met with them, one of whom is an engineer who is very worried about the rate that specifically 4100 block is eroding back towards the highway. And so rather than be, the idea from the residents, and I agreed with them, was rather than be reactive if we have a hurricane that takes it away, that we look at it now, for me, in a broad sense. And so that's what I've talked to Mayor Paritsky about at Ponce Inlet, to see what input Ponce Inlet would have, because they would be greatly affected if they lose that beach, the road, the sewer line, and the water line that runs along there. I'm hoping that Jessica Fentress from Coastal would be able to come. I know she and Mayor Paritsky have a great relationship, because they're gonna have questions. The purpose of it is to discuss with them, and I've talked with staff a little bit about this, of ultimately changing the way that we deal with DEP. That would it be possible for a local county who is in control of our beach to be able to take emergency measures to temporarily armor a beach using our coastal division, our environmental division, instead of having to go through EPA for something like that. Now, the challenge is that FDOT is not going to be concerned about it, because they have a lot of concerns until that eroded beach gets within 20 feet of South Atlantic. Their right-of-way is about 5 feet. So it's to present it to the council there with, citizens are going anyway. They've asked me to come and speak. I want to know, what I want to get out of that meeting is if the city of Ponce Inlet, maybe Daytona Beach Shores may be there, to see if there is a way we can work together to get emergency permission for temporary armoring in cases when it's needed, instead of dealing with the emergency after it happened. Now, during the Ian and Nicole, I watched our staff. I couldn't have asked them to work any harder to get permission from the EPA to get armoring on parts of Wilbur by the Sea, where a house, the dune, it didn't have a seawall. The dune was washed away right up to the foundation of the house, and we couldn't get it done, not from lack of effort, but we couldn't get it through EPA before the next storm. They approved 4-foot, temporary cardboard seawalls, and the first waves took that out, and the guy's house fell into the ocean because he couldn't get permission to temporarily armor that beach to prevent him from losing that house. I don't want to see our residents have to go through that again. I think that I'm hoping we can find a way that we can be more responsive in a short period of time instead of having to wait 2 years and maybe never get permission from the EPA because of turtle considerations or whatever else. So that's the purpose of it.
Gotcha.
So now I'll turn it back over to you because I see you have questions.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think the cause is a worthy one to get more information on. My concern lies in protocol. Is really what it is. This is not normal protocol in this methodology where one person or somebody goes there and speak when we haven't received anything as far as knowledge from it. I think, unless I'm wrong, from what my knowledge is, it should be if the city, I think you said Ponce Inlet or Wilbur, if their administration or their city commission has identified a problem that is part theirs and part ours or whatever it might be, the protocol should be, it goes to our county manager, our team. They start to looking into it for it, and then they start updating us and see if there's any policy decisions that we can legitimately make on it. Are we going to, every time a city has a problem, we send a representative? Everybody has a right to speak. To me, it's purely protocol, regardless of the name of the individual. I'm not gonna, if Deltona has a problem, I'm gonna say I'm gonna go there and speak to Deltona and come back and report to you what that is. No, I'm gonna tell the city manager, say get with the county manager, and then we'll make policy, because that's really our part. So that's my only concern, is proper protocol is the way it should be, because it could, I think something I said maybe 6 or 8 months ago, I don't want to put that we're going to do the same thing. So I want to make that clear.
Well, I happen to agree with you, but I am following protocol as an elected official. The problem is Wilbur by the Sea doesn't have a city council. They have no governing body. The closest one is Ponce Inlet. And so I want them to know, their citizens want them to know what their concerns are, because it also affects Ponce Inlet. So we're going to, and this is a reason, again, that I didn't put it on the agenda. I want to know if they want help, if they see the same concern, and because otherwise there's no sense in wasting your time. So we're going to see what their city commission, what the mayor, if they agree with the residents there that they would like us to pursue being more proactive in protecting the beach, then we can bring it back and have an extensive conversation of how the county does that. Should the county do it? I happen to think that we should pursue how do we handle emergency situations without having to go through government bodies. We say it all the time that government's too big, it's too slow. 2 years is too slow
Right.
to get emergency measures done.
Mr. Chair, the only thing I'll add to that, and I'll let my other colleagues talk, but is that there's nothing that prevents those individuals from coming before us as non-govern. Their governing body is us, right? If they don't have a city, the city of Ponce Inlet has a direct line to our city manager. So there's nothing to stop them from following the norm, if that makes sense. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Dyer, the notice threshold is 72 hours, correct? That's what you
That's
said?
what the Attorney General advises.
That's what the Attorney General recommendation would be, 72 hours.
Yeah, the
And
statute requires reasonable notice. And
reasonable notice, okay.
Attorney
That's what I
General suggests is 72 hours.
Gotcha. And I was asked by the mayor of Ponce Inlet about being there. My concern was the sunshine issue and the fact that I had heard both. So thank you for clarifying. I guess my fear at the time, when you're sitting in that environment, and I go to Ponce Inlet quite a bit. I go to a lot of their meetings. I go to the shores, South Daytona. I go to those. And inevitably, during the meeting, someone will ask you a question. And the fact that I am there on a frequent basis, and no offense, but if a comment was made, they're going to look at both of us for an answer. And I'm going to be sitting there where I can't say anything. So that was my concern about that. Not just the 72-hour threshold, but the fact that I would be asked a question and I couldn't respond.
It puts the council members in an awkward position.
Okay. I have, like I said, I've spoken quite a few. Mr. Santiago brought up a good point. When I go to those, I go to give an update only. I give update on council matters, things that we've approved, things that we're working on, projects, so on and so forth. The 4100 block of A1A, that is the county or the state road? It is the county, correct? Okay, so it is. I mean, it is a concern, that area. But I also know many of the addresses in Wilbur, they use a Port Orange address or a Ponce Inlet. I believe they use Port Orange.
But that's a post office
That's
issue.
just a post office issue?
Correct.
Okay,
It's
thank you for clarifying.
unincorporated Volusia
Because I
County.
agree with the chair. I mean, it is. To me, it's closer to Ponce Inlet. But, all right, so
Yeah,
my
I mean,
only
you,
issue.
You are the governing body.
For Wilbur.
That's correct.
And we sit on their board, and I sit on that board. Okay. All right, so that was my only concern. The biggest concern, I agree with what the chair was saying, but the fact that questions could be asked and, I'd have to defer back to, well, I can't say anything. So that's all.
Well, well, I mean, one way to go about this is, and I'm hearing different council members make comments, is when you have something like this come up, bring it to this body so you can discuss whether or not it is a policy issue that you wish to endorse. Because the seven of you, you're part of a collegial body that follows a majority. So you can have conversations with other governments, but I'm sure a question is going to come up, well, is this the position of the county council, which then gives direction to me and George.
Yeah. Let me just piggyback because we're pole vaulting over this issue about Ponce Inlet, but I'm not quite sure yet. I hear why we're going to Ponce Inlet to begin with. The question, as I see it, is you have private property along the beach that is not properly taken care of a situation of lost seawalls for whatever reason. I don't know. There's probably half a dozen reasons, but what you have, what's been identified, are some areas that, as we are in now storm season, they have minimal protection of their slope. And in one case, and we can show you a picture of I think one of the areas in that 4100 block. Yeah, there you go. So that's what we're talking about. Sometimes a picture's worth 1,000 words. So you can see what's happened there is it either a contractor, probably his illegally moves sand up over the bags, but either way, the bags have been covered. Good news in some of these that we're looking at, this is a little bit older picture, the sand is accreting down there, and so the bags that are out there left are slowly, being buried by sand that is naturally coming up. But you do have a breach area right there. Of course, that is a mountain of sand that has gone up and over that particular area. So I think the concern is, without any armament, that and should we get a storm, depending on the size of the storm and what happens, would that cut all the way through to a county road A1A? So therein lies, I think, the question. Now, we've got other places. This is one of the worst, but we've got others too where you've got seawalls that are still missing in disrepair, and maybe there's a portion of a house left, or maybe the house is fine, but they haven't taken care of the seawall issue. But remember how we got to this point here. Those bags are part of a grant, an emergency grant that where we got the bags given to us by DEM, and we were given money to put up this emergency measure with a particular permit to do that. But that's what we're allowed to do out there. Nothing like, see next to it, those rocks pile there, that's not us. We're not allowed to do that. So by permit. So that right there is what we're allowed to do. Now we actually are in a situation because we have some public assets, some parks along there that are right now getting their seawall repaired, and they're laid wide open as well. So we're up making sure our bags for protection purposes are there for our projects. So I just want, and we're out there updating that as we speak. But the question gets into, what about these private property, and maybe the question being, well, yeah, you're going to protect private property, but essentially you're protecting possibly that A1A public asset. Now, I think, and Suzanne has had some discussions with DEP on what they consider would be protecting a public asset, and that would be too far away. They would say, what do they use, a 15-year storm or something along those lines, and they make a determination, and basically they would say that's about 80 or 90 feet from the road, and they would separate the two. They would not agree that putting something up there is a protection of the road. And the Department of Transportation, when we've talked to them, they're much closer as well. They're really looking at within about 20 feet of the road is when they look at taking action. So,
Mr. Chair, is this what you're referencing? I just wanted, because I didn't know this other information.
Yes.
This picture references what you're talking about?
That's the 4100 block. There was 2 houses there. There was a seawall there, and the seawall came down in the storms, and both houses went down in the storms. And since then, it's hard to tell from this view. I don't know if we have the drone view, but there is a cliff there that is continually eroding away because the water's coming in between where the trap bags were destroyed, missing, they're gone. And it's happening now without a storm, just a high tide. And it happens every week. We're losing more of that.
So you're wanting to protect the private property? Is that what I want to make sure I understand your interest?
What is my interest?
Yeah, no, yeah. So I mean, maybe that's a bad choice of words.
I'm not trying to protect their private property. They're not doing it. They've got it up for sale. They're not going to invest money. I'm trying to protect the public safety from, if that road is breached, we lose our road, we lose utilities, water and sewer, and everything behind that. If that happened to be breached and that whole area got flooded, I don't know how emergency vehicles get through or how ingress and egress. So it's a public safety issue for me. And yeah, but there's private property on both sides that once this area of beach is gone, those houses are in jeopardy. And that's the case up and down the beach. There's the woman, we had somebody here that, remember the older woman who can't afford to fix her property, her beach in Daytona Beach Shores. So whose responsibility is that to protect the public assets, the beach, the utilities, the safety of everybody else in there, because one homeowner is not going to
Did I hear the county manager correctly saying that DEP and FDOT said they're not concerned based on their analysis? Did I hear you correct? Just want to make sure I heard everything.
Yeah, I'd have to defer. Suzanne actually talked to the DEP about where the line of concern or the
Concern for
size
the road,
storm.
I should say. Sorry, I should have clarified.
And Ben talked to the Department of Transportation about what they're doing up north of there in the North Penn and how they handle the storms against their road. Go ahead.
If it's a pleasure to the council, just a couple of comments. I did speak along with Jessica Fentress with key staff at the Department of Environmental Protection. I think that's what the chairman was referencing earlier. You said EPA, but I think you meant DEP.
DEP, yeah.
Yes, sir. And you're right. Before the two hurricanes of 2022, the ability for property owners to get seawall reconstructed or built was limited. But I do want to remind everyone that the governor issued emergency final orders on the heels of the second hurricane, and private property owners have been able to rapidly, really, get permits to rebuild seawalls. These properties would have certainly been able to secure permits to reconstruct seawalls that came down in those storms, but they've, for whatever reason, chosen not to. And I think you can tell on these aerials that they're both up for sale. The complexity of the issue is that these are private properties, and it is not an easy issue to overlook. We did receive the emergency grant and an area-wide permit from the Department of Environmental Protection to install trap bags, 2 deep and 1 high, across the coastline of Volusia County as an emergency protection measure for those properties who wish to have them installed. We have an ability that the DEP has in terms of assessing how imminent they perceive a danger to be to properties. The width of the sand here is beyond what would be deemed vulnerable by the Department of Environmental Protection at 80 to almost 100 feet. It would not meet that test of being likely to erode and create an imminent danger. Having said that, a strong direct hit from a hurricane is not the standard anyone looks at in making those determinations. So I don't want to, say that, there's no way it would ever be vulnerable. I'm just saying under the state's rules, this would be plenty wide not to meet it. I would also say, and Jessica can elaborate if it's helpful to council, but the trap bag installations have proven to be quite effective. They have withstood nor'easters. They've withstood many high swells of up to 11 plus feet with good success. And while we were the first in the state to propose this type of method of temporary protection, we understand it is going to be repeated in other parts of the state. Here, unfortunately, once we installed the trap bags, it became the maintenance obligation of the private property owner to maintain them, and they've done a very poor job of maintaining their trap bags in this location. And we can obviously see that by the gap it's left, and it's created concern from the chairman and others that will create a run-up situation that will exacerbate erosion. And you can even see in this picture the white sand that has begun to be exposed because of that gap. We did confirm with the DEP when we spoke with them that we could go back in, fundamentally remove these trap bags and replace them at the current grade of the sand, which has accreted. This is actually a drone shot from Saturday, so it's a very recent, but the previous photo maybe showed it better. Jenna, if you could go back to it. The sand has begun to accrete, and parts of the bag, especially on the left side of this picture, looks like it's not very high. That's because the sand is built up there. So we could take these out and put the trap bags on the new grade of the sand as it has accreted, 2 up, 1 deep. We're going to be out on the beach installing some additional trap bags for the city of Ormond Beach and for some other properties that we are looking to protect during this season with the trap bag method, and replace these, even though it was technically the obligation of the private property owners, in part because we have an interest in the right-of-way that lies to the west and the utilities that are in that roadway. Again, we have a slogan at staff. I've repeated it a lot this week. Some of you have heard it. Anywhere but here. That's my hope for the large storms of the season. So, I'm not speaking to what would have been a Hurricane Dorian situation from 5 years ago. If we had a Cat 5 aiming for us, not only would the trap bags be at risk, but a lot of assets in Volusia County would be at risk. But we think the trap bags, especially in areas where they're not public properties, these are private properties, and we're looking to create stability for reasonable situations, that may be that in my opinion should be an option we do next week. We add this to the list of areas where we're placing trap bags, take out this gap. As far as installing permanent armament on private properties, I engaged the DEP on how to do that. They've not been encountered with a similar question across the state, so they were a little unable to address it. That brings up a whole series of other public policy issues.
Yeah,
which
isn't an option that I brought up. Emergency armoring would be putting rock or something there. When Mr. Buller, the engineer who looked at it, who really raised my level of concern, said, you need emergency armoring here with coquina or some kind of rock. He even specified the sizes and types of rock to keep this from just continuing on, so that we can protect public assets. You work really well with DEP. You've been able to get a lot out of them this year. That can't go unsaid, and we need to continue to work with them. But the fact is that in the last 2 hurricanes, they weren't concerned with Ken Meister's home, and it ended up falling into the ocean, and it didn't need to. We should have been. He was willing to pay for it as a private owner, to put rock, whatever, just let me protect my home. And they said, no, I want to find a way to rectify that to where we don't have to wait for the state or federal government to tell us we can protect our own assets and the millions and millions of dollars of our taxpayers' money that it would cost to replace South Atlantic Avenue and all the utilities are there. I just think it's responsible. Is there a way to do it? That's all I'm asking. Jake Johansson, I don't believe you ever got to finish.
No, sir. Didn't start. This is a very interesting conundrum, and I know this isn't the first time we've had this problem where there's a private area that probably needs government protection in order to possibly protect government assets. But as you play this scenario out, I'm looking at the grade, and I did drive by this weekend. The grade looks like it goes up at a decent clip. If we replace the trap bags, it's a good start. It's private property. I understand what we can't do, but we talk about trying to save a road before it happens. You see this throughout the nation. If it's a county piece of road and we protect it now, if we could get DEP, it would cost us tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars of our own money to get it done, unless we leverage the state somehow. if there's a hurricane, heaven forbid, and it knocks out Atlantic Ave, FEMA comes to the rescue, and they use federal funds, and that thing gets rebuilt in a matter of 3 months, and it gets reinforced. Unless it's like Flagler, they let it happen twice before they figure out how to do it, and then they put a seawall of some sort up. To be a, oh my God, what happens if Atlantic gets ruined, and FEMA has to pay for it, or trap bags work, and then it's not an issue. You got what, Orioles, something else, and Peninsula. So there are other ways, evacuation-wise, for Ponce Inlet to get out. So to say, if we lose Atlantic, Ponce Inlet will be stuck out there alone and unafraid, is kind of not very true. It might be a little inconvenient, but not true. And as I said in the article this weekend, this is all about risk mitigation and how much money do you want to spend now to save something that might happen that somebody else will pay for later. I think that given based on what I've seen, and I don't know if I've seen all the information, but staff wasn't included in this conversation with Mr. Bullard, Mr. Bullard. And I know he's a frequent flyer with ideas on what to do out there. But I think we give staff an opportunity to make it right here in the near future, as well as Ormond and all the rest of the places you're trying to reinforce here during the storm season. And hopefully that'll be enough. Some other comments that I have, we talk, and I guess we cleared up the issue of why John Tyler was brought in it, but if it's not an FDOT problem, but I understand he's a road guy, so, it's the Department of Environmental Protection, not the Department of Protecting Homes on the Beach. So I see why their thought is on the environment, where DEM's is a little bit different. So a conundrum, yes, but I think we give staff an opportunity, kind of like Dave said, a protocol thing, give staff an opportunity to beef up that shoreline a little bit in the way they best see fit, with trap bags and whatnot, and we hope it's not a direct hit. But as Suzanne said, if it's a direct hit, this is not our biggest problem. So I'm all for moving forward and getting this area and any other areas that are vulnerable set up for trap bags and pressing on. Thank you.
Yeah, here's just my thoughts on that. When you hopefully that will be enough, putting up trap bags. I'm not willing to go on hope and protecting the road before it happens. Yeah, I would rather do that than have to than we get a direct hit and have that gone and then say, well, we knew that was possible, but we didn't think it would happen. That's an abuse of government, and we don't know that. Yeah, there's all those roads behind South Atlantic Avenue. We don't know if they're going to be passable, because once that road is breached, everything's downhill all the way to the river, and the residents that live back there are expecting that they would be trapped. I would hope that doesn't happen, but we don't know. So how do we deal with it? Do we deal with it now and try and get state and federal funding and find a way to be able to do short-term emergency armoring in short pieces of land like this, or just hope that it doesn't happen? And I don't want to be on the news with the rest of you guys saying we didn't think it would happen, but it did. Troy Kent.
Thank you. I'm about this close to taking my comments back about us running it more efficiently and quicker. I swear, I say that, and then it's like the final person's comments last an hour. But it's work that needs to be done, apparently. My first comment is to Michael Dyer. Thank you for being conservative. I know you're looking out for this council, and I'm appreciative of that. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you for being conservative. Suzanne, who said that the trap bags can only be 1 deep and 2 high?
I'm going to let Ms. Fentress come up, but that was the area-wide permit we received from the Department of Environmental Protection. We could ask to amend that permit. I'm going to let Jessica speak to why that design was requested.
Good afternoon, Jessica Fentress, Coastal Director. We have an area-wide permit that allows us to do temporary trap bag placement on private property. Our permit states very specifically it's 2 bags wide. That's it.
Just 2 bags wide.
2 bags wide, 1 high. That's what our current permit states. Our current permit also requires us to have all trap bags removed by March 31st, 2025.
Look, so like, someone mentioned earlier, I think it was George, a picture speaks 1,000 words. It does. Why would we not have 5 bags deep, 5 bags high? I mean, looking at this picture, it's not anywhere near the height, the north or the south of the walls that are there. Why would we just not really protect it until private property can come in and do what they need to do? I know someone who is in charge of their condo in Daytona Beach, and they just spent $1.3 million on their new seawall, and it looks incredible. But to me, it would be a better solution to put many more trap bags deep and high. Can we apply for that?
So we can ask for a permit modification to change the cross-section of the trap bag placement. The original concern from DEP is trap bags weren't really trued and trusted in Florida. They've now become the storm response standard in Florida over the tire dams, which we had previously, which I think we can all agree on. What they do not want, and they've been very adamant about this, is they do not want the trap bags on the beach long term. The reason the trap bags got installed and the reason we went after this 2 wide, 1 high was to encourage our property owners to take the necessary measures to get their permanent repaired, so that then when they build their seawalls at $2,000 to $3,000 a linear foot, that they would remove these bags, and it would encourage them to do their repairs as soon as possible to get protection faster.
Yeah, no, I can appreciate all of that, but looking at this situation where there's a failure, Suzanne mentioned we could lift the ones that are down below. I'm like, why would you just not make it much higher and much deeper to truly protect A1A that the county owns from possibly getting washed away? I don't get that. Thank you. That's all.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Guys, we're in the middle of hurricane season. I think this is a valid possible concern. I would have liked to definitely have our people on board, our engineers, our experts, Ms. Fentress, Ben, a couple other people. I'm big, getting to what I'm about to say is I'm big on procedure too, like David, like Jake had mentioned. I think there's a way to do this, and we have to be very careful, because a lot of times I'm going over it with my son right now. He's turning 10. I don't want to be viewed as a county as being all over the place or disorganized or crying wolf, whatever the saying you'd like to use. But before we reach out to certain other state agencies, I just would think it's appropriate to consult with your board, because we are stronger together as a unit. And I think a concern like this is valid, and I think if there was something to be done, which there very well may be, and I hope so if it's the case, there may not, but we can do a lot more and accomplish a lot more together, unified. But nonetheless, we can't. Natural disasters happen. We experience them. What my biggest concerns are now is, number one, how do we protect the taxpayers' investments in these roads? But I did a quick aerial. There's spots all up and down A1A. If this is private property, we're getting into a a weird scenario because number one, somebody has to pay for it, and two, I'd like to hear the recommendations, Chairman, of how if we're going to set this precedent, do we expect our taxpayers or my taxpayers in District 3 to pay for some of these improvements or long-term protections on private property? I don't know how well that would go over, but I'm not hearing any other options. We heard that the DEP, that this isn't in their critical, I guess, to address it zone within a certain amount of feet. We've heard that there's alternate routes. People are not going to get stranded. But I'd still like to know or know what we can do or what the plan is before we go in front of another governing body, especially when, in my opinion, all of this stuff, 110% of it, can literally be handled with professionally with staff through the proper chains, with the proper resources and the people. I'm not a fan of going outside maybe that protocol, but that's just my 2 cents, guys.
Here we are talking about it at the county council, not going outside of protocol, but keeping my protocol as an elected public servant when the public calls me and asks for help. I'm seeking to see, since we are the representatives for Wilbur by the Sea, if Ponce Inlet would come stand along beside us. What you asked about the long-term protection on private property, I'm not asking for that. I've said repeatedly we need short-term emergency protection to protect our own assets and to protect, which include the road, which include public utilities, which include the lives of the people that live down there that would be injured if this crosses the road and takes the road out. And then you talk about money. Our taxpayers are then on the hook for rebuilding that road and repairing that. I don't want to spend taxpayer money to repair somebody's private property, but they're negligent here. And so do we just allow their negligence to endanger the other houses, the assets, and everybody north or south of there? And I'm just not willing to do that. So I'm asking the questions and hoping that we will be able to come together as a community and come up with a plan of how the state, maybe the federal government, will allow us to make short-term decisions for emergency armoring with funds that they have for that kind of a project. So that's the ask, and what I will find out from Ponce Inlet to bring back here to see what this council wants to do with that. Now, the staff is involved in this. The staff is Coastal Division, and whoever else you're working with, Jessica, has a long-term plan, and we're working through that now, and we need to continue that. But you started off by saying we're in the middle of hurricane season. We're in the middle of hurricane season, and we have these very dangerous breaches. And do any of us want to be sitting up here and say, oops?
Chairman, to my point, though, when we talk about unity and unifying a group of men and women here, I was caught off guard, and I talked to the mayor and I talked to a couple other people. All this that you're saying is fine and dandy. I actually agree with you, okay? But it's in the manner that I believe we could handle it and procedurally. There was calls or letters sent out to other state agencies, federal agency, this, that, the other, without coming to the board. I just think we'd be stronger together if we were serious about taking aggressive action like this and going toe-to-toe with a state agency and demanding, hey, we need help and we need it now. We need our engineers. We need other certified engineers to get up there and all of our resources on board prior to getting a ball rolling. Because right now, I imagine baseball. We're trying to hit the ball. We're running a third without going to first and second. Now we got to backtrack and untangle this rat's nest of now possibly procedural issues to address a problem. That's all I'm getting at. Okay? We all
Okay.
want to protect public safety. We all want to protect the taxpayer interests. It's how we go about it that's going to make this work or not work. But we have to go about it the right way, or we're not going to get anywhere with the state, cities, or the federal government. That's all I'm saying.
Suzanne, before I call on you, Michael Dyer, when Danny just said I sent that letter out to a lot of agencies, I did because I wanted FDOT to be on notice that there is a concern here, the DEP, but I sent it to you as well. Apparently, did you send it to any other council members? I can't because of sunshine laws.
Yeah, the county manager's office distributed that to
Okay.
the rest of council.
Thank you. So they knew about it before this meeting? Okay. All right. Deputy County Manager Suzanne Conchin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of the comments from council reminded me to announce maybe a public service announcement of some sort, but after the emergency final order that allowed private property owners to put in rock revetments and seawalls, they also enacted a state grant program for private property owners, not available to local governments, for armoring projects. Dollar for dollar, private property, single-family residential can get $300,000 from the state towards armoring their property. For every dollar the private property owner spends, they can get $1 for the state for a project valued up to $600,000. So they would pay up to $300,000. And for condominiums, I know Mr. Kent mentioned that a moment ago, that's grant doubles in amount, up to $600,000 to those condominium properties. And the state staff announced to us when we spoke with them that a couple of things, unlimited grant dollars, no match to private property owners for sand. So if a private property owner wanted to build a dune in front of a seawall or on a property without armament, the state is basically giving away sand on a first-come, first-served basis, no match required. As far as temporary armament, Mr. Chair, we'll talk again to DEP, but rock revetments don't fit their category. They are permanent armament, requires design and approval by the state, several state agencies, actually. But that grant money is available. Permits are available to these and other property owners, and we hope our community is well aware. We're going to do some public information efforts to make sure those grants are well known out into the community.
Thank you. I'm going to make this short, Matt. I know you want to talk, but I think you just underscored the problem that, rock's not available. Sand is. Sand's not going to do the job. It's a waste of money. It'll be out in the ocean. And when I was here, I met with a county employee, not by design. He happened to be there, and he approached me and said, "Who are you?" and was hoping I was a property owner, because county staff has rightly been trying to locate the property owner because there's a problem, and he doesn't, so he's not going to take advantage of anything when we can't reach him. So that's the dilemma. That's what makes this so difficult, is a property owner is delinquent, deficient, and not caring at all about the neighbors or our utilities. We can't even reach him. So, Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. My question actually you just answered. What is considered temporary armament? What's considered long-term? My understanding was rock revetment was long-term. So that's why they're not going to allow it. And somebody had made the comment some time ago, this property to the left with the rock revetment, that would be something that wouldn't be approved at this time. Correct? So,
I defer to the state, but their designs for rock revetments have been less robust than that.
Okay. And the chair just brought up a good point. You know, they can't get a hold of the property owner. So, I mean, the sandbag solution as
I think we could get hold of the property. There's 2 realtors representing these folks.
I was gonna
so
say,
we
make
could
an
get
offer.
hold of the
They'll call
property
you
owner.
and
I
make
don't
an
think that's
offer.
an issue, actually.
okay. Oh, maybe that's something we do.
Okay.
Okay. All right, then that answered that question. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll be brief.
David Santiago.
I'll be brief. I was just going to say that if they're listed for sale, make an offer. You'll get a phone call from the realtor, the owner. How much are these properties for sale for? Does anybody know?
I have no idea.
I'd like to, if somebody could find out for.
They're cheap if you're looking.
I doubt it. They're very cheap.
The prices dropped.
Yeah, that's probably subjective. But I'll just say this, Mr. Chair, and I know we've beat this horse quite a bit. My concerns are these are private property owner issues, and the state and the feds have thrown a lot of money at this private property owner problem that's on the beach. I'm not a fan of spending county tax dollars, any more county tax dollars on beach private property issues. You know, when you buy on the beach, good for you. You have to understand the responsibilities you take with buying on the beach. The people that have $150,000 homes on the west side should not have their tax dollars paid for sand on somebody with a $2, $3, $4, $5 million home on the beach. No resentment, but it's a self-responsibility thing. I'm of the opinion today that our agencies have told us they're not concerned with the road. If they were concerned with the road, different ball game. But if they're not concerned for the road, then why should I be? I'm not an expert at any of that. I yield to them. So I don't want us in search for a problem that's a county problem. I think that's what we're looking for, is a county problem. I get it, trying to help individuals, but government can't solve all private property problems.
And I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to solve a private property owner for them there. You've talked about money. It's going to be far more expensive to repair the damage on that road and our utilities and all the public safety issues if nothing is done. I'm merely looking for a way to do that with all the proper agencies involved, because right now they're not allowing us. It's not a private property issue. It's a public.
But Chairman, they're saying that they're not worried about it. So
I know they
is
are.
that not enough for you?
No.
So
Sorry.
you would say, in all due respect, that you know more than the professionals that
No,
analyze this.
Well, a professional told me that you have to be aware of this.
So
'cause
that
this
person
is
carries
really
more weight than
dangerous.
2 government agency professionals.
It gives me enough pause to say we need to look at this and go back and ask the state.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm fair enough with that.
Mr. Santiago, I do have the listing prices of those 2 parcels. One is listed for $1.5 million and the other for $1.75 million.
Can we call them? I make an offer for $100,000.
Okay, we need to wind this down. Councilman Robbins.
Thank you. Suzanne, do we have, how do I frame this right? If we do work, because we can't do this for everybody, but if it is deemed in some way, shape, or form that a county asset is in jeopardy, for whatever work that we do, can we attach that lien to the property so when that sells, the taxpayers don't lose out? If indeed these theories carry more weight than the experts at the DEP and other federal agencies and every other letter agency known to man.
You could not lien the property.
Why?
For the improvements, not our part.
I'm sorry? If it's deemed like an emergency to protect an asset, and if we do some sort of protection there, we can't lien.
Now, we could look at, if you want to create possibly a special assessment district and essentially charge the property owners for maintenance of the seawall that we would maintain then. So I think there's a couple policy issues we have to look at. But
I mean, I'm just throwing out, a problem was brought to us with no means to pay for it and no solutions whatsoever. I'm trying to see what's available so we don't get this thrown in our faces that we don't care about public safety and public assets.
Well, I mean, you're dealing with private property.
Correct.
And so this trap bag project that the state permitted and we're able to get some funding for, I mean, we're putting things on private property, so that's why we got the easements. So typically with a special assessment district, for example, you're putting up streetlights, you're putting up the poles on public property
Right.
or right away. Here, it's a different situation.
And George, just to close, not beat this dead horse anymore, but I'm sure we've had talks with Ponce Inlet since this started. What do they want to do? What's the, just to save time, resources, and energy with this? What would they like to do?
I haven't got a sense from the city or the city manager. I think they're looking to us as far as what's going to happen. I do know they have a concern about private property. I mean, it's you're you're essentially protecting private property. You got about. This is one example because the 4100 block was shown. My understanding is there's 15, 16 properties where there's actually a house there or a building and no seawall as well. So you know it's that one there. What we're showing, you know, you got a straight shot to the road. The others, you also have a house. So we're unprotected in theory up and down the A1A, but wherever there's a no seawall.
And just for everyone's protection here, can you guys at your earliest convenience maybe shoot us an email with just the bullet points of the issues that we're facing on why we can't do certain things and why we can't?
Yeah, now, like I say, we're prepared and we're actually fixing these trap bags in front of our properties now. So adding a few down here is not a big deal. Probably the bigger deal is the fact that they're all supposed to be gone by next March. So you really are, you know, assuming we get through this season, which I have a lot of confidence that Jim Judge is going to make sure we don't have any hurricanes. But we get through there, you're still looking at everyone's supposed to have a seawall up by next March because those bags are supposed to come out of there. Meantime, we're coming along with a project for dune renourishment, and part of the success of that depends on them already having their seawall.
Right.
So, you know, we may have another issue in that we're going to come along and put the protective dune system back in areas, but some of these homeowners haven't done their job yet as far as the seawall. So that's something else we'll have to discuss. But as far as
something short with our challenges that we're facing.
Yeah, we'll try to put that. We'll try to put some of that together. The other thing too, I just have been saying around just the office, so to speak, because we have an interest, obviously, in these things. Has anyone looked at what Galveston in Texas looks like after taking they took a full direct hit of a Category 1, and you can kind of see. I think that seawall will be the least of our problems because of the fact, I mean, it flattened the island. It just doesn't, you know, we're not talking about from there to the A1A. You're talking all the way across the island. And there were seawalls there. And there were areas too. It's just, again, you know, we don't know what magnitude of storm we're going to get. And we went through an unusual situation to get here by having back-to-back storms, which until that time, we had fared pretty well through multiple hurricanes going back to 2004. So, but you just don't know what Mother Nature's going to throw at you.
No, you don't. I get it, and I appreciate it. I know I've done it with DPE and a couple other instances. It helps the board out here because often we get blamed, and I know public safety is our number one thing, and whatnot. That would just help us out, George. Thank you.
Form like that too, by the way. The public safety answer there: get off the island. I mean, that's the other side of that. I mean, we cannot protect people and that's why we evacuate people and tell them to get off of there. And I don't want people to start thinking that they're safe when they're not, because of a direct, like I say, we have yet to really have anything even like what Burl did in Galveston, Texas, and that was a Category 1. So.
Okay, thank you, and this meeting is adjourned at 4:24.